Non-threatening.
So, did I ever tell you guys about that time that I was at the cemetery with Mathis and his girlfriend at the time? Because like we were just going around for a walk. All we were doing was just going for a walk, right? And it happened to be later in the day, but like we saw a young couple pushing the baby in a stroller. We saw an older couple walking their puppy and a couple of other people walking. It was a beautiful day. It was a nice cemetery. It was quiet in a quiet neighborhood. We're going for a walk, okay? Well, anyways, at one point in time, we finally get in our car to leave. I'm trying to drive away, but like there's a cop car coming the opposite direction of the road that I was going down, and it's a single. Like,
wait, this
like
isn't a bit. You're going to tell the whole story? I'll be right back.
No, I'm just kidding. Oh, he left. No. Oh. Anyways, hi everybody. Hype train on the way. Ooh, hype train already completed level 2. Holy shit! I didn't realize that. Hey, thank you so much, Big. Thank you so much, 13.
Pat, you are rewarding bad behavior.
Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Big, again.
A bunch of masochists, all of you.
Satan masochists. That's what you say, right?
Oh, at least we get the benefit.
Maybe we need a poll for if Scott should finish that story or not.
I mean, yeah, if it's starting the hype train, I guess go ahead.
I got it.
Hey, Jake, actually, I forgot to tell you, I thought about you earlier. One of my clients was at the Boston robotics place, and they're a company out of Australia. And so I actually got to go bump into the CEO, and she's like this wicked cool person. The device they make is super badass. That's how you put it off stream or whatever. But it's a super cool product they make for the healthcare industry or whatever. And either way, it was I was like, oh, an Aussie accent. It's like Jake's here with me.
All right, polls up.
Just saying, she flew way over here to visit me.
Yeah, it's a good poll. It's a good poll.
Poll is live.
Who
Feel free to vote.
Scott finished the story. Ever talk? What? No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's
That's a good poll.
Hey! Hey! I don't think they stream on Wednesdays. I don't think they've ever streamed on Wednesdays.
I don't think they do either, which is why I'm allowed to do the bit, because they're not competing with us.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think
Not that
actually
we
that's
would
why.
be competing with them, but
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I think that's why Mike originally chose Wednesdays, was because Critical Role was not live then. It was both Critical Role and Me JP's former channel, whatever that used to be called. Those are the two channels that weren't live. So he's like, we can go then. And I just kind of said, okay.
works great for me.
Yeah.
Speaking of everybody here, should we get started? Do we need a recap? Or do we all kind of like know?
Only if Wade does it in the voice.
Oh,
Which one?
the
I
voice.
played
know
Monster
what one.
Prom 4 earlier today, and we did our own voices. I don't know what I've got left because I had to like do some terrible clown impression, and then there was a drill sergeant dog, so I don't remember my voices. Oh,
Is Monster Prom the one that like Jesse?
you
Cox,
try to date monsters, yeah.
Yeah, I was like Jesse Cox did it, and then I think somebody from
so.
what's that
Game
group
Grumps,
of?
I think, were a part of it.
Who was it?
I think Game Grumps were a part of it.
Yeah,
Right?
Great Game Grumps, and then what's that group of people? Northern Lion group of Cub Bears or whatever they. What was that group that Mike used to be a part of?
Whatever.
Yeah, the Northern Lion Cub Bears. Yeah, they
Oh,
don't compete.
You just did that thing where you start typing so bad that
After they lost to the Dodgers in the World
Try to
Series,
search
they
for it,
actually were
like-
demoted.
It was
They're
like,
a farm team
Northern
now.
Lion Super Friends or some shit. I don't remember. What it was
Whatever track I was thinking along to maybe figure it, it's gone now, bro.
Oh yeah,
Northern Lion
they had,
Super Bears, I guess.
one of their members was Wonder Shaman. They had Duper Man. They were a great team. Yeah, I loved them.
Somebody in chat save me here. What was the name of the group of people that Northern Lion used to rule over?
time on
on
Lost
Lost
Initiative.
Initiative.
Yeah, the poll finished.
Go ahead, Wade.
The Boston Lion Cubs got involved in a real big scrap on the field. Next thing you know, the pitcher got injured and the quarterback came on and tried kicking them all. But that's not his strong suit. Didn't go well. Let's see if they win the game today.
It was called the Northern Lion Super Show.
Oh, I thought it was the bear cubs too.
Yeah. Boston Super Bears or whatever the fuck it was. I'm never gonna remember what you just called them.
Wade is saying get back on track. All right. I don't know if I have to listen to Wade. Ooh, you guys got a luck.
I
think
gave
you're on
those
one.
subs because I really appreciate Wade as a creator, and I just wanted him to know that.
Well, I don't know who that person. Who's saying that?
Me.
Well,
I love me.
We don't have Jake here, so we can't.
That's good. That's good.
My
So
wife gets jealous of me sometimes because I love myself so much.
So just to cover something real quick as we're kicking off. Jake's back anyways. So just as we're kicking off here, just to cover something real quick, because it's probably going to come up the stream anyways. Rules for dealing with grappling hooks, because I'd mentioned beforehand how your crossbow is different. So Pathfinder 1E has rules for throwing
Which
a grappling
crossbow
hook.
does he have? Which crossbow is he using again?
It is a Stalingrad.
In there.
Stalingrad?
That doesn't sound as Russian as I thought it
That was
sounded. before.
Leningrad.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to pronounce it anymore because apparently I never knew how to pronounce it to begin
We
with.
never knew, man. This is your world. Somehow
Yeah,
you fucked
right.
it up.
For years.
It's Stalingrand. Stalingrad.
We were talking off chat or off stream, everyone, and we all were like, "Yeah, Scott, we were wondering why you named a bow after Russia." We were like, "That's kind of cool. I guess the whole line is like different Russian cities, like whatever you want to do."
Anyways, is named after
You know,
a
he's been
Patreon
corrected
PC.
1,000 times.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
putting on a show.
That was so fucking stupid.
You laughed.
So stupid.
As Obi-Wan once said, "Who's the bigger fool, the fool or the one who follows him?" So like,
Thank you, Obi-Wan. He's also the reason why we have Anakin, or I should say Darth Vader. So, you know.
when your mama bent over, he also said, "That's no moon." So
Okay. Let's keep going. So Stalingrad.
Wade is on fire today. I am looking
You let
forward
him
to
get
the
I had
rolling
to
stream.
way
scream
too
as a
long,
clown
man.
lady for an hour and a half. She was in
You had
every
built up way
goddamn
too much
scene.
momentum.
Listen,
Yeah.
I also like woke up
Prepare
super fucking
yourself.
early, so I am not prepared for like ducking, weaving, or any comebacks. I'm just gonna be taking them straight to the chin. No balls comments. No.
Turn around.
Well?
We'll give them straight to your back.
All right, let's last time I lost the initiative.
It's not fun anymore.
It never was to begin with. So you guys are standing in front of the door. Oh, no. The thing I was going to cover. So with the Stalingrad crossbow. So the Pathfinder 1E has rules for throwing grappling hooks. And more or less attack roll and range increments 10 feet. Pathfinder 2E, not 1E, has rules for shooting grappling hooks, but it requires a specialized kind of bolts to be able to do it.
You mean range increments of 10 feet? You mean like the DC changes every 10 feet away it is, or you can only do 10 feet?
That's a great question. The rules in Pathfinder 1E go, if it's a thrown range increment 10 feet is the distance you can release your weapon without any penalty. Every increment beyond that is a -2. When you're throwing a weapon, it caps out at ×5. When you're shooting a weapon, it caps out as ×10. So if your range is 100 and you're shooting it, you cap out at 1,000. If your range is 100 and you're throwing it, you cap out at 500. Right?
Okay.
So range increment 5 feet means maximum 50 with a -8 to that attack roll. Now the firing across was a Pathfinder 2E rule and more or less half the distance. But I also threw in a fun little homebrew rule if it's silk rope on there, because silk rope weighs so much less that, it's 3/4 the distance. But finally, a Stalingrad crossbow, when using the specialized bolt, is able to fire with 0 penalty. But if you're doing a regular grappling hook, just kind of like jury rigged on there, you take the normal penalty as a regular crossbow would do. Cool. So with that understood, your character is left off inside the 20-foot deep hallway, just at the top of the, just inside the platform at the top of the stairs, where there was a double door inside of the inner walls. Holy shit! Did we just blow up level 4 and we're going to level 5? That's
Yep.
amazing. This is an insane hype train. Thank you, everybody.
Did they do a lottery draw yesterday? Because people seem to be rich today. I like to shame people who are generous in my own community too.
Poor Wade. We just all let him sit there flat.
That's okay. I don't need your support. I know I'm funny.
It's funny too, because if you listen to Distractable, you guys all work off each other well, but sometimes we just let you sit there and bask in it. And
Did you see the poll I got over on him with Drake Ulysses?
no, I didn't.
Oh, I did an interview with a Drake Ulysses Law, and then I came in as the person being interviewed, and I was like, "Actually, it's pronounced Drak." And Mark just took off his headphones and left. They're like Drake Ulysses Law.
What was that, the most recent one?
I
Or
think I've heard this story.
A week or two ago.
Yeah.
I have not yet. Sorry. But back to, so your characters inside the inner walls across the 50-60 foot gap of where the Razorleaf was, up the stairs, across the platform, and the door that almost squished Aldo. 20-foot deep hallway. You're in front of the double doors where you've hacked, you've slashed, you've charged, you've smashed, you've worked together, and thus far have been unsuccessful in knocking down this door. Again, as a reminder, these doors are made out of a quality wood. They're made out of like dark wood, but have likely been reinforced by either alchemical means or magic or what have you, and they're reinforced. So it makes sense that despite the fact that it's 700 years later or more, that these are still standing strong. It's kind of impressive. You're almost positive the reason why they're not opening is not because like they just jammed, so that might be a part of it, is because there's a proper beam dropped on the other side. Like they would have been locked on the other side, which, if that's true, has its own implications, right? But that all being said, here you are before the door and unable to open it, frustrated. There are a couple of avenues you can go to opening it, but I'll kind of throw it to chat here. I'll kind of throw it to you guys here to see what avenue you want to take.
Yeah, what do we do?
Not chat. Chat will just say, keep smashing the door. They just want to see you roll the same die rolls over and over again. Go home.
Go home?
They'll tell us to freaking furniture shop again.
After throwing our heads against this for a while, I'm thinking we're never getting in, so perhaps we just go back and retire, quit?
Yeah, we did just buy all that furniture. I mean, we actually have beds at home now.
Yes. Perhaps we just stop making furniture. I don't know. I feel like Koa's been in and out of rage a bit, so he's probably a little bit winded still, not like exhausted, but like the ups and downs there. So he's likely just to kind of keep going at it unless someone says something.
Wait a second, Koa.
This next charge is going to be the one. I was sure of it. But all right.
Well, I only have one shoulder.
Well, if you're sure.
Now, so
He looks to the door and then looks to Mikhail, like almost like, please have another idea.
he very sharply walked and go outside the area to like inspect outwards. Be like, there's got to be another way in there, right? There's something that we can do. We got all this rope.
We haven't tried asking the door to open, I guess. Rope. Are you thinking we can climb up, or climb down, climb over?
Maybe, though the walls still seem like they're in decent condition. If there's a window or even some decent like footholds or something, we could maybe get up there.
Is the place clear around the outside, Scott, or is it only clear on the steps and the rest of it's going through the vines again?
Great question. So when you first go down those steps and you know you were able to pick that path there, it wasn't like clear coming up here. It's just that it's grown sparsely enough that you were able to pick a path that you believed was very safe. And you were correct, it was. So you could make your way around again. You might just want to stop and take a second to analyze the situation before walking through it. In short, a survival check. But again, sparsely. It's not growing particularly deep.
I can try to walk around and see if there's another way in, like a window or something. I mean, the windows in our state were left open. Perhaps something was left open here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe one we just didn't see when we were going on our way up.
We could also try the roof.
Now, if I can find somewhere that I can see if I can get one of those grappling hooks up to, might be an entrance from the roof.
That would be less problematic than the vines, unless we fall, I suppose.
Yeah. Seems like a lot easier, though. How high up you think this is?
Looking up there to see how high you think it is, it's not necessarily the if you're measuring directly up from the ground up, it's probably about 100 feet, maybe a little more, a little less, erring on the less side. It's the fact that Pythagorean theorem, right? You're going like diagonally over because it's going to be more narrow on top than it is down below by a bit. That it's probably a little over 100 feet from here to, like, say, catching the roof if you're trying to get all the way to the roof. But again, like, Keegan, it could just be 80 feet up. You don't have a measuring tape. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. More just thinking of how much rope we need to even make the shot.
Don't we have heaps of rope?
We do.
Actually, a borderline nauseating amount of rope.
499 feet, if I remember right.
I think you remember it 100% right.
3 links of them together could be plenty, right?
Yeah. So whenever you cut rope, it's one of those things where, like, when I penalize you, it's going to be rare, but like eventually you lose some in part of splicing them back together. But like, I'm really not going to keep track of that very often.
3 or 4 stories, right? This isn't more than 100 feet, is it?
It might not be a bad idea to have 2 lengths put together just in case you have slack.
Yeah, he was saying like around 100.
Wait, also
50?
You went up steps to get to even level 1, right? Because the ground level or level 1 or first floor, the level you walk into, is somewhat elevated, same as like a house.
Yeah, I was assuming if we were climbing down, we wouldn't have to worry about that. But if we're climbing up, we would. We're climbing down or up? I was thinking we were climbing down from the roof, is what Aldo was saying.
We're climbing up to the roof, right?
Yeah, you have to get
we
to
don't
the
have
roof
access
first.
to the
Well, no,
roof.
I mean afterward.
Yeah.
We'd be hanging the rope down. And
Oh, yeah.
down.
Then 100
Yeah.
feet should be more than enough.
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
guess what it
thinking
was,
how
like
many
2 or 3
do we
stories.
tie together to be able to shoot the grappling hook up there and still be able to reach the rope?
Honestly, Keegan, if you get 150 feet, that's more than enough.
Yeah, which is why I said 3 lengths, which is because they're all 50 except the 49
Oh,
one.
understood. I for some reason in my brain I was thinking the length is 100, and I don't know
I was
why.
too,
That's
in
on
all
me.
honesty.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we are dumb. Proceed.
Yeah, they're
No,
they're
hold
50.
on.
We
Yeah,
have
wait,
one that's
yeah.
49, which is more than 50 if you went to the school district.
Did you say 49 is more than 50?
My state is literally last at education. I was making a joke about it, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
I did say that.
Yeah, I got
I
that.
did
That's
say
funny.
that, yeah.
Oh, you got me.
Is Oklahoma last?
Well, not dead last anymore, but only because other places are worst.
According to them, only
But,
alphabetically.
Sorry.
So,
Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's both. And, we could tie together 3 lengths. That's math. So, Mikhail will start working on that, though. Just because he wants to keep working on something that isn't throwing his shoulder into a door for a 3rd time.
Yeah, we're just going to assume that you're going to spend a couple of minutes to do this. You don't need to make a check because you're not trying to do it with speed. You're going to just spend 5 minutes or whatever it is to sit down and properly tie this up so that you're good to go. You're welcome to RP or whatever while you're doing this. Continue. I assume you're doing this not just once, by the way, twice. You want to do the one that you shoot up plus a second 100-foot length to drop down from the roof if you are actually going that way. But I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, Aldo, what is your plan? To shoot from the outside, to get up on the roof and place the grappling hook? What are you thinking here?
Well, this crossbow perfectly fits the grappling hook. I can fire with relative ease. If I can hook it up top, we might just be able to climb directly up.
Yes, I'm also wondering where you're going to get the angle for that shot. Are you going to go up the stairs and lean out the window, or are you going to walk around? Because Perhaps we could find that spot while he's tying things up.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look and we'll see if we can find a advantageous spot, I guess.
Is that
I
survival?
don't think we
Scott?
saw any windows up the way up. It was just the arrow slits, right?
To look up there, it's going to be a perception check. And what were you asking survival for, Wade?
To try to find an advantageous spot to shoot up there. Keegan said there weren't windows, right? It was just the arrow slits. There were no windows that we could go through.
You didn't see any windows from that one hallway that you walked the continuous path of.
We also went into the doors, right?
I'm sorry?
We also went into the rooms. There were none in those rooms.
Correct. Those rooms are pretty small and blocked in. I'm sorry. Perception check to see where to shoot up to. Survival check to see where it's safe to walk around down here. You're welcome to make a perception check without leaving the safe area if you would like.
All right.
Waiting on Mikhail. Oh wait, Mikhail's actually.
I was tying rope.
Sorry. So are you fine with your 14, Wade?
Yeah.
Okay. You do find a spot that it looks pretty secure. It looks pretty safe that you'd be able to shoot up to. It actually looks like a relatively easy shot to get as well. I mean, it's not close. So one of the things I would say, Wade, is part of the climb is a pretty easy climb where you actually have the rope because of the way that's going to likely fall, so long as things go as well as you hope they will. Part of the climb is going to be pretty well set. Like you'll have like a rope to hold on to and a wall to brace yourself up as you go. But part of the climb might be a bit more complicated, free falling, whatever it is. So you will be able to, he can probably make that shot no problem, and you will have a place to climb up. Some of it harder, some of it easier. The good news, if you will, there's a bit of a break between the easier and the harder part, because it starts off easy. And then there's like a roof that's right there with a slant to it. So imagine, you know how like some buildings will have like a small tower off to the side, and this like that's rounded, that's lower than the whole height of the building. That is what you're seeing right here, and it does have its own roof that seems to be intact where you are. You could all theoretically pause there if you wanted to. Go ahead, Wade.
The roof itself, is it stone? What does the roof look like?
Yeah, so it's shingled, right? So it's shingled roof. What the shingles are made out of, you don't know, and what's beneath the shingles, you don't know. But it has shingles that are up there.
Without anyone walking on it that we know of, it's lasted 700 years, so maybe it can take 3 random lightweight guys walking around on it. Okay, well, I'm sure that Koa and Aldo find that spot to look at, and you said it's survival to figure out where to shoot from.
Survival? No, you can shoot from here and pull that off. Survival would be to walk around if you want to try to get a better angle. And I'm sorry, that shingle bit that I was talking about was for the tower part, not for the actual high up roof. That looks like it's actually properly stone. Like the roof to the main building is stone.
And we're looking at aiming at the tower, and then from the tower climbing.
You're looking at aiming all the way up, but part of the climb up will just you'll be climbing up towards the tower anyways. It's on the way. It's like a rest stop, if you will.
Okay. I can still take a look around if you'd like. Obviously, I think this will work, and you're a good enough shot to make it. But there might be something better if we're willing to risk our ankles.
Aldo just like looks up and he goes, "Yeah, I don't see a problem for you to make it up there. I don't know if I have the strength. I mean, it's up to you if you want to take a look for a better spot, maybe. But I don't know. Is that a risk we're willing to take just for a easier climb?"
I mean, if it's going to be difficult for you and Mikhail to traverse that high, then it might be worth it. Like, what if we don't have to go up 3 stories to drop back down 2 or something?
I mean, I'd welcome it, Koa. I just don't want to put you at risk needlessly.
I'll take a look. I think surviving a few cuts is better than surviving a 3-story fall. Falling
Be
into a
careful of
basement
those
was enough for me.
things in the trees as well.
Yeah, I've quite had my fill of those, whatever they are. All right, I'll take a quick look then.
While you're making your survival check, as a reminder, if Koa was the first person to climb up, if that was the route he wanted to go, you could always do things like throw pythons in the wall along the way to change the angle to make things work better for them. But that's obviously requires you to take the risk and make successful checks. That's a really good result to look around for a safer place to go. So while Mikhail is finishing up the threading together these ropes or what have you, you look around and you do see a path that you believe is pretty darn safe to walk around. And honestly, with your perception check earlier and that survival check, you think you might be able to get a better angle for where he's shooting up to. The problem is, so my apologies, let me be clear. You find a better angle for the sake of the climb, where you should be able to brace against the wall the whole way. The problem is going over that direction is going to be closer to where branches of that large tree are coming around the roof, and because of that, the shot might be harder to do. But honestly, standing on the ground and failing a shot up and then just pulling the rope back to you, but having an easier climb is probably better than an easy shot up and a hard climb afterwards. So,
okay, here's a question. Maybe I'm just not picturing this correctly. The room we're trying to get into. So if we're walking to this structure, it's a big structure with like a tower.
tower's shorter than the overall building, but yes.
When we were going around and around, were we going around the whole structure or just that tower portion?
When you were going around and around?
We were going up the stairs and we were going kind of like wrapping around.
Oh, yeah. The tower portion was not a part of that. Because you have to remember, as you're walking around and up, that was the main building. As you're walking around and up, you didn't walk along the entire outside of the building, right? Because you walked along the entire circumference, if you will, or at least most of the circumference of the building, but it wasn't such a tight wraparound that you saw every exterior wall. It was like you climbed up, and so there were whole portions of like upstairs outer wall that you didn't walk by, or downstairs outer wall, depending on where you were at the time, right? So if you imagine you started at 0 degrees first floor, by the time you got to second floor, you might be at, say, 90 degrees or whatever it was. So there's that whole area above and below that you could have missed. And then by the time you get to 180 degrees, you're already up like third floor, whatever it might be, meaning there's a whole area down there that you never walked along the outer wall of, because it's not a tight corkscrew.
My question is, we're talking about throwing a grappling hook to climb up to the roof, which will get us on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
But we're trying to get into a room that's on the first floor, as far as we know. So is there an exterior window to get in that room? Or are we just hoping that by getting in on the roof, there's another way in? What do we see that tells us that getting up there will get us where we're trying to go?
So getting directly inside this door is an end result. Getting inside the building is the end result, right? You're just trying to get inside the building. So getting up on the roof gets you in the building, and then you can just work your way back to that room that's directly inside there.
Okay,
It's
so
probably not the
we were
first room
in
you
was
go in.
not the main part of the building we're trying to get into. We were in something, but it wasn't the meat and potatoes of what we're trying to do, and we think getting up here will get us to that point.
Correct, yeah, because indirect path than just going through the double doors. But yes, to do that, and you believe going through the roof that. As to whether or not there's windows, there very well may be. You just haven't seen them from the front area where you are. If you actually walk that path that you believe you found that's safe, you might find other windows, and there might be another way in.
Yeah, that's one of the things I want to look for when I do it. So if I need to do another roll, I'm happy to. But
No, you don't need to make a roll. I was just saying that your character was like going out and looking for a path without actually stepping into a dangerous place. If you're going to tell the two of them, hey, wait right here, I'll be right back, and you're going to walk around, we can absolutely do that.
That is what I intended.
Okay, perfect. Roll me a perception check as you're walking around. I'm imagining, Wade, that your character's moving relatively slow, so you're going to be gone for a couple of minutes while you're picking your way around there. I'm going to circle back to you in a second, because God forbid something happens and you happen to like shout or whatever. They're obviously going to be able to react to it. But I wanted to give them a moment. Mikhail and Aldo, you've got like a solid minute and a half before anything noteworthy I say to Wade. Do you any RP with one another, anything you want to plan or do in that short period of time, or good to go back to him?
Did you guys find a spot?
We did, but climb might be a bit difficult. I have no doubt Koa can make it, but it looks like a tough climb for me. So he's gone to just check if there's anywhere easier.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That poison or whatever from those plant things is still got me feeling a little bit weak. I don't know how much it affected him, but might not be the best day for a climb, so an easy spot would be great.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I were you, I'd try not to struggle because he might incorporate this into your routine, and then you'll be climbing ropes every day.
Don't I know it? I feel like I'm gonna hear about it for not getting that door down.
Yeah. Well, it's a fucking big door.
Thanks for egging him on, by the way, with the attempts. Definitely appreciated that.
No worries. Gotta have some enjoyment here, right?
Yep. Well, we can. Anyway, rope's done.
Beautiful. Is it? Aldo gets and kind of pulls the other end.
I'd kind of test it real quick. Yeah. I used 2 of the 50-foot lengths and then our 49, just because it's already more than enough.
Yeah. Well,
and I did know that on Jacobo's sheet, so.
Okay. So, Wade, your character's walking around with your 19 perception check. I assume you're happy with that?
Yeah, I will say that after our previous encounter, I will try to avoid going near any trees.
Well, I mean, there's that big one.
Yeah, other than that one, which I guess I can't really avoid.
So,
yeah, but I feel like that thing's so big it's shadowing over us everywhere we are here.
So I'm going to describe some stuff as you go. As you're walking around, a couple things. One, yeah, you see the arrow slits that you had seen from the inside before. That makes sense. You saw the arrow slits. You have a compass, so I don't know how much your character's paying attention to that as opposed to not getting chopped up by the Razorleaf. But if you were paying attention, you'd be able to yeah, that makes sense that what I saw was this direction when I saw that direction from the inside, whatever. It all lines up. There's no distortion of reality, if you will. But moreover, you see more than just arrow slits. Actually, as you're making your way around, you do see the occasional window here and there. Unfortunately, most of those windows are the good old-fashioned stained glass style, where the panes are each individually not particularly large, and there's a framing through it. So stained glass continues to drip slowly over time. So the stained glass would look distorted. After 700 years of sitting there, it would look a bit distorted and probably very fragile, at least at the top part of it. So probably very fragile, but the panes are small enough that even if you had a naked Aldo covered in petroleum jelly, he'd have a hard time slipping through unless you're breaking the actual frame or framing of the windows so that you can get in. But there is one spot that you go by that looks like at one point in time it may have been a balcony coming off of the back side of this building, but has since been enclosed or encased in a whole bunch of small windows. Unlike stained glass, where the framing is all metal, these windows, I mean, it might still be metal or wood, but the whole thing is it's a wooden encasing on the stone. So most of those window panes have been smashed over the years. Some of the actual framing has fallen in. It's not even as high up as the roof, so it's going to be a shorter climb to go up. As a matter of fact, Wade, the whole climb up there is only 20 feet. I'll be honest, it's a little bit harder of a climb because it's mostly free going up. But if you fall 20 feet, way less dangerous. God forbid, way less dangerous. And more importantly, there's a bunch of vines that are growing on it, all around it, coming down off of it, so on and so forth. So you could theoretically even just climb up those vines.
Thorny
and have more
vines?
Huh?
Thorny vines or normal vines?
They look like just vines. Yeah, just like a normal, not ivy. So just like vines that are there. So there's lots of vines that you can use as handholds or footholds or whatever it is, so you can get up there as well, meaning that the DC wouldn't be so free climbing. I think is a DC 15, so just free climbing a rope. But with all those vines as handholds and footholds, that would drop that DC considerably, 10, maybe even less. Making it much more achievable for your team. If you wanted to combo the two, have the rope next to that or whatever it is, just so you have more to grab onto, the rope literally going up it. Sure, that's an option too. So you do see that as a much lower option and a breach point to get to the building above. Unless like immediately inside there's another big locked crazy double door. But you've never encountered that in any of the keeps you've seen so far. That's like a crazy locked double door on the inside. So hopefully that's not the case. Anyways, like I said, most of the windows are the stained glass. That is one much easier one that you're pretty sure you could even climb into without smashing or breaking anything. Just free climb up the vines. And then finally, continuing the circuit, you definitely have another spot near that backside that if you did want to shoot the grappling hook, you can get a better angle for you to get up there without necessarily entangling with the trees. Give you a second to digest that. Ask any questions before I explain something else that you say.
Okay. So the balcony is above where we are, right around where we think that room we were trying to get into was. Like it would be main structure.
Main structure, definitely. Whether or not the door going in from the balcony goes directly there, you unfortunately don't know that yet.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Looking out and about, is there anything notable outside of? Like, I know you're going to tell me something, but like structurally, is there anything notable back here that gives any indication of like, hey, what was this building that they built so weird and had all these arrow slits for, or was it protecting, or what's it aiming at? That kind of stuff.
I mean, so clearly this is some sort of a keep, right? So if you imagine like where it is that somebody of important significance or what have you. Ooh, Brittany's bringing me ice cream. I have no idea where my phone is. I have no idea. And I can do a find mine when I get
Not really important thing to have when you're married or have kids.
But I have no idea where it is. So thank you.
Old man forgets phone live on stream.
Well, no, I shot Brittany an email because I don't have my phone, being like, "Hey, do you have my phone?"
That's a bad.
That's
place
even
to pause,
older.
my
That's
guy.
that's even
You
older.
don't go. I shot Brittany an email.
Well, what do you want me to do? Slacker? Like we don't share Slack. She's not on Discord.
I think there's a lot of verbs you could use, and you were choosing the wrong ones.
I mean, how else am I going to communicate to her if I don't have my phone? I could yell.
You could.
Cletus!
You live in the same house.
I mean,
Yeah,
but
well,
but there's a
messenger,
sleeping baby.
Carrier pigeon.
Email her across the house. It's still
What?
old. I don't know. It's
Upload.
ineffective.
No, not penis. Cletus. Oh,
Do not communicate via penis while you're on stream, please.
Please.
She said, "Did
So
you
it
yell
gets
penis?"
TOS.
I was like, how else would
Yeah,
I communicate to her without yelling or going upstairs that I don't
The
have
penis
my phone?
game. You say penis, you slowly get louder till she hears you.
I will run down this the software suite with you. You have earned this. I have Discord. She does not. She has Instagram. I do not. I have Twitter. She does not. Neither of us have Snapchat. Neither of us have WhatsApp.
It's just so lovely to see you guys doing so much together.
I don't know what else. I don't know what other platforms there are.
Like, what
we both
social
have
media apps do you
Slack,
have?
so
I
we
get
have
the
our own
others.
companies.
You're old
No,
enough.
I just
You
said
go
it was
try Facebook.
old. I just said it was old activity. All right. Model Ts are old. They still technically are cars. All right.
Are
It's fine.
anyways, all right, back to the
They wouldn't be street legal today, but
All right, it's a keep. I mean, I know that, but this one still feels different than the other ones.
Yeah, so it does feel different. You are very much correct. As to why it's different, you probably won't get that answer from out here, but going back to your structural questions that you were asking beforehand. So clearly this was the arrow slits, the way that it has a wall to the actual town or whatever it was before, as well as an inner wall before, like guarding around this keep or this building, definitely suggests that whatever was here was meant to be well guarded. But then again, there was also a keep literally built into a fucking mountain before. So that was also pretty well guarded. And who knows what the original structure of Hod Gwen would have been forever ago. That could have also been very well guarded. I mean, that keep that was noteworthy for you was deep underground. You know what I mean? So it does run the theme of being well guarded, but this is, you are correct, very structurally different than the others. No reasoning on the outside that you can identify based off of the architecture. There is, of course, that special stone. I think I said that to you last session. Wade, getting to something that is unique here. You notice something else that while you're here. So that tree that I mentioned to you, that large trunk, the for the lack of better phrasing, because I'm going to use real world terms for an in-game tree, is it's like a sycamore or like a redwood, right? Like a giant tree that is growing out here with a thick ass trunk, shooting up tall, and then the branches coming off higher up the trunk to have its leaves or whatever coming off of it. So that
Tall like IRL tall or tall like fantasy tall? Like how high up?
Have you ever seen a sycamore or a redwood, which is, I believe, a type of a sycamore? Maybe not.
I have, yeah.
So those are effectively fantasy tall. So that is
Can be, yeah.
that is what I mean by tall. Like we're talking stories up, growing well above the roof of the building, and then its branches canopying over.
Okay.
So you're seeing that, and this tree looks very healthy. So if you've ever seen an old tree, anywhere in the real world, you've seen that there's going to be some spots of it where maybe there was a bit of a decay or some rot or some injury points or whatever it is. And your character growing literally for a part of your life close to Eldamar, and then also living in nature, being part of the free folk for a long while, certainly no city folk. You pay attention to these things. You don't see any sick points or recovered from disease points or anything like that anywhere on this tree. It is very healthy. In stark contrast, you can see seemingly growing out from partially inside the building, there are branches of a very sickly, if not dead tree that are up there. You couldn't see it from the front of the building because you were too close for over here. The path that you had to take because your 21 survival check, you're able to walk more along the outer wall for parts of your path of safety going in the big circle, more along the outer wall and get a better angle. And also just the way that the roof is set up from over here, it's angled in such a way where it collapses that you can see there's like a sickly looking tree that seems to be growing inside this building too, which is strange, to say the least.
The parts of it that are growing out, are the vines connected to it at all, or is there nothing? It's just hanging out, and it just looks like a dead tree grew out of there. Like
Looks like a dead tree growing out of the
died.
middle of the building. The vines don't.
Okay.
If the vines are touching, it's somewhere that you can't
Not
see
there.
from here. Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, I'm
do I need
sorry.
to
When
roll
you said
the-
the vines, I'm sorry. In my mind, I was thinking the vines that were dangling.
I'm thinking
from-
thorny evil vines.
You mean I've been using the term Razorleaf for those vines just to make things so we understand each other. So for the Razorleaf, that grows periodically throughout. You wouldn't know if that's where it's coming from because it's growing out of the ground.
I'm still going off of my central point
Sure.
theory, so it's like, okay. Is it a nature check to try to compare anything about the dead tree, the tall, healthy tree, and the vines to see if it resembles one more than the other?
Great question. Go ahead and roll one. I should have prompted you that without you asking. And I'm
I
sorry.
clicked history. That's my bad. I just misclicked.
You're good. Much better result. You happy with your 15?
I kind of want to know more because I feel like this is important to the curse, perhaps. You guys happy with the 15 or should I luck it? We also have plus something. I don't know where the hype train finished.
4.
Fours.
Plus
You have
4s.
2 plus 4s.
I don't know if you guys think this is important or not. I think it could be. I don't know that for a fact, obviously.
I'll leave it. I'm okay if you want to luck it. I mean, we've failed a lot of our checks so far. I haven't learned much at all.
Just luck. So
It's
you
up to
want
you.
him to try for the 20? You want him to try for like a 17, 18?
No, not that far. I mean, not in my opinion.
Okay.
Jake, what do you think?
This is to learn more about the tree.
This is to compare the two trees and the razor vine to see if I can make any kind of connection among them. There's a dead tree, a really healthy tree, and then the razor vine, and it's a weird yin-yang situation.
If you're gonna do it, I would go for the 20. So I'd use the 4 and the what do you call it? But I don't. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, but it's up to you. If you're gonna do it, go all out.
Fine with that.
Yeah, he's saying it's not worth it unless you're trying to hit a 2021.
All right. Fuck. I hate to use resources. I'll do it.
You're already at a 19 because you took a +4 from a hype train, and now you're at a 22. I will give you more information. So you had already rolled well enough to notice that the type of tree from the two seem to be the same kind of tree. Remember I said beforehand about like how it is that the tree, it drops its seeds, and then the seeds theoretically would have to require an incredible amount of like heat, like a fire, to be able to allow the seeds to like crack so it can actually continue to grow. Well, seeing that dead tree inside there, maybe what happened was it dropped a seed inside there and started growing, but unfortunately at some point in time, maybe, looters over the course of the centuries or just happenstance or whatever caused a fire inside. Who knows whatever could have happened there. And so you're thinking that at first, but as you're like moving around and getting better angles, you're really thinking about what you're seeing there. And you realize two things. One, not only does that not look like that tree died from a fire, it doesn't look like charring. It looks like rot. Like that tree is a husk, like it had rotted out, like some sort of decay caused it to die. And two, based off of the couple of branches that you can see, because again, it's not super overt where it's sticking out, you couldn't see it from the front of the building. You're speculating that the tree inside might actually be older or about the same age as the tree inside, depending on when it died. It's hard to tell or hard to confirm the theory from here, but certainly if you get inside this building, you're going to want to look at the size of its trunk, and kind of can speculate further from there, and it won't require necessarily any further results to continue that speculation. But you believe it may have been like a twin tree, like about the same age, give or take, right? Or even older at some point. It doesn't look like it would have been a child's tree, but definitely not a fire. This is some sort of rot or decay would have killed this thing.
Okay. No correlation with the razor, whatever that I can make from this.
If that's the case, again, there's not enough from this distance to be able to make it out. But that's a really good result. I'd be more than happy to give you more details once you're inside. Just remind me.
Okay. With that, I think I'll make my way back because at this point I've kind of been off on my own for a while.
Yep.
I'll make my way back.
Yeah, absolutely. You finish the whole loop. You come. So Mikhail and Aldo, you see him come from the opposite direction he left towards. Is he scuffed up? Yeah, I mean, like he has a couple of like little marks or whatever on his clothes or whatever that are there. Maybe he's even bleeding from one spot, like a paper cut. But considering how long he was gone, he went by himself, so on and so forth, he's pretty confident in that pathway. He did a good job in picking his way through. The only reason why he even cut himself was because he was so distracted looking at the trees, looking at the building, looking at all that other shit, as opposed to just looking at the ground. Otherwise, he probably should have made it unscathed.
Did the vines move toward me at all while I was over there?
I mean, if you try to keep as much distance as possible from the Razorleaf, so it doesn't do that. But if you are within a range that you can touch it, it does. Hence why a scratch would even happen. Okay. And they don't move like, it's not like they whip out at you. They move ever so slowly, a few millimeters a second, when you're near it.
Yeah. There's definitely a better way in from the other side. It involves going through the vines a little bit, but they're not. It's a pretty clear path, all things considered. And the balcony that's over there, I think that we can break through a lot easier than we could, get through the door. There's also some stained glass, but I think we should avoid that and go for the balcony. The trees themselves, there's a tree growing out of the building that looks dead and rotted. I'll need to get a closer look if we get in. But the other tree, for how old it looks like it is impeccable. No signs of damage, decay, rot, something eating out the bark, nothing. Very opposite images. And they look to be, I would guess, about the same age, but again, it's hard to tell without getting a closer look. Probably at both, but at least the one inside.
Didn't take you for the botanist, Koa.
Well, I've grown up most of my life being out in the wilderness. Not much of a city folk. Nightstorm herself doesn't really like being in Hard Gwyn all that much, so I went to small towns, but with my family and the free folk, almost all of my time was spent out and about. And with this place being the Twisted Grove and the razor vines cutting us up, the plants seem to be well, at the forefront of my mind for whatever this curse may be.
You're probably not wrong though. Right, well,
Either
show
way,
me
it
where
seems to
you
have
want me
paid
to
off.
take this shot.
Will do. What was that, Mikhail?
That seems to have paid off. Yeah. But yeah, I'll just carry the rope and come after.
I'm far from an expert, so it's possible I've overlooked some things, but that's just my initial impression from looking around. Do we need to make survival checks to go back to that spot?
Okay. So I posted in Twitch chat the 4 options, if you will. I assume you're avoiding option C or 3, sorry, which is just continue to hit the door. Option 1 is go the balcony route that we talked about. Option 2A is the roof from here. What you didn't like that, the one that kind of went over the tower because it could get very difficult. Then there was 2B, which was the option to like shoot the shot, but it might tangle with the branches, but overall it'll be an easier climb. Then there's option 2C, which was the one where you have to make your way all the way around the building, but should be a relatively easy shot and a relatively easy climb afterwards. So I wasn't sure if you were shooting for roof or balcony, and if roof, which one?
I guess I'll lead them around to show them, because the path itself was not too dangerous, right? So I'll try to lead them around, again, avoiding the razor wire best I can. But I'll get their impressions as to what they're comfortable with trying to climb. I guess if we RP it out, the only concern Koa would have is if we break the windows or we damage the structure, we're opening it up to the elements more so than it already is, and whatever that's worth. Whether we care or not is debatable, but maybe we do.
If they're trying to take in any amount of sights as well, they'll have to beat a DC 5 survival check to follow your path. If they're just legitimately following you, no checks need to be made.
Mikhail's kind of curious. He's probably going to. Yeah. You said a
You
DC
guys are
what?
like, I would love to
5.
look around, but I'm not rolling survival.
Then survival. Oh shit. Okay. Well, there goes.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
I mean, it would give me a. Oh. A 2 would have been an unnatural 1. But it's not. It says 14, which I'll take.
Man, it would have been nice to have it too. Anyways, hey, look at that. Shameless plugging.
Who does
There-
self
there's
promo
no-
these days?
Is that why you're the unnatural ones? Because you frequently roll 2s with a -1 mod?
No.
Oh.
All the good names were taken.
That's not true. I'm sure we could come up with a nifty, quirky, nerdy name.
We went through a lot of names trying to figure out one that wasn't taken, and so many were.
What's wrong with
I don't remember
reroll
what the
dice?
one we really
Sometimes we
wanted
succeed,
was.
sometimes we fail.
It's a little short. We want something you can really chew on. It's
I
gonna be-
won't lie. Like the name Lost Initiative, I remember exactly when it came up with it because it was me and Brittany driving to Maine. But I was pretty proud of myself for that one. I was like, this is and then flash forward 6.5 years later when I was like, get lost in it. I was like, man, I'm so good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Are you sure you didn't come up with that name in the cemetery?
Oh yeah, I never finished that story. You see.
Yeah, we need a poll.
All right.
Jake and I woke up on 2 opposite sides of the
Oh.
bed today.
Yeah, that's something I'll forget to say. Yeah, just in our session yesterday, Giselle legitimately rolled 3 nat 20 attacks and confirmed crits. Like in
From
a
the
row.
dead?
Like
Or was she
Like-
alive?
her character is revived, unfortunately. So she nat 20'd her initiative, which was stupid house rules, so that she got 2 standard actions, and every attack
that
she
one.
crit on. Like nat 20 crit and confirmed. And absolutely trivialized this fight that we had this whole plan built up for.
As
So
a player, I love trivializing fights.
yeah. I'm fake mad. It was kind of impressive, honestly.
It is impressive. It's always
Aldo
cool when
just
those
following
moments
along
happen
then,
when the
Jake?
dice like
Yeah, I'm just
say it is
following
now
you.
your chance. All right, so you're just following Keegan. You make your survival check. Obviously, you easily pass, and so you are going to be able to make your way around, and you want to do a perception check along the way.
I was so convinced that was going to be the 2. I'm so glad it wasn't.
Yeah. So with your 15 total perception check, you're looking around, and again, you're able to take in a lot of the sites that were pointed out by Koa. Nothing extra. It's just you notice the things that he pointed out or is mentioning. You were able to take in all those sites. Not knowledge nature, that's something separate, right? But like all the details he points out, you see every one of them. So you guys see what I have just described and listed out for you. Which version, like which path do you want to take?
Yeah, Mikhail will be deferring to you two. This is much more of your areas.
What's the
Is-
easiest climb?
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's a fair question.
Honestly, probably the vines. Because it's only 20 feet. There's a much shorter climb. And again, using the vines themselves, the DC is going to be pretty darn low. It could be as low as a 5, which is climbing up a rope that's braced against a wall. Or at least pretty damn close to it. And it's such a, like, the risk is just so low comparatively. You know what I mean? But what was I gonna say? For the second option, the second easiest climb is gonna be the one where you keep going like kind of all the way around and you shoot your easy shot and are able to climb up straight up the roof. It's just it's a much longer climb, DC 5, but a much longer climb if you land the bolt.
They're saying what 2B is the easiest climb.
2C. Well, easiest is 1. 2C is the alternative.
1 is the easiest climb.
Yep.
Okay.
Was that the one you guys were wanting to do, the easier climb?
I'm just
Or
concerned
Mikhail
about the
would lean.
vines. I don't know. If they can. You think they can hold the weight?
If I remember right, we can also use the rope here along with the vine, so we can kind of wombo combo the two to make it easier. And if the vines start to slip, you could always have the rope as a fallback. If I'm remembering what Scott said originally.
That is absolutely an option. Shoot that up and hold on to the rope. But honestly, you probably don't even need that. It's vines. You can just climb up the vines.
Kind of scared of vines right now.
Yeah, they've not really been kind to us in this part of the world.
No, that was ivy.
I'm kind of scared of plants right now.
Okay, that's
They haven't
fair.
been they haven't been too kind to us.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. You're going up those vines. So, was it a very rough wall or ship riggings is a DC 10? But I mean, like, ship riggings are also like they move around way more. Like these are pretty dense vines. I'd probably put it more at like a DC 8. And the climb is only 20 feet high, which is not that bad. You know, it's a.
But we'd still probably want the rope, because that's a lower DC than.
The rope is a DC 5 as opposed to 8, but you're going up about 80 feet. So
I think
if
we're
you-
saying rope with the vines. That
Oh,
combo.
okay. Gotcha.
Well,
Hi,
then I
Steve.
think that's the way to go.
It
I
doesn't
see.
hurt to have the rope as a fullback. So if you can make the shot, then we can use it with the vines, and that way, if one thing goes wrong with the other, at least we have a fallback option, and we're not just falling.
Yeah, I would have to agree there. I'm not real confident in my ability, but hopefully with the rope it'll help.
Well, I can either go first and try to help you up, or I can go last in case one of you slips.
I think for me, it might be best for you to go first.
I agree.
All right.
Or after you get the rope up there.
Aldo would just aim. And
So because you're doing the balcony option, it's much closer, much easier shot. It's only AC 5. It's technically attack roll, so if you don't roll a natty 1, you succeed. And yeah, we'll take it from there. I didn't see your result. Okay, cool. Yeah, easily. I have the notes turned on. You can turn those off if you want. You just uncheck the box for the notes. I just put those on there so we don't fuck it up. And
you left the other end in
yeah,
there.
yeah, I know, I know. It's only one L and two N's. I know.
There it is.
And Jake's like, I'm not going to correct that. That is the correction.
Nope, it's history now.
Anyways, cool. Back to the game. So you take the shot and are easily able to shoot the thing up and get it to the grappling hook goes, and it hits onto something inside the balcony. And as you're pulling it back and checking for tautness, it ends up coming all the way back, but you're able to like give it like enough like swing back and forth that it wraps around a bit of metal framing that holds on to the smaller frames that would have been windows of this balcony from forever ago. Like I said, it is wood up there, but if the doors held on as strong as they did, as long as they have, certainly Koa's weight should be easily supported by what's up here. And God forbid, even if it broke, he literally has the vines to help him out with. You guys are pretty confident in this climb. Koa using the rope as the primary, but you are using the vines for your feet to like climb up with. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, this DC, because you're literally climbing up a rope, which is supposed to be the easiest thing, and you're not just like reverse rappelling. You're not like literally using what's that movie? Princess Bride. You know, like holding onto the rope and perpendicular walking up the wall. You actually have vines to put your feet in, like actual slots. This DC is only a 4. It's really easy. I don't even know if you can fail that.
Let's find out. Nope.
I don't see your result.
You don't? Scroll down.
It just says Aldo Stella. Oh, there we go. Now
You might need to refresh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it came in now.
Yeah, I can see it.
Cool.
Really
So 25. Yeah, you definitely don't fail. And what's your modifier for this? I'm trying to see
Why does
that.
it show me I rolled a 9 on your side, but I rolled a 19 on mine? It's a +6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you literally can't fail. Cool. So you start making your way up the vines, and like I said beforehand, it is an incredibly easy climb for you to do. So much so that your companions down there can like see confidently that there's no issue with you going up there. No issue with you going up there, except
Jumping up there.
I have to open roll because I got Daddy's dice, and that means I also get plus 1d6 to this roll. And
Blame
this is
yourself.
against your flat-footed AC, so I do apologize, but it's
You have
against...
a good chance of hitting me.
Hmm?
You have a pretty good chance of hitting me. I would imagine, so.
I'm aware, especially with what my modifier for this is. Are you ready? My attack roll against your flat-footed AC. Watch me roll a natty 1 and just fail. Oh my god! I actually rolled a natty. No!
Yeah.
No!
We did watch you do it.
My God!
No!
We did watch you do it. Yeah.
Fucking roll
I
a
hate
natty
to say
1.
this, Scott,
Poetry.
but you missed.
No!
Yeah, it's a natural 1.
Ah! God, no!
And it's an
You had
11.
a +10 to your roll. And you
Look,
missed
Lance,
me
it's your number.
flat-footed.
That is
Crazy.
so painful.
You just lanced this.
Solidarity for Scott.
Okay, let me describe what before we go to the next
Poor
rolls here.
Lance. I'm sorry, Lance.
As you're climbing up the rope and you're about, 10, close to 15 feet up the climb, getting to the point where like you almost can see over, you can actually start seeing into the balcony, but not quite able to see like over the ledge to like properly look in yet. As you're going up there, all of a sudden your foot, like it has a couple times beforehand, gets stuck inside the vine. You're like, what the? And you go to pull it free, but then like it's like properly stuck, and you're kicking, and finally like you look down to see what's going on, and you're like, no, your foot is like really stuck. So you kick your foot, you kick the vine a couple times at your free foot to get your foot free because it's stuck there. And that's when you realize you didn't just tangle your foot. The vine is actively wrapping up and around your leg. It's like actively trying to grab your leg and pull it in. Fortunately for you, Wade, you shot the fucking rope up there. And so you grab onto the rope and you kick the vine and twist your leg just enough that you can pull your leg free, even if your boot feels a bit loose on your foot, doesn't remove. And you're able to like swing and roll yourself away from the vines so that you're free hanging on the rope. So it would be DC 15 if you want to keep climbing. But you're free hanging on the rope about 5 feet from where you need to be above head, adjacent to the vines, as the vines themselves are starting to move and shift over towards coming at you. And I don't mean a couple millimeters a second the way that the Razorleaf was. No, these vines are actively shifting themselves over to come and grab at you. Everybody's keenly able to see this. Everybody has to roll an initiative for this.
Hi, Molly.
Molly!
Hello.
Molly.
God just hit a 5% chance of missing me, and he hit it.
No, Molly, Wade is getting wrapped up in me. That's what's happening right now.
Could have been, but like...
Okay.
Where's my...
After like 2 or 3 sessions of rolling like shit, man, this has been a good one today. I say in the first hour, which cannot possibly turn around on me.
And everybody's rolled. Yay. Cool. And Koa gets to go first. So, Koa, with you having the win in initiative, which is really good for you. So as this vine is trying to grab at you and so on and so forth, you're able to oh, that's funny because like on the stream, there's literally vines going up. So, fun fact, when I talked to the artist about making this building, making this overlay, I explicitly did it with this keep in mind. I just didn't have too much of the filigree running through the stone, so you'll see a couple of little light spots here and there, but for the most part, it's not in there because I thought it would be too distracting on the overlay. But anyways, so there's literally vine on the overlay, and Wade, you get to go first before it's able to continue trying to grab at you. Koa, like I said, he just rolls away from it, so he's free holding on to the rope that's there. Climbing the rest of the way up is a DC 15. And you're able to get yourself up and off the ledge. You're actually it's close enough that if you pass that check, you'll be fully standing up above and not just like free hanging anywhere. Or you can free action let go and fall the 15 feet, in which case it's a acrobatics, I believe, to take no damage on the way down. DC 15, or because it's over 10 feet, I'd say probably DC 18 to not take any damage and land on your feet. And your turn, sir.
Okay. The vines, are they just vines? Are they connected to like something that resembles the creatures we fought? Like as I'm getting away from this, like am I just looking at more vines?
Unfortunately, it looks like vines, but now that you see them moving, something pulls deep into your comes pulling deep out of your memory from your childhood, where you'd heard about these things. The stories were sold about these things beforehand. There's a colloquial name in Perrin of what they're called. The translated name is to something that's called an assassin vine. They're literally vines. They look like regular vines, but to the they're a carnivorous plant that to the unsuspecting person, they would grab and pull them in and hold them until eventually they're suffocated and slowly decay their bodies with the secretions that they have. They even have a very sweet smelling flower that blossoms on them in the late spring, early summer. You can't see that flower right now because it's too early in the season. Otherwise, you probably would have noticed this beforehand. That you rolled a 19 perception check, not a 20 earlier. So, should have lucked it, I guess.
Damn it. Sorry, Molly came down and was asking me about food, so I was trying to answer her at the same time.
Yeah, you're good.
If I go up or down, can I still reach this thing to like attack it?
Oh, if you go up, you absolutely can. And because it's such a short distance, your reduced speed from climbing, you could climb up there, draw your weapon, and attack, because you could draw as part of move, and you can. It's such a short distance, you can do that.
Okay.
Dropping, you would go, hopefully not on your ass, because then you probably wouldn't be able to attack it unless you're attacking from the ground. So, DC 15.
You're always getting a little bit
DC
low on rages here today. Do I use rage to climb an attack, or do I hold on to it? That's always the question.
That is a plus
'Cause
4 to your
rage would
strength.
help. Yeah, it would help the climb.
And the attack. I mean, I would if I were you, but maybe.
I'm thinking, yeah. I'm also thinking I'll do it.
Yeah.
All right. Koa is tired of plants. I rage. So you see him get grabbed by the vine. He kicks off, kind of swings out a little bit, and just lets out a and starts furiously trying to climb up. He goes to reach for his sword first, but he's like, I better get to the top before I hold the sword. So we climb, baby.
Draws a sword force. Has a claymore between his teeth like a pirate.
Poking at it while I climb.
All right. Yeah, we all do bigs. Just don't tell him when it happens. Oh, you pass. That's awesome.
Woohoo!
So I'll let you describe it. You easily climb up there and find your footing inside the place. I'm going to say you're raging, so you're so focused, you're not looking at the area around you. You're so focused on getting up there, getting through the frame there, like working your way through, and then attacking the thing. Feel free to make your attack roll before you describe if you want, or you can describe first.
Koa gets up. He just furiously climbs, taking like a bit of a pull up, almost free fall, but upward when he pulls and just keeps going like to get up as fast as possible. He's like, I don't want to say yanking himself because it sounds weird, but yanking himself up.
No, you said it twice.
Yeah, that sounds like me. And then he pulls out his sword after being yanked and swings it. His sword. And I'm going to remember, since we had a combat last time, that I have a power attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
-1
I'm
to
gonna
attack roll,
use
plus 30
it.
damage.
14.
14 solid.
Yeah.
I will keep it.
Are you sure you're happy with it?
Yes.
Okay. A 14 hits.
All right. I do 20 slashing damage.
So much damage.
A lot.
It is a lot of damage.
Yeah, but I'm level 2 now, so you're probably going to start introducing things that are immune to slashing. Because I'm a high level character.
I have no idea what you're talking
And I
about.
have so many other tricks in my bag, like hold shield and dip water.
Luckily, when you deal with plants, slashing is not what they're resistant to. It's usually piercing. So with your 20 points of slashing damage, let me just make sure I get my thing right. You cut this thing, and almost all of the roots, that because you can find, first you're cutting at it as it's coming at you, you're slashing at it. It's not just one hit; it's like 2 or 3 quick swings in succession. Breaking free a couple of the vines that are moving towards you. But then you realize that there are 2 like core roots that are anchoring this thing inside the building. 2 of them. It looks like these are, just like if you're pulling roots out of the ground, like these seem like the actual roots to this plant that are anchoring it into the balcony area up above, as opposed to being grown from down below. And so with one final heavy swing, you swing and you completely sever one of those roots, and you nick the other one. So you can see it's like secreting some sort of, semi-translucent, off greenish, oozy liquid, but you do not completely sever the other root that's there. This plant is probably not doing very well. It would, it could theoretically even die just from this kind of an injury. You've hurt it pretty immensely, but it is not done moving yet. And so
maybe it'll retreat.
I'm sorry?
Maybe it'll run away.
Oh yes, plants. They move so fast.
They have such terrible morale too, you know.
Yeah. That's so short.
Oh, I should have intimidated it.
Cowards.
Now I already used my move.
So what it's going to do is, as it starts to move towards you, it does two things. One of the roots inside the plant, maybe it's a continuation of the core roots up above, maybe it's just a thick branch of whatever was down below, actually juts down hard into the ground, almost like a spike into the ground down below. And when it does that, it actually causes all of the grasses and roots and vines and Razorleaf in the ground around Mikhail and Aldo to start moving, not just a little bit at first, and then much more rapidly starts moving and coming at them. Effectively, you're in an entangle spell. I need a reflex save from the two of you. While that's happening, some of the other roots that are above that you were like hacking away at, others replenish it, are like replacing them, and it is going to attempt to attack you again, sir. My next roll also has to be open rolled because I got 2 daddy's dice, so my first 2 rolls have to be open rolled with the modifier. I do not think I'm going to roll a natty 1 twice in a row.
Is a natty 1 an automatic fail?
Automatic failure. It doesn't matter. Yeah. My result could be 105 and I fail.
Okay, because if you have anything like last time, I'm not sure you can fail this.
Yeah,
What are the odds of 2 in a row?
Very well. 1 in 400 technically. All right, cool. 18 absolutely hits. So a couple things are going to happen, and then I'm going to describe the whole thing all together. First and foremost, Wade, this when this grabs at you, as a bunch of little tendrils are moving at you, you're instinctively trying to hack at them, but you, unfortunately, in your rage, are a little distracted and don't see one of the thicker branches, again, not root, one of the thicker branches ends up swinging hard and slamming into Koa's, like, over where his neck meets his shoulder, and it hits him really, really hard there. I will open roll this as well so you can see the damage from it. This is going to be /R because it's part of the other thing. This doesn't get a bonus though. Making sure I'm hitting this right. And my damage is correct. He takes a whopping 11, -1, 10 points of damage from this. An insane attack roll that fucking nearly knocks Koa out cold as it smashes him. And I have to make a grapple check against you to see if I successfully grab you.
Okay.
I have to open roll that as well. And that is going to be with a +10 against your CMB. I do not get the +1d6 on this, though.
The CMD is a defense.
Oh, okay. I was like, my CMB is not very high.
My CMB against your CMD. I do have a very good roll, though, because this is what this creature's core ability is. A 17 probably passes against you.
It does.
Even with you raging? Because your number should have changed with your raging. Okay.
I'll tell you right now, you beat it by 1.
Thank you, love. I'm killing Wade. Yeah, he's getting wrapped up in it.
All he has to do is like drop me off the roof head first.
Yeah, he couldn't make a good enough deal on the furniture, so yeah. I'm assassin binding him. All right, hi.
There's nothing like hearing your character die and being baby talk in the background.
Right?
God?
Does Scotty have Wadey by the ankle? Oh, he does. He does. You're going to drop 30 feet on your head. Oh. You can have your -1 damage reduction to that.
Cool. So, and you're entangled, which has no negative effect at the moment. So you're entangled. Okay. So Wade, you want to do, not entangled, my apologies. You want grappled as a condition for you. Okay. Grappled. So as this thing smashes into where your neck meets your shoulder, and nearly knocks you out cold, and then some of the other vines, because you're distracted and swaying from that, start wrapping up to grab around Koa. While that's happening, down below with those reflex saves, the two of them are able to deftly dodge around each of those, and are able to avoid them as they're coming at them. So much so that failing that not only would have entangled your characters, but also would have done damage. You guys were able to avoid all the damage from the Razorleaf entirely. Remember, when you're in an entanglement area, though, you have to make a reflex save at every turn at the beginning of your turn, and you move at half speed.
That is screaming at you, and I don't know why.
Scott, tell Scott he's messing up. No, can't turn back. He's not going to see it in time.
I have no idea. Just I looked over and there was a bunch of Scott.
Hear it. plus 10.
There's a
No.
redeem.
Yikes. No. Wade, Koa. No. What
They're
the hell
probably
are you
yelling
talking
about the redeem. There was a redeem earlier that you probably saw and I haven't got to.
Oh. A minute
gave him
ago.
too much
Sorry,
credit.
I looked at Brittany, so I didn't see the screen on my far right hand side. There was a redeem, and I did not see that. Hold on. It was a redeem for heroic fortune, and they gave it to Wade. But Wade, that redeem happened during my turn. So heroic fortune wouldn't have affected you yet, but you do have heroic fortune. So
Okay.
Keegan, do you mind blooping that in chat? Because I don't think they have it on their character
Yeah.
sheets. So Wade can look at
I
the
can-
options of it. Wade, you have 1 minute, which is 10 rounds in game,
Thank
to
you.
be able to use this. But that was only a minute ago, so it was after your turn ended that it took place.
You can use it to act immediately. That's what I used it for.
Even if
last
I've already
time.
used it, even if I already had my turn this round, because I went first.
Yeah, because it's basically like a immediate action. I think is what it says. Where to go. Act out of turn. Act immediately. Treat this as a ready action, moving your initiative. You can only take a move or standard action with it, but it is act immediately. You treat it as a ready action, effectively.
Okay. So I could have either used it to have a turn as Scott was having his turn, or I could have used it on my roll to resist the entangle, or
I
No,
saw
that-
it pop
he
up
rolled.
after the
He-
grapple was confirmed.
I didn't roll for that. He rolled for that. I didn't.
Yeah.
So I don't
There
think
was
it
no
affected
roll for
that
there.
roll.
So-
you could just
So this
Back to
happened
now,
after my
right?
turn. This happened after my turn had already started. So,
Yeah.
because what you would have done is you could have done it as I started my turn and did it, but my turn was already completed. I had already done
or
X, Y,
between
and
actions.
Z. So
Yeah.
that it wouldn't have made sense for you to have done the interrupt the way Keegan did it before. Absolutely, we'll be able to do it again. Or your prepared action could be, I prepared an action so that when my buddy attacks it, I do too. Ha ha! Whatever. You can do it on somebody else's turn just after mine. So what we'll
Okay.
do at this point is we're going to move on to Aldo's turn. And you could theoretically jump in and have a standard action in the middle of or before Aldo's turn. That was the first time we go to Aldo and say, Aldo, what are you doing with your turn, sir?
We do any other things, of course.
Oh, and Aldo, you
can
have
I
Lessons of
attack
Roga.
it?
So why don't you bloop that before you
Oh.
tell me what you're doing with your
Damn,
turn?
y'all are blowing your load on this vine. I appreciate that.
That's pretty
He's
solid.
like, I climb up. I need this for the climb check.
That speed is huge because that speed boost is so high. He could theoretically climb all the way up there in one go if he wanted to climb up the ascent. Fine.
Yeah, you get on up there and you take
Climb the
11
rope.
points of damage in one hit.
Like makes a
Or plus
perfect
4 to the
ramp
climb check
using
for climbing up
Koa.
the rope.
Yeah.
Attacking this thing, even though it has Koa grappled, it's large enough that I can attack without the melee bonus, right? I mean, the thing.
You are able to hit a square that is not affected by Koa. That is correct, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to try and shoot it.
I mean, you're close enough to it. You can also just hit it.
I've explained this to you before, Scott. Okay, I can't hit it. I am not a melee fighter. I have a -1 strength, and this is not a light weapon.
I think I can't remember. Are you an unchained rogue or a regular one?
Unchained. If it was a light
next level.
weapon,
Next level.
it still has to be a light weapon.
No, I know, but next level is where things get much better for you.
Yes, it does. So I guess I'm just going to. He quickly just kind of like dodges out of the way of the vines coming at them.
Reflex save. Please.
And
You have to do an entanglement spell. You have to do it at the beginning of your turn. It's just the way it goes. It's Goose and Gander. Druids like casting that because it makes people roll twice before they move.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a low roll. So are you happy with this result or?
No, I mean I'll just take it, I guess.
So if you take it, air quotes, you become entangled. Do you remember the rules of entangled?
Not off the top of my head.
I lost dexterity, I'm pretty sure.
Can't move, and I think there's other penalties.
There are. So when you're entangled,
You've used that +4 to this check, by the way.
So you,
Good.
sir. An entangled creature moves at half speed, which you already are moving at half speed anyways. You cannot run or charge. You take a -2 at all attack rolls and a -4 penalty to dexterity, which means a -4 to your attack rolls because a 2 and 4 equals 2 more, right? An entangled creature who attempts to cast a spell must make a concentration check. So you would have effectively a -4 to your attack roll.
I don't know if a reflex save counts as an ability check.
No, it's a saving throw.
Yeah, well,
would-
there's not much I can do.
I would go with there's still another +4.
We have a +4 from chat still. If you want to use that, you could use that in a luck, assuming you need a 13 or a 14.
Mhm.
I don't know what I rolled. I didn't get to roll. That's right. I keep thinking I rolled, but I had the CMD check.
Without giving away the number, believing the DC is in that 12-13 range is a pretty safe bet. It could be as low as an 11, but that's unlikely. Being as high as a 15 would be insane. That'd be an insanely high DC. What's up, Jake?
I just don't want to use it in case Wade needs it. That's the thing.
I have a hero point.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I will use it then.
Is
But
Gwen nearby so I can use it?
She's always in your heart.
yeah, okay. I'll use it, and that'll get me to 12. I guess I'm gonna have to luck it just in case. Otherwise, it's a waste of the +4.
So you're gonna use the
good.
+4 and luck it because you're concerned that the DC of 12 is too low, so you want to get all the way up to a 16.
But just making sure, because I don't want to waste it if it's a 13.
No,
right?
you're fine. So you're still moving at half speed, but you don't have to worry about any of the other effects. And while the creature is large and it does have a bit of reach, you're far enough away from it that it can't make an attack of opportunity against you as you're backing up to make sure that you're safe. So you still don't take any damage because you're able to deftly move. You almost stepped into a whole razor bush. So what happens is you as you're like loading your crossbow and like making that turn or whatever, as you do so, you almost walk into like a huge friggin' like nexus of a whole bunch of this razor leaf that's right there. And a whole bunch of vines are going to pull you, into that razor leaf. And as soon as you see it, you do one of those. If anybody here has ever been a server before, one of those like awkward stop shorts where you get up on your toes and your whole body gets like rigid and you're like up and leaning forward, and somehow you barely pull yourself from falling forward by like turning to the side, and you almost like spin or juke around the thing to get around and duck away so you could turn back and take that shot.
Yeah.
Rolls 91. No. Your attack roll is, by the way, your speed is increased by 20. So your speed's 50, so you can still move 25 feet away with relative ease. So
yeah,
you can do that, and that actually takes you out of the range of where that is. So you're actually now just outside the range of the entanglement, so you don't have to make any more checks for the rest of this combat unless you move in. Okay.
Right,
so you're able to use that part of the blessings in your benefit. Cool.
Yeah.
You hit. You plunge that arrow deep into this creature up above, so that you didn't know exactly where you were shooting for. You were just trying to go for like a spot that seemed important, and you noticed the way that it was like shifting and moving. It seemed to be shifting and moving around like one kind of like central spot. Lots of movement happening around one area that seemed relatively still, and so you end up shooting an arrow that digs into the vine that's there, and that where you had shot the arrow in, it actually causes a split to go up inside the vine, because as much as this thing is supposed to be, what's the word I'm looking for here, have like malleability to it, there's a certain amount of rigidity to the outside of this vine that allows us to give such heavy thwacks and such a hard grab. And that a split runs up the vine. It should have been fine. It should have been okay. But the way that Koa had done that heavy nick up above with the first attack he had done, it actually ends up causing enough damage up there that as that split goes, it completely breaks off up there where he had done that nick, and makes it so that all the weight is now on less than a whole vine. And a couple seconds later of you seeing a whole bunch of goop oozing out of this now split open anchor wade, that anchor just can't take the weight anymore, and it ends up snapping and starting to fall down, which unfortunately for Mikhail, he is right there beneath the vines as they're starting to like tumble down. You're the only one that didn't move away. As they're starting to tumble and like flop
Not
down.
even go yet.
Am I still
But it
entangled
move
in the
away.
vines as they're falling?
You are currently still entangled in the vines unless you do something to stop yourself.
Yeah, I think I might have to. Hang on here. That wasn't what I was expecting to do this for.
I mean, I'm gonna have you make a roll anyways. So the thing is starting to fall. It's sliding off and it's starting to fall down. As you're going off the ledge, Koa, you're not next to your rope anymore because you climbed up the rope and then ran over and attacked the thing at its base, right? But Koa, still raging at the moment, is in his anger. He's holding his sword in one hand. He's sliding. He's oh shit! You know, maybe even try to stab the sword into the ground. But you see that the frame that you're falling through. There's like a moment where you might be able to reach out and grab that frame to hold yourself.
Can I both do that and try to grab the vine to stop it from falling on Mikhail?
Oh!
That would be very heroic.
I'm gonna say yes. It's two things here. It is a reflex save to grab. And then it's a strength check to hold it. Roll your reflex save. Oh, before you roll either of those, do you want to use so with your inspiration that was given to you?
I'm gonna have to use that as a +8 on the reflex save because boy, oh boy, while entangled, that reflex save is a bad number.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's
Well,
smart.
not entangled,
that in.
grappled. You're grappled, not entangled. But yeah,
Well, grapple's the condition I put.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you called
cool,
it
cool,
entangled.
It's still minus, yeah.
Okay. And I'm
Minus
assuming
2,
as
I
I'm
think.
falling, I'm still grappled with it. So
yeah.
I put I don't know why I put a 7. I put a +8 temporarily on my reflex save.
Yep. Don't roll that one. That's not a failure. Hey! You are able to
Take it.
easily grab the grab the frame that's there, and now
Thank
make
you.
for me your strength check, sir. But because you use that for the +8 there, I'm actually going to be nice enough to say +4 transfers over to the strength check from this.
Okay, let me take away another round of rage because I'm still technically
Wait, who
raging.
you said Lance gave that? Does that mean I have to be nice to him for
Oh
a
no,
little
no, it
bit?
wasn't Lance. Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, that wasn't
Okay,
Lance.
Oh wait, was I
That's
supposed? Is this my turn? Am I supposed to be rolling Vroga or is this what's?
Oh
what is
no,
happening?
this isn't your turn.
Okay, this is
This is
happening
this
because-
is technically still Jake's turn.
Why is that? Hold on 1 second. Let me take power attack off. Okay, got it. So whenever I click rage, my temp goes to a +3. So you're saying just to add another 4 to this?
For your strength. Yes. Wait, we can mental math it.
I have to because it won't let me add it right now.
Yep, mental
So-
math it works.
Add a +4 to this. Please roll well. 13.
So you're sitting on a 13 to grab this like huge mess of vines on the way down falling on Mikhail. Do you feel as though a 13 is high enough to grab this thing and stop it from falling on Mikhail?
I think a
Hey,
16
with a
is.
16 total,
It's better.
you are able to grab the vine. The DC was 15. You're able to grab the vine and hold it. So as you're going down, there's this moment you're like trying to grab the sword, use the sword to stop you, but that's not working. So you literally just like let go of the sword and leave it up on the ledge above. And with one arm, you loop your arm around the frame that's up there and hold on, clenching with all of your might with your shoulder, everything, just holding on with all of your might. And then as the thing's going and it's wrapped up around you, it's unraveling around you because it doesn't have as much strength to it. And you've properly anchored yourself. And so instead of allowing it to unravel itself and fall, you end up reaching out and grabbing a whole fistful of vines as best you can. And, give yourself that extra moment to then, kind of like grab it between your ankles and your knees and squeeze and hold it tight long enough that you're now literally holding this thing. And wait, this thing has to be a few hundred pounds. This is no small feat.
Oh,
This is quite the heavy thing for you to be holding with just one arm, and as well as your own weight. As you're dangling there holding it, and you can, I imagine, let out a grunt or a scream or something of both pain. Yeah, of both pain and just like might. Mikhail, it's your turn, sir. It has not fallen on you.
Did the razor stuff stop wiggling? Am I good on that?
Yeah, great question. You see this, you're like, oh shit, and then like it stops, and then you're like, okay, and you turn to move, and you just take the extra second to look, and all of them have kind of like started to fall flat or almost recoil, not quite back to where they were. So any roots that would have come up are still unearthed, but are no longer moving anymore. Everything seems still.
Okay. So instead of carefully getting the fuck out of the way, I'm just gonna get the fuck out of the way.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
So as a reminder, you are still running through the Razorleaf area, so I do still have to have you make a reflex save. It's only a DC 7 though, because they've shifted, so Wade's like safe path is not the same as it was before.
Okay.
And you get the fuck out of the way. Easily get the fuck out of the way, all the way back because you're not moving at half speed anymore, all the way back to where Aldo is. So you can recoil all the way to him, and allowing Koa, I imagine once you see that Mikhail's free, or he calls out that he is.
I dropped the vine.
There's a boom. Like if you guys weren't already impressed, when there's a boom followed by like a as the different heavier vines hit the ground, yeah, that was fucking impressive.
I have a follow-up. I don't recommend using the vines.
Holy shit, Koa, that was a lot.
I'm gonna fall out of rage after I pull myself up, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So you start pulling yourself up, falling out of rage, whatever it is. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to charge another round of rage. You pull yourself up there, and are able to be up on the inside the balcony, kind of like lying there, catching your breath, with your sword like within a reach over, but like within arm's reach of where you are.
We'll call it 30 seconds of fatigue then.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yep. Feel free to drop into RP or whatever your plan is from here, and then when you're ready, Wade, I can describe inside the area. But feel free to.
Is there like an area that's kind of flat where I'm at? Can I like lay for a second and catch my breath?
Absolutely, 100% yes.
Okay, making sure there's no plants around again. Do I need to roll for that?
There are plants around, because
any that look threatening at the moment.
Oh, okay. It seems fine, but I imagine like when you look over and then you see like a plant like very close to your face. This is one of those like you sit up just to like take a proper glance. So roll a perception
spiders,
check.
now fucking trees.
You roll perception or knowledge nature. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'll take that. I rolled it already.
Is a perception better roll?
They are the same modifier.
Cool. Then I'll take this as though it was a knowledge nature because I said it late and it's the same mod, so it doesn't matter either way. So you look around, you analyze the plants that are inside here, and very quickly you realize it's safe. It's safe. All of these are safe plants. Don't get me wrong. There is a small amount of Razorleaf inside here, but it's not near enough to you to worry about it. It's not even near enough to you that it's going to start trying to like creep over at you. Very small amount. You're safe inside here. Again, we'll gladly drop it into RP.
You all right?
Yeah, thanks to you. You get up there? Nothing moving?
Not yet.
I'm gonna now much more carefully move back to where I was and examine the heap of vines. How is this thing?
A really
stab
bad
it.
foothold.
I do stab it.
Yep, absolutely. You stab it, and when you stab it, it's actually, again,
Dark side
remember how we
point.
said it's a bit harder than you would expect, for vines tend to be, more malleable, more stuff. It's actually a bit harder than you would have expected. So when you go to stab it, you're not even sure if you puncture it well enough with just like the typical stab that you would do, because you're not like sitting there like, you just like doing like a jab. You don't even like, it's not oozing the way that Koa makes it.
Go on. I'm very hurt.
Koa makes that vine ooze.
I'm gonna stab it a little hard. So,
Do you do that? Do you actually like take a moment and like
yes.
plant your foot the right way and actually thrust? You know what? Roll me your damage roll.
It's funny because you're stabbing, so you're piercing.
When you jab to do this, we'll assume it's a critical hit because it's it would have been confirm whatever it is. Most of your attack roll, actually like because of how the point of the blade hits the thing, it unfortunately gets kind of deflected to the side for the just the rounded nature of the vine, and so most of it is deflected to the side, so you don't even properly jab into it. You just leave like a little bit of a slice, and so there is like a small cut there that's causing a bit of the ooze to come out, but it's nowhere near as effective of a jab as you had hoped for.
Jeez. Yeah, piercing's not really the way to go with these. It doesn't seem like. Pretty sure it's dead though.
That's good.
Can I do knowledge nature to try to learn something about this thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bean?
Cool. So assassin vines, they are non-intelligent. They're just carnivorous plants that hunt things that are nearby, whatever causes a trigger to it. And the trigger isn't necessarily something that touches it, though that obviously would be a trigger. If something touches it, waits till it's more in the central part of its mass before it attacks. That way it's easier to kind of like grapple it or whatever. But it also will attack things that are within close enough proximity to it if they're hungry enough. What do I mean by hungry enough? As I said beforehand, they actually have this beautiful and very sweet smelling flower that normally blossoms on them in the late spring and throughout the summer. They might be there as late as early fall, depending on what kind of assassin vine it is. And so during that time, it's literally just kind of a, I forget the word, but like a sitting and waiting predator, like a trapdoor spider kind of a thing. Like
ambush.
Like almost like an ambush predator. Thank you. Waiting for things to come to it. But when you're talking about after it's been starving for a while, so throughout the winter months, it will actually move. Like they'll travel as far as like say 100 feet or so looking for food. If it senses that there is food nearby, it will actually creep itself. They don't move particularly quickly, and when they move, it unfortunately gives away the fact of what they are, because they're ambush predators. So if they're stationary, they're very hard to notice. But if they're moving, So either way, that's how they typically hunt. So Koa climbing up it was just like the perfect situation for it. And you can imagine it's not starving right now because there's just so much more life moving around in the spring. Either way, so that. You clearly know that it has some amount of, we'll call it damage reduction, of piercing damage. Luckily, Aldo did enough earlier after Wade's, I think Wade did 20 and at 22 health points. So Aldo did just enough to finish it off earlier, which is nice.
That thing fucking hurt. It hit me once and it was, 11 damage?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You only took 10 of, but that's still a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I took damage before from the little dudes.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, me too. I took
death by 1,000 cuts from Koa.
Okay.
A crit from that
like
thing.
So I know they're not like poisonous or anything like that we need to worry about.
Yeah, both you and Koa, for your knowledge of these things, some species do have poison, but those species are have thorns to them, because like they'll stab you and like inject the poison that way, right? Because that's how it'll go in. But this one does not have any of that. It's not uncommon to have like a mild allergy to them, so like that goopiness that comes out of them certainly can cause like a skin irritation. It's like almost like a mild rash or like hives, but nothing that like really would cause you harm, just discomfort, but nothing crazy. And the only person here that got goopy was Koa. So, and Koa doesn't think that he's allergic to it. So.
Oh, yeah. These are assassin vines, all right. The fuck.
Can you
I guess we
speak
should
up,
have expected
Mikhail?
it. Oh, these are assassin vines. Shut up. I guess this would be an obvious place for them, given all the vegetation. Out here where there's got to be other animals and things that creep through.
Only one idiot who climbs the wall.
For now.
Who's next?
Maybe I should go last. If for some reason you
All
fall, probably better stabilizing you, you know?
Hey, I'll take it.
Are there any
Although, like,
vines left on the wall that weren't
oh,
assassin
probably.
vine, or was the whole thing assassin vine?
The whole mess was assassin vine. So there's just the rope that's left, meaning that what was supposed to be the easiest climb is now 20-foot free climb of but while that's true, Koa does know they can just hang on to the rope and he could just pull them up.
How long does it take to pull someone 20 feet up?
Oh, that's not that bad actually. So if you think about it, so they're hanging 20 feet down or whatever, right? Or technically not even 20 feet down, like because their arms can go up, let's say some distance. So you're just pulling like, let's call it like 13 feet up. You just can grab the rope and just walk backwards, pulling it with you, which shouldn't be too hard to do. First, let's look inside the balcony area that you're in. So the balcony that you're in, Wade, as I said before, and it used to be an open air balcony, you believe, because the windows that you're seeing aren't just windows that made the walls around you before you into the sides of you or so on. It also looks like it would have made the roof of this this balcony as well. Like the whole area above you all would have been glass looking out into the beyond for many years ago when people would have stood inside this place and just kind of like seeing out and beyond. Up there now, just a whole bunch of like plants or whatever it is that are growing onto, or tons of bird shit that's up there, so on and so forth. Just like it's just, dirty, nasty glass you can't even see through. More casting shadow in here than anything else. If the glass is still there, most of it's just broken, so open air from that. That's for the area that's exposed out. But much like when you were at the keep in the mountains, how some of the balcony was out under the open sky and some of the balcony was underneath a stone roof. Once you like look deeper into the balcony, which is not as large as the one that was in the mountain keep, once you like look back, so the balcony that stretches out that would have had this kind of like open glass area is about 15 feet, a little bit more than outwards. And, kind of like, obviously not, it domes inward the where the glass would have been overhead. Once you go in that 15 feet, you can then see there's another 10 feet deep that are where there's like a stone roof, and that all kind of converges. That all kind of converges back to where the stone wall is, and there is a door across the way. It is a single door, not a double door, and looking at it from here, it looks far more rotted or worn than the ones you had seen before, which again tracks with all the other keeps that you've seen. These upstairs exterior doors, they're strong. They're meant to keep people out in case somebody gets in this way, but they're less important than a downstairs door. You know what I mean? Which, yeah. Either way, so about 25 feet back, you have for room. It's not clear. Like there's debris and all sorts of shit inside here from who knows what kind of animals made nests or whatever over the hundreds of years. And like the compiled dirt or whatever. But it seems safe to you that if you want to just grab a rope and pull, you should be fine.
I can try pulling you up one at a time if you want to grab the rope.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'll grab
Just
hold.
hold on tight in case it slips. Not that it will, but
All right.
Cool. Are you grabbing the rope and walking backwards, or are you like pulling the rope?
probably whatever gives me the best leverage and I'm the least likely to drop them doing.
Okay. So, unfortunately, complicated answer. If you walk back, easiest check for you, best leverage for you. But they have to pass a DC 5 climb check to get over the ledge and get in, no problem.
That's probably the one I would do then.
Higher strength check for you to stand there and do it, but they don't need to make a strength check at the end or a climb check at the end. You just pull them in.
They got to do something here, man.
Okay, cool. Wade, make me a strength check. It's actually not hard to pull them up. Well, actually, what's your strength score right now with your reduced strength?
Yeah, I was at a 15, so that only got me to a 14, so it's still a +2.
Wade, you don't even need to make a strength check. Never mind. You are able to just grab the rope and walk with it and not have an issue. They have to make a DC 5 climb check. Who's first?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you will. Cool. Thanks for leaving Mikhail downstairs alone for me. Hey, he passed the DC 5 climb check. So you grab this thing and you're literally just like walking away with it and just like dragging it away. And he gets to the top where all of a sudden he just has to like grab through the frame and pull himself up, which he does with relative ease. And so as he's doing that, Mikhail, while you're downstairs by yourself outside,
A mule emerges. Sorry.
roll me a perception check.
Not one mule, it's a gang of mules. And the leader has a baseball bat. He's just
The
walking.
vines run away
hitting it
as
in
the
his
mules
hand.
approach.
Oh,
This place is actually called Twisted Hoof.
Mikhail,
Oh God. Yeah.
you see a squirrel. Go ahead and make me your climb check for when you get up there.
April 1st again? Did I miss something? Turns out it was a 13 to see the hole that approached and you'd about to fall in.
Tell me more about this squirrel. No, I'll make a check.
Yeah,
Oh wait, can Aldo like help you at the edge?
it's a red
Oh,
squirrel.
totally.
We're in Europe.
Koa would totally tell Aldo to give him a hand when he gets to the edge. If that affects it, I don't know.
Jake, do you guys have squirrels in Australia?
No.
Yeah, I was like, because like here we have gray squirrels, but like Europe, I'm pretty sure the squirrels are red. And then I was like, wait, does he even have squirrels?
Nope.
They have like lemurs and blowfish and shit, you know?
I'm just trying to think of like life
Exactly
without,
right.
without squirrels.
Squirrels just weren't tough enough, man.
No, but
Like,
like,
the heck it.
doesn't like the idea of living without like, name the last day you didn't see a squirrel. Like you see squirrels all year long, every day, except for if there's a snowstorm that day, I guess.
I'm
but
sure
not
they
in
have some
Oklahoma.
kind of little mammals. I remember we went to a nature preserve in Adelaide, and there was some little gray mouse looking thing that we ended up feeding. I don't think it was part of the exhibit, but it was just running around. We were like, oh, here, have some food. And then all of us dumb American tourists were like, forget the exhibits. Let's feed this little fucking mouse.
So was it just a mouse?
No, it was bigger than a mouse, but it was
Wait.
a little gray thing. I don't know. It was bigger than a mouse here. It didn't quite
Wait.
look like a rat, but it was similar.
There was a mogwai.
Hmm.
Was it after midnight?
No, it was like 9 in the morning. We had to go there quickly before a flight.
9 in the morning's after midnight.
Everything's after midnight, of technically, including midnight, because that's after yesterday's midnight.
Actually, you're not supposed to feed them after midnight. When does that end? Like, I don't remember the movie ever saying from midnight to dawn.
When you wake up,
Okay. What if you don't go to...
well, then you wake up dead.
Oh. Okay. I honestly don't remember the movie ever specifying when the don't feed them after midnight ends.
It didn't.
Okay, moving on.
Movies didn't plan
to be-
stuff like
to be
that out
clear-
back then, and they still don't now.
To be clear, because I can already see a narrative forming in chat, Mikhail did not take any violent actions against this squirrel. Right?
While anybody's
this has been
looking.
this has been, other than the horses, this has been the most positive interaction he's had with an animal for a while.
I want to be clear. Mikhail, you saw a squirrel. Cut scene. Mikhail, you climb over the ledge. Koa and Aldo never see that squirrel.
Since my character explicitly did not take any hostile actions towards that squirrel.
We look down, we see a pile of dead mules.
If there's a pile of dead mules down there, it's Scott's fault. Okay.
It was fucked up like anime cutscenes where it's like Mikhail petting a squirrel, but what's actually happening is he's just stabbing relentlessly at different animals that are coming up to him.
Like lug myself up
He's
there,
like,
just
these are my friends. We're having a tea party. It's just a bunch of dead bodies.
clasp hands with Aldo as he helps me up, and I like heave Jacopo's head up over the side. Where'd that come from?
Oh God, Koa ever becomes your enemy, he's gonna wake up with Nightstorm's head in his bed.
Oh, God.
Very godfather of you.
I swear it wasn't me. I know I'm covered in blood and horse fur, but I didn't do it.
All right. That was literal ADHD. Ooh, squirrel. You guys are all upstairs and inside the balcony area. I described what I described already. As a reminder, the stone is, of course, the unique style of stone, and we can kind of proceed from here.
That thing hurt.
Yeah,
No,
looked like
right.
it.
He'll like show a big bruise forming like on his neck and shoulder.
From a vine? I mean, I've heard they're pretty deadly, but I always figure they're just strangled things.
It punches harder than every man I've ever been punched by in a deer.
Wonderful. Well, we've found the hostile resident. We can check that off the list. Oh wait, we did that earlier.
That may have just been the groundskeeper because he'll like gesture inside's where the tree is growing and some of the other vines and stuff, right? You said those were inside, Scott?
The vines of the big thing had 2 anchors that were growing out of the actual balcony floor. So supposedly, not supposedly, like you can see where the vines were anchored in before they were severed. They were growing again out of part of the balcony's foundation.
Yeah, I just thought whenever I laid down, I saw more plants.
Oh
Were
yeah,
those
yeah, little
outside
plants,
or
yeah, yeah.
inside?
But again, in small amounts of the Razorleaf, but not so much that you have to worry about. Not close enough you have to worry about. But yeah, it's in this balcony area, and you see the door ahead of you. You haven't gone through the door yet. Though,
Okay, for some reason I was thinking the razor vine and stuff were further in. Are those further out or further in?
they're in the balcony, which is
Okay.
25 feet deep in total, and you just see it in the balcony area and periodically.
I'm just saying to get to the door, are we going to be passing by razor vine?
Yes, but again, not so close and not so dense that it's a concern.
Okay. Well, he'll gesture toward it anyway as like we're not done with plants yet.
All right. You ready to keep going, or do you need a potion or anything?
I might take one just to be on the safe side because another hit like that and I might be down for the count.
Not a bad idea.
All right, I'm gonna roll well on one of these one time. I'm gonna take a potion of, what is it? Light wounds.
He can, while he's catching his breath, drinking the potion, probably readjusting his arm or whatever. Do you want to take a minute and try to analyze one of the other potions that you found?
I hate these fucking things.
Dude, you rolled that one. Ouch.
Yeah, here's what
I have rolled shitty on every potion I've taken.
Yep. Well, good on the ones you gave to people.
Great. Saved me from a murder charge, I guess.
15.
Happy with the 16?
Yeah, I don't want to roll on it. Try again later.
It's actually a unique one. Are you familiar with the term volumizer?
Yes. I don't know if Chad is.
I'm pretty sure that's the correct word for it. It's the one where you
Now
take
I'm
a
gonna
potion, and it might be vaporizer as well as volumizer. You take a potion and you put it inside here, and like you shake it up, and then when you pull so you more or less take a vial and you put it inside this flask upside down, you put it in there and you shake it up, and when you pull the vial back out, it actually makes the potion like burst outwards as like fumes or like a gas, and everybody that's in the area can breathe in the gas and all get the effect of the potion. This has a limit to it for how it can function. It doesn't work on all types of potions, but for most potions it works. Excuse me, and it allows you to all share full effect of that potion. The maximum number of people, Keegan, is 4 because it only takes a 5-foot radius. Radius centered on a corner of a square.
So did we have that with us?
Oh, remember that pack of stuff that you found with 10 inside?
Yeah.
That was one of them.
Yeah, right, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you guys about that. I'm trying to make sure I get it written down here. And I can use that with any potion?
More or less.
More or less, yeah. Okay. Hell yeah.
The limitations, Keegan, because you say the word potion, like, yes, a healing potion. Yes, a shield other potion. yes, whatever it is, but like no for something that you're going to use to like affect your like oils or potions that were things like that. It doesn't work on those.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Generally,
there are
yes,
limitations,
but with exceptions.
yeah, you can imagine all the limitations. Like, oh, that makes logical sense. Why not? Because of how the confines of that spell work.
What does it do?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed
Go ahead, Keegan.
the gist of it.
Basically, turns a potion into like a 5-foot burst, so we can share the benefit of that one potion if we're all in that little burst area, up to 4
So not
people.
its own effect, but a different potion if we use it with it.
Yeah, correct. So if we wanted to heal all of us with one potion, we could use this up
How hurt are you?
barely.
Aldo's hurt though, right? Like you're pretty beat up.
Oh yeah.
Simone
Mm,
or Simon.
mhm.
It was Simon that was hurt, but
I
he's
do a lot of killing, but I get a lot of beating.
and roll bad on their heals.
Honestly, the
Oof.
DR has probably saved me like 8 health points so far because I've taken a lot of hits.
Mm-hmm. It's maybe more than that because you were completely negating a lot of the ones from those tiny
That's
things.
also true.
Oof.
Yeah.
I'm
over half now. I'm not looking great, but I'm at least over half. That too. What a difference that made.
The fact that I have to both beat your AC with a plus.
That's not hard.
What's your AC?
12.
12?
10 when I'm raging.
So I have a +0 attack roll. So if you roll a 12 or higher, which is a 45% chance of doing, and then even if I hit you, it's 66% chance I don't do damage to you.
Yeah, and I still took a decent amount because you
I
hit me
attacked so many times.
You attacked me a lot.
Yeah, I also was rolling. I rolled nat 20. I think I got a critical hit against you once. A nat 20 and a confirm. I rolled
took,
a couple
like,
of nat 20s
damage
against
that
you.
time.
Yeah. Well, because minimum 1 times 2, right? So
Yeah, again, the damage while sucking was the other effect I was more scared of. This fucking thing that we just fought, I did not want to take a second hit from that.
I have one of my cure lights is in my bandolier, but then I have the other one that I didn't put in there. I'm gonna give that one to
more.
you, Koa.
I've already got 2 light wounds. I had 3. I just used 1, so I've got 2 light wounds and a moderate still. So I still have those.
2 light and a
And I
moderate.
have
I'll keep it for now then.
Yeah, I believe I have a light and a moderate on my fast use, but there's no reason to use that right now.
Yeah, I only have the one light on the bandolier.
Yeah, I think you guys knew that I was the idiot who would get hit a lot, so you had me keep more of the health potions.
if you burn an hour, Keegan can make a heal check to try to heal you 2 health points.
Nope. Yeah.
Okay, I just don't know if we want to do that in a place that we're not too familiar with. If we want to look around a bit first, I will leave that up to you guys because you guys are probably fine, and Koa will not show that he took the health potion. He feels like no better, but he'll be like, "Oh yes, there we go."
Bruce is still creeping up the side of your face.
It's like Airplane. He went to drink the potion. He's like, "I have a drinking problem," and all of it went over his shoulder. Apparently.
Just splashes it all over his face. You're supposed to drink those. Oops.
Some of it got in my mouth.
Ew.
Yeah, I'll keep that. That one will
said
be
it.
the extra. I mean, yeah, you have the potions for emergencies for now, so
Yeah,
let's
I'll be all right.
maybe try to keep exploring.
Yeah.
So we can find a more safe feeling place that's not covered in plants.
In that case,
Oh, I'm gonna check
Koa's
out the
shoulders-
door.
Yeah, Koa's shoulders will drop a little bit. Another door. Great.
Well, hopefully this one's open.
Okay. You go over to the door, and I assume you were going to perception check first.
I feel that thing with a sword. Listen, man. You're not getting me with those again.
Are you happy with your? Oh, and he's giving you a +2. Cool. So
I
this is
didn't know if these
22
were
total perception
assisting or
check.
all looking individually.
Anything else? Well, it's
Not
22
as-
total either way. Either he gives you a +2 or you give him a +3. It's 22. So,
Good math.
you're welcome. So any so you guys looking it over? You don't find any traps or anything like that, so on and so forth. The door is pretty fucking rotted. like properly rotted to the point where if you wanted to shoulder through it, you probably could do so. It might take a couple of hits, but you could probably, I mean, Koa's might be aggravated enough he can do it in one hit. But either way, if you try to open the door, it might be a little bit harder to do, just to like pull it open because of how swollen the door is. It's a bit jammed, and the hinges look a bit rusted. So it might be a little bit harder to do, but you could probably break it in. Up to you, Wade. Do you want a strength check to try to pull it open? Or do you, Aldo, do you want to disable device to try to pop the hinges? Granted, they're not supposed to be able to pop from the outside like you are, but the door's rotted enough you could probably get your hands in and do it. Or do you just want to knock the door down?
I'm going to try and disable device.
Cool. Hi, Tyler!
Those are our names. How do you know our names? Who told you?
Are you happy with your 12?
Yep.
Yeah, so unfortunately, like, it's not that it can't be done. It's just that you can't get the right angle to get enough force to pop the pins, getting your hands to the door that's here. And you even get like your hands caught up to the point where you haven't seen on the other side of this door yet. So it's freaking you out a little bit having your hands to the door, not knowing what might, like, I don't know, chop off your fucking hand. So you're like, a combination of just like getting a little squeamish and not getting the right angle for the force. It doesn't work out. You can try again if you want, but
This thing's too, well, let's just say I can't. He puts his head in his hands. Koa, you're gonna have to bust the door down.
All right. Of course. If this doesn't work, what if we just hammer in some pythons and see if we can pull it down or something? But before we get to that point, like rubs the sore spot on his shoulder. I'll lead with the left.
you step back 15 feet. Wade, you get a +2 to this technically because you did a running, charging at it, right? So that's a 12 total. Are you happy with your 12, or do you want to modify that?
I'll keep it.
Okay. So your 12, you hit the door, and it absolutely takes that impact, and it almost felt like it was going to give. Like it was so close to giving, but unfortunately, instead, it just made like a loud bang. If nobody knew you were here before. Anyways, it doesn't break down, but God, you think it's because at the very end there, you slipped a little bit and didn't quite hit the door exactly where you wanted to. Probably kick that puddle off to the side a bit and line up again.
Well, I can deal with another bruise.
Going
I
again?
think I slipped a bit there at the end. I think I can do a bit better than that. One more try, and then dear God, get the hammer and pythons ready.
I'm like already getting them out.
So I'm the
He goes
DM
to
of this
charge
campaign.
with his right shoulder, and he's like, as he gets close to the edge, he's like, "Oh, it already hurts."
That little pullback, yeah.
I'm the DM of this campaign because I'm the door master. Just so we know.
Technically, that's an 11.
That is an 11, which is one less than 12, which didn't work last time. And so it honestly, I mean, I know Koa's the big strong one, but he has been slamming doors with his shoulder for a while. Maybe it's somebody else's turn to try. Or maybe two people kick it together. Or Koa.
I think I weakened it for you.
The pythons then. The pittons.
Oh, yes.
Fucking word.
Who wants to hammer them in?
I'll do it.
Oh, good. He just like slumps against the wall for a second.
So you go over to the side of the door that's like opposite the hinge, and you slam like two pythons in there. One kind of like up higher but not quite to the corner, one lower but not quite to the corner. And then while Aldo's going over there and for Koa's, while you guys are totally not looking and totally don't notice, rubbing his shoulder, Aldo is like looping some rope through there to make sure that you have something to like grab or pull with. And then you go to the other side and you try to like slam a python in over by like where the hinges are, just in case if you know. Unfortunately, it like legitimately goes through the wood. Like you slide it up and you smash it, it goes through the wood and you hear it clatter on the other side. And you're like, oh, you brought more than 3, so that's okay. I think you have 5 with you or something like that. But you're like, oh shit. That one went through the wood.
Go through this.
Some of the wood is so fucking rotted. It's just over here is caught up. 2 pythons should be good enough.
Damn, you really messed this door up. Not sure what's holding up.
See
at
the
this
other
point.
guy.
2 of you can grab one rope and 1 person grab the other. Everybody roll a strength check. Wade, you're leading, they're aiding. All right. I mean, Aldo, you're leading. Actually, that gets you to a 13. I get you to a 13. Wade, are you happy with a 13?
Oh, yeah.
So you grab the door and you're pulling at it, you're pulling at it, you're pulling at it, and then what ends up happening it's not that you pull the door free and it comes swinging open. It's as you guys are pulling the door, the rotted inner part that's over by where the hinges are just ends up, from the strain and the stress of this, ends up collapsing in. So when you pull the door free, the hinges don't swing open. They're still rusted shut. It's just the whole door comes free, like free of that other part of it, and ends up coming and bang, 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 and lands on the ground, leaving you a rotted door on the ground, pulled away by 2 pythons and some rope. I mean,
There you go, Tyler.
the good news is the door is wide enough that if you bring that rope over to the window frames, and you can just drop 2 ropes down without using a grappling hook, and you have 2 anchor points. Good news, right?
Well, that worked.
Yes. Good. Can we get the other python that fell now? Can we recover that
Yeah.
python?
You can literally
See it.
go to step in to pick up that python, and as you go to step in to pick up that python, let me describe that room that's inside there. This room that you're walking into is much larger than the one that you are coming out of. So the balcony itself is it's like a combination of both a balcony and an antechamber that was expanded as part of the balcony or whatever, right? As described, part of it had an overhead that was stone, and part of it had an overhead that was framing that originally would have been windows. That has already been described before. Coming to this door here, this room is significantly larger, probably close to say like a 40 by 40-ish room. So much, much larger of a room. Whatever this room originally was, you have no idea. There's no tapestries on the walls. They would have been rotted. There's no framing on the wall. They all would have been rotted. There's no furniture. All would have been rotted. Why would it have been rotted? It's inside, right? Well, because this portion of where you're standing has a giant hole in the roof. A massive hole in the roof. And more importantly, that hole in the roof has a whole bunch of like vines growing inside of it and growing inside the roof hole, as well as like down the inner wall that's over there. Not so far down that it's like Koa can reach up and touch it. It's probably a bit above that. It probably stops 10, 14 feet above where Koa is. But there's a whole bunch of like vines that come in this way. Koa, go ahead and roll me a nature check. A whole bunch of vines that are growing in. I know obviously you were concerned about it. Are you happy with your 18 nature result?
I am.
Okay. These vines look awfully similar to the ones you just got real intimate with before, except they're significantly larger than the ones that you got intimate with before. You think that this is a bigger boy of the same kind of vine. The good news is you do see a small amount of budding up on this this plant.
We can smoke it after we kill it.
Okay. I meant flower.
That's what that means, right? Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
I know drugs.
It is weird whenever you make a pot reference.
I've never smoked it, so I just...
Actually, when I
Doesn't
was getting
sound
ready
like
to
I
go
know
to,
what
Me
I'm
neither.
I was getting ready to go to Boston today. I pulled out my old backpack, like the laptop backpack, and I found in it I had gummies that I forgot that I purchased last summer. They were sitting inside there. I was like, "Ooh, gummies!" I did not take them today, but I will soon. Anyway, so giant roof. Giant room, like about 40 by 40. Giant hole in the roof, and vines that are taking up a portion of that hole as well as draped down the side of the wall over here.
Is there like a central point or root system to these vines like the other one?
If there are like the other one, then those roots are likely up above, same as this one was like anchored up top. You rolled me a nature check. If you're trying to find something like that, I assume you point this out to them. Everybody's welcome to roll a perception check, and feel free to RP that conversation if you like.
I think there's another vine monster. Assassin vine or whatever you said.
Wonderful. Oh, I see.
It's big.
Wait. Scott, does it, the fact that it has flowers budding on it, does that mean it's chill or no? What does that mean?
Flowers mean that it's in the season where it's now luring as opposed to hunting. So
okay. So,
yeah, it's likely that it's not going to come hunting for you. You know, you won't know that for a fact though until you find out if it hunts for you or not. Cool.
Hopefully it's not hunting right now. Maybe if we don't mess with it, it'll relax.
It hurts to hold my neck at this angle.
Poor Koa slam. So he's gonna have this like nasty, like all right here. Some of this huge purple and like blackish, like that nasty, like yellow greenish kind of going, like huge bruise all up.
That hit is hard enough to kill most people.
yeah. Well, it was 10 points of damage.
It was 11.
11
I
points.
negated one, but
Oh, yeah.
it was 11.
But so 11 points of damage. Yes, that would kill most first level adventurers and would kill almost all NPCs. Like you'd assume if you did that damage to, like, I don't know, 85% of the planet, they would die. You know, like that's there's a big hit. All right, back to game here. So obviously Koa is not able to like look, but he's both in literal pain and a little bit shell shocked. So he's looking and kind of like pointed out what to look for, but he himself is being a bit more cautious about the movement of it as opposed to its like anchor roots. That being said, though, Mikhail working with Aldo is able to look and you can see the anchor roots. Funny thing about those roots, they are weighed, in fact, anchored up top, so it can drape down. Those anchor roots do have to be up there. But the origin of those roots aren't the roof. You can actually see, Aldo, where the roots were, they literally at some point in time grew out of the wall from wherever their origin was. They grew out of the wall and would have like traveled up the actual wall, gone through a portion of the roof, and then likely run along the roof out of your sight because they're above a literal object. And then it's anchoring that to drape from there. So if you wanted this thing to fall, you could cut those roots, go ahead and have fun, climb up there and get them. Or theoretically just collapse the ceiling and the whole thing will come falling down. But again, good luck. This is when you say, I cast Fireball.
Well,
Go ahead.
it seems to be anchored there. He points, and then the roots run through there. So if we severed it, it'd fall. But I don't know. I mean, I couldn't take a hit like that.
What's below where it's hanging?
You mean directly beneath it?
Like if it were to fall, what would it land on?
Assuming you step through the doorway, nothing, just the ground that you are walking on or going to walk on. Just this large room here. Yeah, again, like because this room is so open, I know you have to remember like birds come and go, bats would come and go, all sorts of other like climbing creatures. I mean, there's that what's the word I'm looking for? Tree that outside, who knows what kind of mammals or whatever it is live over by that thing. That would all travel along the roof of this and come near the vines that they could just grab it. Num num.
Is this something you think we should take care of now? Because either we're going to have to deal with it later, or we're going to send someone else here to break the curse and put them at risk with it.
I mean, can we even deal with it like right now? Probably not.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's a way we can try to We could move a little closer, see if it gets any kind of reaction. It's possible this thing really doesn't want to deal with us at the moment.
There were some roots closer where we could actually hit them here, right? It was mainly anchored up
They
there, but you said it
stop
was
maybe
coming
10,
down the
12
wall.
feet above head. That's definitely low enough that Koa can just like swing a sword with a little bit of a like a little hop and swing if you wanted to. Now, what Mikhail is suggesting isn't attack it. If you attack the thing, it might not remain inert. It might not.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that we may not have the benefit of coming back on a non-peaceful time. Well, we either leave it alone or else we take advantage of the fact it's not attacking us now and dispose of it. I don't think we're breaking a curse today and immediately going to the other however many keeps, and one we don't even know about, so
True.
one way or another,
know.
we will be back here, or someone will.
I'm just worried if it does activate, while we're here. Can you take another hit like that one? I don't know if I can.
Of course I can. He just says
Just
not
saying.
convincingly.
I'm just saying maybe stopping to rest for a bit. Let me patch you up some. Might be the worst. I can at least try.
Very well. I just don't want to be surprised by this, later on.
Me neither.
Well, there is always the oil, right? We got way less of a risk of, stone here.
I had that thought too, yeah. Using the oil and burning it. I could. We don't know. It's possible that the parts of the roots we can't see maybe connect to something that burns. That would be unfortunate.
Things are relatively green, right? Like, this isn't a place that feels super dry. It feels like things have gotten decent rain here, Scott.
Yes, very green. It's spring.
But like it's a wet
and lots
spring,
of
not
rain.
like a dry.
You've experienced it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, up here is not going to be where all that brush was down there.
We can try it. Slashing with my sword seemed relatively effective, but fire doesn't feel like it would be a bad choice.
I mean, if we could spread some oil down below it, so once you cut the root up there, it falls into it. That wouldn't be bad.
You'd have to climb to cut the root, though.
I can jump and hit the bottom part that's hanging right there. Weird. I think.
Maybe. You're decently tall. That sword's got a pretty good reach. You might be able to hit it.
Scott, this room, is it enclosed? Like, as far as like other doors, is there any open archways that lead anywhere else? Anything like that?
Great question. We've been so focused on the roof and the vines because that's obviously the point of danger. While the two of them are focused on it, Aldo starts looking elsewhere. Aldo sees on the opposite wall, but also the opposite corner, because the doorway you came in is, let's call it the bottom right-hand corner, just for the sake of putting in your mind. The balcony walk-in was the bottom right-hand corner of this room. But in the top left-hand corner of the room, there is another door that leads out. That door is one of the more interior doors, like you see inside of all of these keeps. Again, there's a good amount of rot to it, but a good amount of rot to it because it doesn't have a ceiling overhead, so it would have been rotting from the exposure to the elements, so on and so forth. But also, similar to how this door was less durable than the one downstairs, that'd be even less durable than the one over here because it's an interior door. So likely very easily opened. Aldo, you were the one that originally rolled in the 19 perception check. While you're looking around and specifically calling out doors, you actually also see another door, though it's not super obvious, on the top wall on the right-hand side. So more or less, if you turned right from the door you walked in and went straight, back to that wall that's over there, You swear you see another door, but it's not, again, not super obvious. It's very narrow compared to the others. It actually looks like it was meant to be a door that's, more easily blended in. And if you, make up any amount of walking over that direction or looking, it likely was a spot based off the anchoring in the wall where a tapestry or something like that would have been hung for the sake of like a decor that would have just covered up this more narrow door frame or whatever that's here, and this little bit less conspicuous door. This one looks like it's made out of stone, so again, it blends in. It's just not, either it was never designed particularly well, or just the hundreds of years of being exposed to the elements made it so it's a bit more obvious to Aldo's eye. Either way, so 2 more doors, one seemingly hidden and one very obvious.
Alright, well, if we use the fire, worrying about it spreading to other parts of the keep if there was anything flammable that may run along the walls or anything, but it doesn't appear the case. There's
The doors themselves? Are the doors themselves wood, though?
Yeah, they are. Oh, the one is and one stone.
Yeah.
Oh,
so that
in
door
the
over
tree
there.
that's overhead, the canopy. Sorry, Jake. The canopy of the tree that's overhead. I mean, obviously you can be afraid of like the heat drying out the leaves or so on and so forth. But as a reminder, that kind of tree literally thrives. Its children are born from fire. So it's not unusual. Like if it was exposed to a bit of a fire coming out of here, it wouldn't like destroy that tree. That tree it needs to survive through forest fires to allow for the seeds to crack and so on. So I'm sorry, Jake, I interrupted you, but you would know that from earlier RP. Continue, sir.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, he just says, that door there is the only way that, as you can see, obviously leads out of the room. It is wooden. It could possibly catch, and I don't know what's behind it. But over there, and he points at the wall, and he says, that's a stone door that looks like it used to be hidden. I mean, I can make it out, but yeah. I'm not sure if when this place was...
I don't want to charge it.
Well, yeah. Hopefully that's not going to be required, Koa, but that won't burn, and it would be interesting to find out what's in it. But I do think we need to take care of this before we decide to do anything else.
Who knows about the seeds needing fire? All 3 of us, or just one of our characters?
Yeah.
All 3 of us?
I told you guys.
My other concern with fire is this. There are 2 tall trees, one dead and rotted, and one that looks like it's hundreds of years old and has never showed any sign of injury or issue whatsoever. If these trees bloom from fire, and they are at all connected to the curse, and we light a fire, could we possibly make the curse worse by activating more of the seeds?
Maybe. No, we really know right now. I mean, yeah, the one that's clearly alive, not worried about damaging it necessarily with fire. The dead one, though.
Well, I'm more so thinking that we don't really
Connected
understand
to
even
here?
what the curse for sure is, right? We think it's the thorny vines or the trees or the other, it's something to do with the plants, but we also thought that the mountain keep, we thought the knolls, the slashing, torn up bodies were going to be the curse. Whereas it turns out
Yeah.
that that was also something else. So either the curse has something to do with all this plant life, and the fire could make it worse, or it's just coincidentally something weird's going on outside of here and we're dealing with something else now that we're in. I just don't know that I want to risk burning and causing some other kind of reaction with trees that
Fire.
already like fire.
Yeah.
It's a valid
I mean-
concern, but the opposite is if we don't use the fire, it's going to be a bigger risk, especially to you, Koa. You'll be the one right in there.
I'll be honest, I can barely help with these things.
One of you can use my cutlass. It's a better weapon, I think, against these things than trying to shoot it or Do your
I don't think
screamy
either
thing.
of us is proficient. They have never used the cutlass.
Me neither.
Well, up to you. I guess you can do what you want, but I'm just offering as an option.
I feel like I might be more likely to cut something off of myself. I mean, I get
Don't
that
ever let
you
Hinta
swing
hear you
one
say
end.
that.
He like partially looks over his shoulder with like, oh shit, she's not good.
Did we?
Yeah, I wouldn't, but I just haven't wielded one before.
Did
Sorry.
we check the alchemist thing for what do you call it, alchemist fire?
Yeah, we don't have any of that.
I think you guys
Yes.
have one flask of acid still. I don't know if you have
Yeah.
alchemist fire in your previous look through your own equipment guides because you've got tons
Alchemist
of shit
fire I don't
over
recall having.
Yeah,
the
we weren't
time.
had any.
Just check your equipment because you all got tons of alchemical shit for a long while.
Yeah, zero
alchemist fire is
fire.
obviously an option. Then you also have oil or whatever. Keep going.
Yeah. Wasn't sure if
Yeah.
the alchemist kit thing that we found had any in it.
He hasn't finished looking through. I think he can. Correct me if I'm wrong. You've looked through 4 and identified 3 of them.
I've been taking them.
Out of the 10.
List. I think I've checked 3 and failed 2. That's what I think I've got.
You've
Oh.
identified 2 because you identified the one today.
But it was
You
2.
identified one other one.
Oh yeah, the one today is 2. So
Okay,
yeah.
so I thought it was.
I think
I thought it was 4
I'm
and
2 of
3, but it was
4.
3 and 2. Okay.
You've either
Yeah,
failed 1 or you failed 2. I can't remember which, but you've got 2
I've
successes.
definitely failed at least 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
okay.
2 and 2.
So then it's 2 of 4.
Yeah, I
thought
know
it
the
was-
first
I thought it
2 I
was 3
failed.
of 4. Okay.
Yeah, it should be 2 of 4.
We can put this-
How many things were there?
10.
10. There it is.
It was
okay.
so like a
I was
typical
like trying to
potion
find it on my
belt.
sheet.
A typical potion belt or whatever has 10 slots, not the masterwork one, right? It has 10 slots, and they were all filled.
Okay. Yeah, there was dust, and now the volumizer. I have 2. I'm recreating this item.
If you want to go back into the balcony, you can't shut this door now. Lean the door up against the. If you want to go back into the balcony and sit there for like
Mending!
20 minutes, and technically speaking, you spend 10 minutes to mend the door just enough. No, it's too heavy. Anyways,
I think it weighs more than 2 pounds. Yeah.
what was I gonna say? So you can go back in the balcony and spend like 20 minutes looking over the rest of these potions if you'd like.
Yeah, we can see what our options are. Also, I guess in character, I can check the other things I haven't examined yet. It's gonna take a little time.
We can take a moment to think this through. I hesitate to try fire just in case something goes wrong. We just don't quite know what we're working with, and we know that fire has some kind of beneficial property to at least the trees.
No.
If you all vote to try it, we can try it, but I am worried about that.
We can also try, if we want to experiment, we can try burning the dead one. See if anything comes of it.
I'm not
Pretty
worried about
small
burning the
sample
vine
size.
necessarily. I'm worried about the fire burning something else.
Something we haven't noticed. Fair. Then we'll figure it out. Let's see what we're working with on this potion belt.
Go ahead and roll me a your first result, sir, of your remaining 6 rolls. You want to use a hero point? Hey, 22 is awesome. So the reason why I got those words mixed up earlier is vaporizer is the correct word. The reason why I got it mixed up before was because you also have a volumizer. The way that volumizer works is that when you take a potion and you put it into the volumizer, it effectively duplicates that potion. So you have more than one. Now, that duplicated potion doesn't last infinitely. You have to use it within 24 hours. So you can take a potion, you can duplicate it, and you have 24 hours to use the other one. But Keegan, that 22 result, you realize you don't have one of those remaining 6. You have 2 volumizers. In fact, one of the rolls that you failed earlier was a volumizer, but you're able to identify, hey, this one, oh, and this is matching to this over here. So you have 2 volumizers. But to be clear about the rules on volumizers is if you put a potion inside of one, effectively duplicating it, but only for 24 hours before it goes inert, you can't use that same potion on 2 volumizers. You can't triple it, right? It has to be 2 separate items inside the 2 separate volumizers. Does that make sense?
We wish for more wishes.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you can't wish for more wishes. Exactly.
They're not single-use items either, right?
They
These
are
volumizers?
single-use items. A
They are,
volumizer
yeah,
is
okay.
single-use. So the way a vaporizer works is it's more or less like there's a chemical compound in there that turns it into a gas that you can all inhale. The way volumizer works is it literally kind of like froths. It like takes the liquid and like froths it outwards, but keeps it as like a relatively liquid form, and you can use it. So that's cool. All right, go ahead. So now Keegan, now you have succeeded. Technically, 4 out of 5.
Woo!
Yeah, because you got 1 back.
Yeah,
All it took was 2 twos there.
Thanks, Wade.
I got you, bud.
Or 11 twos.
I just see 2 side by side.
Oh, okay. Like twos at a
It's like
front.
a couple of 2s.
Hey, there's 1 more 2. Anyways, so for what the hell's it called, Keegan? Because this is another one of those funky alchemical ones, not like a legitimate potion. What's it called? Oh, this is a what the hell's it called? Fuck, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like it's a potion enhancer, where it actually increases the caster level of the potion by either double or 5, depending on which one's greater. So it takes the better of the 2, double or 5.
I'm in a windowless room in a basement down a hallway that also has no windows. I'm surrounded by dirt, and my whole office just shook and the lights kind of flickered a little bit because we have a severe thunderstorm rolling through. So if I disappear, that's why. But I was like, oh, the dogs are running like crazy upstairs. I'm always like, did you hear that thunder? I was like, So I did.
I'll just assume Molly got fed up with your shit.
That's also a possibility. I'd put that at like the 8% chance.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 8% is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had storms yesterday. Like some of that thunder was crazy. Like one of them shook the whole room like bad. Like I thought it was earthquake. Holy fuck!
So like because
you got that
like,
one. Just one of those.
Yeah, just one of those.
Enhancer things.
Because my town has its own power supply. We almost never lose power if we do it for a very insanely short period of time. But like we lose it less often than once a year. However, I don't like to brag about that to work. So if there's insane thunderstorms, everybody else at work always gets like half days off during thunderstorms. So when I have thunderstorms roll through here, I go, oh no, I lost power for a while. Because everybody else gets to do it.
Your boss is secretly a viewer and just like hasn't told you.
No, but everybody else at work, they're like, oh no, there's fires in LA. I can't work for the next 3 days. I'm like, I have fires in my town. Yeah. All right. Anyways, you are able to go to where did I next roll, sir?
I should just make a freaking number for this. There we go.
17. Are you happy with the
We
result?
take those. Yeah, we take those.
Yeah, cool. So the 17 is actually a good old fashioned potion of Shield of Faith.
Okay. Wrap. Faith. 1.
Roll number 4.
Writing that down. Got it. Okay. Spellcraft. That was almost much better. It was
Unfortunately,
almost much better.
14's not going to pass no matter what, so it's up to you if you want to modify it.
You guys want me to just luck it? I think I
Yeah,
just need like
you need
a
at least
2.
a 15, right? It's like a 15 is
Yeah.
the minimum.
Yeah,
I mean, you're that
16 's your
close.
first
on the
level.
spell level.
If you were lower, I would
Yeah.
say no. But if you're just like 1 or 2 away, I would say it's probably worth trying.
Two
I'm
away from
probably
first
2
level.
away.
Yep.
I'm fine with it.
Oh, damn. Hopefully
least
it's
a
not
level
first
0.
level. Yeah.
It's a nice 0 level potion of. It's not a 0 level potion, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Are there any 0 level potions? I understand it's low magic, so like any amount of magic is exciting, and potions are like a scientific way of having magic, if you will. But like, are there any 0 level potions that like really like that are worth drinking?
Detect
in
magic.
Pathfinder that you can think of?
Detect magic.
Oh yeah, but
That-
we run that as a first level as opposed to a 0 level.
Yeah.
So no, not detect magic. Anything else, sir?
Definitely that.
All right.
Probably. With the Shield of Faith, that's
So when I meet Keegan for the first time, he's going to be this Keegan, big hug, slap in the mouth. Be like, I deserve that, didn't I? Yes, you did.
so for the Shield of Faith, I'm assuming caster level 1.
Yes.
Normally that lasts 1 minute. Is that
Yep. Everything's
is
normal.
that
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it protects
It's
us
only
from
the mole.
Jesus.
It's only the mole potions that are weird when it comes to that stuff. What's up, Koa?
It
Wait.
protects us from like Jesus or something.
No. Jesus protects you.
it's
From
actually an
me.
AC bonus, which seems like you need a lot of times.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just update my notes. I got another one failed. Cool.
I think you have 2 left.
And I have 2 left. That one. Fuck me.
So again, if it's 0 level, it works. If you roll a luck die, it automatically passes if it's first level.
I would like to luck it, but I'll take rebuttals if you guys don't want me to.
Oh,
There you
okay,
go.
gotcha. Sorry, I was making sure that you read it.
Wow.
Oh, Jake did it.
You're like casting the
Thanks,
spell, and
Jake.
Aldo's like, I've got you, Mikhail.
It was
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
Shippers out there.
This is actually a potion of what is it? Bull strength.
Good, okay.
I can cast bullshit.
Bull strength increases your
Me
strength by
too.
4, and it stacks at rage.
Next door is fucking mine.
Full strength, and then last one. Yeah, it's just no.
We're back.
That's a no. It's a no.
Okay. Sorry,
Are we
sir.
out of our plus? Not that you would use it here because it'd still be a fail, but are we out of our +4s to be?
Yeah,
both?
yeah. You guys use both of them.
Yeah.
So you have 2 out of 10. You don't know what they are.
3.
3.
3
No,
yes,
remember, because you got one of them.
I had 2 failed.
Oh,
and then I
that's right.
figured
It's
one
the
out.
15.
And-
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, 3 out of 10. You're correct. You are correct. My apologies.
I can retry those if I reference the mole stuff later, though, right? Or will that just add?
That, or you have to wait till you level, one of the two. We can figure it out later on, though. So
Okay.
yeah, just don't forget that you're missing 3 out of 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm keeping notes.
Unfortunately, they were all 3 alchemy fire that we didn't identify.
It's funny. I want to give it away, but one of them actually is fire related.
I mean, technically, we have the means to create fire.
It's a
We just
potion
need
of
oil and
anti-assassin vine.
stuff. but-
I will give it away. The one that you only got a 15 on, you actually needed a 16. It was like, you characters don't know this, but just to say it in the meta, it's a potion of fire belly. Which the way it works
That
is it
would've been
gives you
nice.
fire resistance, and if you want, you can just like burp a cone of fire, and it like ends the spell early. But like you can burp a cone of fire. But yeah, there's. So, anyways.
Of course.
Interesting mismatch.
I'm gonna not write it down just so I don't confuse myself later.
No, that's fair.
But damn it.
Yeah, and the cool thing about it too is it's base cast level of 1. But if you were to use the one that made it so it increased the cast level by 5, you can get a bunch of burps out of it because it lasts longer. It's one of those spells where it uses up a minute. It's a minute per level, and it uses up a minute to every burp. But either way. I can totally see Koa wasting that potion with the enhancer just to look badass at a party. I'm a dragon! Or Aldo with a really good bluff check, making people truly believe he was...
Dude, one of those potions is probably like speak with plants, and all we had to do was take it and be like, bro, can you just let us pass?
No, right?
What? A potion?
There's a bunch of squirrels outside, you know what I mean?
Hey, bro, you hungry? Nah. All right, we're just gonna walk through. Just chill. We ain't gonna do nothing.
Koa's never gonna eat a salad again after this trip.
I don't think that was a
salads
problem
out of
to begin
freaking
with.
vengeance.
I imagine Koa
Get my
tosses
get back.
salads, but don't eat them. You know. But
Thank
we're so what's the plan from here? You spend 20 minutes, you sat down, kind of like properly check things over, so on and so forth, and then you're a little bit better with the potions, but still don't know what everything is. I mean, it's nice to have the volumizers and the vaporizer and the enhancer, but none of these potions seem to be the answer that you need right now.
Well, Mikhail,
We got 2 volumizers. We can duplicate some potions, which is nice. The duplicated ones will only last 24 hours, about a day. Exactly a day. We have another that will actually enhance the effects pretty greatly of a potion. And then we have 2 others. One is Shield of Faith, which actually helps to protect you. Uses divine power, which will actually protect you from the blows of your enemies, potentially, which is nice. Not something I'm familiar with other than its effects. Like, I can't cast it. And then the other would be the Bull Strength, which kind of does what it says on the tin. Enhances your strength a lot.
and how long does that last?
3 minutes.
Minute? 30 minutes on Bull Strength?
3 total.
3 minutes.
It's 1 minute per level.
3 minutes for the strength. And then the shield, about a minute.
Right. Good. And which one of those do you think will stop the vine?
The unfortunate part, I don't think any of those are particularly going to help us with that. Now, there are 3 others I couldn't quite figure out. I may be able to reference the alchemy tome from the mole later, looking at them, but not something we want to do here.
Well, that brings us back to the question then. Do we just ignore this thing and leave it as a problem for later? Or do we remove the threat now at the expense of having to deal with a bigger, scarier vine?
Like, we really wanted to get rid of it now.
He... Yes, I think that getting rid of it now is probably definitely the best idea, and I've already taken one blow, why couldn't I take another?
Yeah. Seemed so confident earlier. You want to take another hour? I can look at your wounds at least. I've still got a healing kit with me.
Another
I
hour's
have an
too
hour to
long.
spare. I don't have an hour
You
to
should-
spare.
Take another potion, Koa.
It's like a waste. You sure I should use one right now?
We have a volumizer here. You could duplicate it.
You want to? We could use one of those and drink the limited one, the limited time one. Now we can't volumize the same potion over and over. So whenever we use it on one, we can't use another one on it.
Volumize the cure moderate because it's
That's what.
it's
Yeah,
2d8
that's what
plus
they were
3.
Mm.
Yeah, so he can heal 5. You know, 5's a lot.
You know what? That's a lot more than 2. That's more than double 2.
You're an ass.
He's not wrong.
By that I mean
This keeps happening. It unfortunately keeps happening.
I suppose I would be willing to do that if you're willing to part with one.
Yeah, these are the whole groups, and we have 2, which is nice. Take out the miser.
This
so yeah,
won't
we'll
affect
use it
the
on
other one. The other one I can still save. Just the other one's limited time, yes?
Yeah, the only effect it has on the original is that we can't use a volumizer run again.
I'm willing to take that risk if you are.
All right, so we'll be down 1 volumizer.
Oh,
Cool. So you're gonna drink 1 potion.
please, not 2 ones.
The other one you're gonna drink over the next 24 hours.
Immediately.
Probably.
Yeah, drink the limit.
Anything fancy need to happen or go wrong, or can I just roll this?
You use the potion thing. You choose the moderate, or you can ask chat to do it, so you have people to yell at if it's a low roll.
Oh no, I've got to redeem myself.
Okay.
I can't leave this up to chat.
Go ahead. Hey!
Okay,
That's
there we go. Yeah,
Full. That brings me to
That's-
full.
that was much better.
Oh.
That was way better.
I think we should get a lot of volumizers. This feels much better than the last one. This is the best potion I think I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, that one looks. Holy shit, your bruise is gone.
Oh.
I love this thing. Can we sell these?
Did we sell them? No.
Can you make them?
We-
Could you duplicate it some way? There's nothing more important, Mikhail, than making more of these, most likely.
Maybe your fiance can. This is really her area.
I knew I chose a winner. Right. Shall we take out this plant?
Yeah, you're gonna want to get a big hit on it because as soon as you do, it's gonna attack.
Can you charge something if you have to jump at the end to hit it?
Yeah.
The benefit of charge that gives you an extra chance to hit, right?
No. The benefit of charge is you get. Sorry. Yes, it's a +2 chance that I misunderstood what you're saying. It's a +2 chance to hit -2 AC.
Who needs AC?
So I can totally see you try to creep across the room, and get to like, okay, I'm lined up, and then like try to start combat with charge across and then jump and attack it. The thing is, like, you're not going to catch it flat-footed. It's aware of the fact that you're there, right? Like it can sense you with whatever degree it senses it has. So it'll know that you're coming, and it'll know that you're attacking. So you don't get a surprise round. You would just roll initiative. But that's a great way to start with the combat. If you're going to engage in melee, at least fuck it up first.
If I were just to walk up and jump, would it be like a surprise round?
The creature's aware of you.
Okay.
It knows that you're there. It can sense you.
All right. You should either one of you want to use my sword. The smaller one, of course.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Aldo
proficient.
shakes his head.
You are going to attack it, though, right? In case I don't take it out in one hit.
I had you on the last one, right?
You did,
Sword,
yes.
Rapier, sap, short sword. Nah, I'm not proficient. Yeah, no, not. I don't think I'll take that. I'll look. I got a couple more. I got a little bit more in me on the songs. Those were helping.
Yes. Perhaps you can demoralize the plant or moralize me.
Correct. The second one,
Moralize? That's the right
especially.
word? Doesn't
So
seem
I
like the
have
right word.
seen studies of plants responding to music.
Immortalize me? No.
Not the time. Look, I'll amp you up. Okay.
All right.
Take out the loot.
I would allow a loot to start being played before combat begins. You'd burn a round. But if you're willing to burn one round for free, I'm willing to allow you to start playing the loot before initiative is rolled. That way, even if you roll last in initiative, everybody else already has the benefit. That's a fair trade for me.
That would leave me with 1 round of bardic performance to use during the combat. So,
Will that interfere
yeah,
with
take
my
it.
charge before initiative? Or is my charge after initiative anyway?
Yeah, it's after initiative anyways. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll do that. He'll say like, let me know when you're ready, and then whenever Koa is ready, he'll do like the 1, 2, 3, and then he'll start playing
Sure.
right as he charges.
Sure. And Aldo, are you doing any type of preparation yourself as well? Any preparation H, or are we just all clicking our minis and rolling initiative?
Well, as we've got time to prepare, can I not prepare an action for when Koa charges? Because it's a ranged weapon.
You know what? Yeah. Yes, I will allow you to prepare your action. Just as Keegan's kind of preparing his action to do it. So his doesn't matter where it rolls. It only takes the first round of initiative has Keegan's 1. So the second round it can use his other one. I will allow both of you to do yours as prepared actions. That makes sense. And then what Koa is doing is he's positioning himself to be ready. So he's like in a perfect spot for a charge. Cool. That sounds great to me. Let's all roll initiative to see how it plays out. You guys want to go first?
Ready?
Koa, great roll.
If this
Ooh,
thing's
Mikhail.
dormant, does it know our intention?
It doesn't until you start taking actions. Right? And now my roll.
When you start running in there, that's when
Okay.
it.
I am tied with Koa, which means Koa goes first because my dexterity is a 10 and Koa's is higher. So it goes Mikhail first. Mikhail, you use a prepared action to do this. So you have your full turn. You actually, I think normally starting your bardic music takes a standard action, but we agreed. So you're good. You have your full turn and bardic music's already kicked off. So you're good.
Yeah.
That's a W.
Man, if only I had any spells that did anything right now.
Honestly, Moonstalker, I wish I could play the opening song for Dan. You know, like the dan 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 dan. You know, that's fun combat music. Like that would be great combat music to play right now as key. But
Unfortunately, the Valiant Few have copyrighted it, so all those songs are being taken down.
yeah. Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
all these takedown notices. They're not that nice. Okay.
Gotta make coin where we can.
And then wait, you're gonna go right after Mikhail does whatever he's doing to prepare to assist or whatever he's doing, and you're gonna charge.
Can you rage and charge? I know rage is usually free, but charge is a full round. Can you still do both?
Rage is free. Charge is a full round action. Yes, you can do both. You can also do a swift action if you wanted to. In Keegan, if you want to hold your turn, if you want to reset yourself in initiative to being after Wade, you can do that because maybe you want to see his result before you make your decision.
I think I need to because I already tried days on a plant and it didn't work. I don't really have anything else. I can't play a lute and shoot a freaking light crossbow at the same time. I don't have enough hands.
What's your buff
Or-
buff that inspire courage?
Technically, I could. Yeah, inspire courage. Wait, so could I draw the light crossbow and shoot it? I just can't reload it while I'm doing the performance.
Yeah, reloading is a what move action?
It is, but I wouldn't have a free hand.
Oh, and if you need a free hand for the performance, then
Yeah.
because you do it through a loot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will still wait. I don't want to shoot it before he has a chance to do his thing. So I'll just delay my initiative under Koa.
See how Koa does it first.
Yeah.
Unless you want to do aid another and give him a +2 to his attack roll. You have to be adjacent to the enemy to do that.
Yeah.
You can
I'm not
use a
doing
ranged
that.
weapon to do aid another, but again that goes down to what we were talking about before with crossbow and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
Okay,
I'm
so
already
we'll have
aiding
him hold.
another with my performance.
Fair
I'm
enough.
just gonna hold.
So we'll have you hold. Hey, let's give Keegan flowers for a second. Like Keegan is an experienced
Does it
Pathfinder
have
player.
to be plant related?
I was gonna make that joke afterwards. Damn it, you stole it from me. Let's give
Sure.
Keegan his flowers for a second. He's not just an experienced Pathfinder player, he's also an experienced Pathfinder DM. He knows mind affecting abilities don't work on plants, but he also knows that his character wouldn't necessarily know that. So he was testing with it with I think 2 or 3 different spells now, knowing they would fail because his character had to learn the PC can't just cheat and auto know things. He's not Tyler Googling the stats of an enemy in the middle of combat. You know what I mean? So either way,
that shooting at Tyler now.
What? No.
He's shooting at Tyler now.
He Googled troll
was like,
in
hey
the middle
guys,
of a
what's
combat.
up? And Scott's like, how about a stray?
And then I was going to make a joke about giving him. Anyways, Wade took my joke. All right, Wade, it's your turn. Keegan's choosing to default till after you.
All right, I'm doing rage, charge with inspire courage, a 2-handed power attack.
Are you also doing a drinking the potion of bull strength?
I don't think I did that.
No, I'm just kidding. You're good.
Without potions yet. Okay, those are both good.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good. That includes your power attack?
That includes all the things I just said. 2-handed power attack, rage, inspire courage, charge, and strength damage.
I see you rolled an 8. You get a plus.
Oh yeah, the strength damage.
Oh, technically you do 1 less damage because fuck, that other plant wouldn't have died so quickly. Because you have the +1 on there still, but it's already after you've already used all those pluses on those little guys before.
Yeah.
That means the big plant in the other room actually would have only taken 19, not 20, and therefore Aldo wouldn't have killed it. Therefore you guys would have still been fighting it. Fuck! But I caught it this time. So it's 20 points of damage. Okay. +6 because of your yeah. Okay. Where's the other +6 from? 3 from power attack and 3 from what?
I told you what I added. I could not tell you.
I'm looking right now.
2-handed. So there's 1.
It says +13. Strength and a half is 6. That's correct. 3 from power attack is correct. Where's the other thing coming from?
+1 from inspire courage.
Oh, +1 from inspire courage. Oh, he has strength damage. No, strength damage. It reduces his strength. That's correct.
I think it's just still probably that other +1 is just from the
Why is... I'm
whatever it
confused.
is.
Because it looks like he rolled an 8 plus 6 gets you to 14. Plus 6 gets you 20. Plus 1 gets you to 21. 6 of that is strength. That's correct. 3 of that is power attack. That's correct. 1 was the thing that was knocked off, but you actually give it back. So theoretically 21 is actually, yep. But where's the other 3 come from? Am I crazy, Keegan?
Is it not from just using it 2-handed? You still get strength and a half for 2-handed.
Yeah, strength and a half for 2-handed is the reason why he is the first +6, because his strength is +4.
Yeah, and then power attack is
+3.
Charge? Does charge add damage?
No.
Charge is not damage. I just do attack roll.
Can you boot power attack? Is it also just strength and a half, or is it double?
Oh my golly.
Just
He has on his charge +2 melee damage, -2 AC, as opposed to +2 to his attack roll.
I did not
minus
put
AC.
charge on here for the record.
Whoever did it. For fuck's sake, it could have been me.
That's weird though, because I thought whenever I checked charge, it actually increased my attack roll when I actually clicked it.
So your attack right now is +7.
No,
if I
maybe
click
not. That would have been
charge.
Oh yeah, no, your attack it does not include the charge.
So now if I roll your damage again, it will say,
Now it's rolling twice too.
yeah, you get well, the second one's good for the whole critical hit bit, but give me 1 second. So now it's rolling
Even if
6
it's
from
rolling
his
the
strength,
same
which is
code.
correct. 1 from the sharpened weapon thing, which is air quotes correct. 3 from power attack, which is correct. And does he have inspire? And inspire courage gives him the other 1. Okay, we found the issue.
That one's right.
So charge
Yeah.
was on here wrong. Okay.
Okay, so we found where the other 3 was. So your 21 was actually technically 3 less, 1 from the sharpened weapon and 2 from the charge. So it was actually 18 damage. And Wade, your actual attack roll was a 22. You have 2 options here, Wade. Option 1, take the result that I just said there. Option 2, technically speaking, you rolled with the wrong modifiers. Normally we re-roll. That gives you a chance to crit. It also gives you a chance to miss. Up to you. Take the 18 or re-roll. The whole thing.
I mean, if we typically re-roll, I will re-roll. Obviously, I think if I'm choosing, I'd rather keep the result, but I want to be consistent.
I always re-roll. And I know
I'll
on my
re-roll.
other channel, I always made you guys re-roll. I don't remember on this channel if I did that consistently.
Did you fix charge on here?
I did fix charge. Yeah. So
Okay, let me close and reopen the character sheet to make sure it takes effect.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
tested
too,
it and
sometimes.
modified it. But I know that Joey used to yell at me if I didn't re-roll or force re-rolls when this happened.
I'll re-roll. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I just
think
hope this doesn't
I've got
screw you
it.
over.
We've
Strength
established.
damage, charge, power attack, rage, inspire courage. So I'm still
should be
seeing
it.
the same attack modifiers I did for charge. It still says it's still the +7, which is what it said before. So did that change or is that right?
I'm looking right now. I have to reopen your character sheet.
Because it was a +6 with rage.
So your strength, so your BAB is 2. Your strength is 4. That gets you to 6, right? Charge
Inspire
gets
courage gets me +1.
Charge gets you
7.
2 more. Give me 1 second to see this. I bloop
That's
off
8, so it
charge
should be 9.
and bloop it on. That's because I wrote +2 to melee attack. Is it maybe it's just supposed to be
Oh.
+2 to melee?
You have to say what type. Plus 2
Oh,
what?
I just
to-
have 2 attack and it works.
And I like to do 2 attack because melee is inconsistent for some reason. You put melee attack for some reason.
okay. Now it works. So +2 to attack. Unfortunately, Wade, that also increases the attack of thrown weapons, but we just have to make sure that you don't incorporate. Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
Actually, I think it does apply to thrown weapons because you throw them. But either way, it doesn't apply to shot weapons. But that's fine. I corrected it. Wade, it should now be a +9. Good catch on that one. You have Inspire Courage, Rage, Power Attack, and Charge.
Now I
You-
said +9. I reopened my character sheet again. So, okay.
You are good to go. Good catch.
Here we go.
That believes in you. Typically, Moonstalker believes in you.
God, don't roll low. Hey!
1 less damage, but a higher hit.
Technically speaking, that still has the +1 on there. So
2 less damage, but
16's good damage.
16.
It's really good damage.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, that's good.
just tell me
That's,
how I killed it.
Okay.
My whole health pool.
What did you roll?
Aldo had prepared an action too. I don't know if he gets to do something at the
A
same time or
16.
not.
Yeah.
But Aldo did have a prepared action, just in case that triggers too.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. So as you start charging, he does his prepared action of playing the loot for you, and then of course his turn is going to take place after yours. Also, as you're charging, Aldo is going to take his shot, which he's welcome to do before we get into anything else. $17's a good roll. Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
For the bigger, scarier one?
Yeah.
Okay. You hit.
Thank you.
Now, can you actually hurt it?
+1 damage. That's nice. Hey.
Actually, you do hurt it. All right. Okay, so Wade did 16 damage. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. I got the damage marked up in my head. You take your shot, and it does work. So the combat starts with literally Koa taking his first step forward, and Mikhail like strumming or whatever song he wants to play. I'll let Keegan describe if he wants to describe how it goes. And as you know, Koa is charging forward. He gets all like the buffs and bonuses of the music kind of inspiring him to push on. And literally, as he's swinging his sword, there's a shot overhead that hits. Remember, I said that the roots are growing out of the ceiling. Sorry, out of the wall and up through the ceiling. You shoot up and hit one of those roots, and you see it like sticks in. And this is when you start thinking to yourself, Aldo, literally as you see that stick in, and it hurts the vine, don't get me wrong, but not as much as you wanted. This is where you remember to yourself that, you know, when you were a kid and you were learning how to fire a crossbow, how one of the unique things that one of the you saw a let's just say one of the smiths that made the arrowheads would make is these unique crossbows that kind of had like a hollow core to them, not just hollow in where you would put the shaft in for an arrow. It actually had a hollow where it like whistle as you shot it, but if you stabbed it into a maple tree, you can also have sap starting to come out of it, and it was like a fun thing to do because it's a unique arrowhead, which reminds you of all of the other unique arrowheads that if only you knew a smith that knew how to do these things and had the plans to do them, would probably be a good thing to get your hands on. Anyways, sits in and embeds itself into the thing, and Koa swings hard, way too high up for him to attack the root there, but absolutely carving deep into like the mess of vines that's inside, chopping through them well enough to start like causing some of the vines to just unravel and some chunks of this thing to hang loose, tangled into itself, but hang loose. After Koa makes that charge, Mikhail, like waiting for his moment, sees that happen and finally decides what he's going to do and jumps into action.
Yeah, he takes out the crossbow and he's going to shoot into it, like where part of those vines are hanging open, because it looks like an easier spot to hit while he's also distracted trying to play this, I don't know, weed whacker song. And we'll take a shot here.
It's gonna be like free 5-foot step into a good position, move action, pull the crossbow out, standard action, shoot it, free action, drop it, but it's on a sling, so it doesn't actually fall.
Hold on.
That way you still have your hands.
Turns, I've already done the thing, so I don't have to spend the action to maintain because I used this round. Yes, correct.
Yeah, exactly.
And I always forget, do I benefit from Inspire Courage? Do I inspire me? Yes. I do.
Bards are so egocentric. They literally listen to their own music on the radio. Like,
I'm a bard in real life.
Like 100% bards listen. Like if you are who's one of those people from Distractable? Like, you know, Markiplier would totally drive down the 403 in LA listening to, you know, his own podcast with him and his Bob and the other guy. Oh, I thought you rolled a 3, but you rolled a 20 and a 3. Okay, you hit, but unfortunately no critical hit.
Really needed that crit to do something.
That crit would have been great.
I don't think I did anything.
You don't see the bolt anymore.
Crit confirm is the worst.
You take aim at one of the vines as it's growing up and out of the wall and growing up and through one of the holes in the ceiling. You take aim at it and poof, your shot goes out the ceiling. It like skims one of the vines and keeps going because it would have been a direct hit, but unfortunately it skims the side and doesn't embed itself, and it just keeps going out the window. Unfortunately, it would have been a hit, but it does not land it's a glancing blow. Doesn't do anything to it.
This is when it gets painful for me, isn't it?
Sorry, Keegan. Why? Whose turn's next, Wade?
Going to be my other stage name.
Is it back to me?
I don't know. Whose turn is it, chat?
Looks to be a vine.
I heard it through the grapevine.
The first thing it does is it jams a thick, hardened vine deep into the ground beneath you. And as it does so, you start to see all of the little plant matter sticking out of sticking out of the different joints or whatever it is of the stone start to wiggle and move, which is kind of cute. But there's not enough high enough volume or enough growth out of fucking stone for it to do anything noteworthy. So like some of them start like wiggling, but like there's no actual entanglement happening because, you know, you're on stone. So yay.
I I jumped
dance.
30 feet in the air.
You instinctively roll a reflex save. You dive out of the way to see like a clover just like dancing. Like
Very
Jamal.
quickly looks up to make sure nobody saw that.
Everybody saw this. Now I'm seeing like that fucking short of Guardians of the Galaxy with Groot dancing at the end of Guardians.
It's just, yeah. Well, I dodged it.
Wade, what's your
Why you-
what's your AC while you're raging, sir? And charging, which gives you -2.
I don't know, Scott. Do you think you can beat an 8?
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I rolled very low. I got a 13.
That would have hit me if I wasn't raging and charging.
Oh. Wade,
You rolled really low, right?
let me
Right?
just do my CMB before I tell you the full result.
Right?
Oh, okay. So, all right, here's how it goes. So what ends up happening is that slams into the ground, and Koa is distracted by that, and he sees the wiggling start to happen, and he knows what started to happen to his friends before because they told him about it, whatever it was. So Koa, in his rage, instinctively wheels his sword back. He starts trying to hack at this thing down below, so his attention is pulled from up top, and because his attention was pulled from up top, he did not see the large tendril one comes slamming down his backside and hits him so hard his knees buckle and he nearly collapses under 15 points of damage.
14 for me, right?
14 for you.
I can take another one.
It just healed that, right?
Yeah. 15 points of damage. And that slam on his back, that buckling, is then followed up by a whole bunch of other vines dropping on him like a wet mop that's starting to like grab around him. But Koa, in his rage, feels the pain but doesn't give a fuck about it. And he just instinctively like pulls away. Yes, his back hurts. Yes, his knees are buckling. But he still has enough strength to pull away and just out of the reach of the vines. Now they're trying to wrap around him. And he even gets a swing, cutting a few of them free, dropping them free around the ground around him. I rolled a natural 1 on my CMB. I did not
Thank
grapple
God.
you.
Good.
And
I can take
CMB
at
is an
least
attack roll, which means
one
natural
more
1
of those.
auto fails. What's up?
Mm-hmm.
I could take at least one more of those.
Yeah. Unless I crit next time. All right.
At least.
It's gonna be
Aldo.
really bad when I fall out of rage.
Oh, and then also what it does, Wade, is it shifts itself. It positions itself to be closer to you. By like climbing down the wall, and so like releasing itself from where it was up top. It shifts itself down by about 5 feet and over by about 5 feet. So you're like now in like the center mass of it.
You
I just
shouldn't have
want you
made
to know
it
that
gush.
one
Now it
hit-
wants to be close to you.
That one hit undid the best potion roll I'll ever have in this campaign.
It won't be the best. You'll eventually roll 3d8s. So you can roll 3 1s plus 5.
You assume I live past this fight.
That's fair. That's actually very fair. Go ahead, sir. It's your turn, Aldo.
Oh, reload, shoot.
Yep. Swift action reload.
Yep.
And fire.
Another 20 would be great. Ooh.
Are you happy with your 13?
I think a 14 hit the one outside. I don't think we
don't
rolled
know
lower
if
than
the 13
that.
hits yet.
Yeah, we do not know that.
This one's bigger.
You want me to keep it?
Well, bigger is usually easier to hit, right?
Bigger is easier to hit unless that increases its natural
AC.
armor.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
I don't have a.
Like when you're touch attacking, you want bigger. When you're attacking, depends on what you're fighting. Giants are
It's up
big
to
and
you.
squishy.
We know 14 hits. We don't know about a 13.
Yeah.
13 could hit.
How many luck do we have left?
At least
At least
2,
one.
I think.
We have 2. Koa might need it. Especially if...
Oh my God, Koa! I am so sorry. Last turn, you rolled your last fight. Somebody had given us a Vroga, and 2 PCs
yeah.
used it, but one of them didn't. I think Mikhail never got to roll his Vroga. So Mikhail, I'm so sorry. I forgot to give it to you before. You mind using it this upcoming turn?
I think only Jake used.
I think only Jake used it.
Oh, neither of you used it? Okay, then
Yeah,
sorry,
'cause
both of you missed it.
he
This
killed it.
upcoming turn, use Vroga. That was totally... I marked it in my head, but forgot until just now. A Vroga was given, that's 1 round for everybody, but combat ended. You still had your round.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I don't. Let me scroll back up.
Because
Yeah,
it's
'cause
within
Jake
one
killed it.
session.
Right.
You know, if it was next session, then...
Jake rolled a 2. That's the only one I see.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
he
you guys
killed it.
both
We
have
were
it.
done.
So, sorry, Aldo, I'm interrupting your turn with this, but
No, you're good.
yeah. So, on you guys' upcoming turns, make sure you use this, okay?
Okay,
As far as chat didn't mention it, but
they might have. That was a long time ago.
so knowing that they have Vrogas coming up, that may affect your roll. Maybe you don't care. It's so big and scary, you want to hit it anyways. Maybe you want to take this as a test drive.
Yeah, I'll take it as a test, and I'll leave the lock.
Well, I have good news for you.
Hmm.
You missed, so you know a 13 doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right. After that is going to
14.
be Koa.
Technically, is it me first or is it Mikhail first? Because
No,
he
no.
had the higher initiative. right?
When you
I
change your
delayed.
initiative, you change it for the rest of combat
So even
Yeah.
though we both are
So
at
my-
12, he's always after me.
because he took it
Yeah.
after you. Mhm.
Yeah,
Do I still have
Yeah.
Inspire Courage, or does that wear off?
you have it until I.
This turn is
Until I
his
run out.
last turn of using it. If
Okay.
he uses it this turn to keep it going,
Okay, but I
it's your
still have
turn.
it for now.
Remember your Vroga.
Rolling it now.
Oh shit!
Okay.
What?
Nice.
No, that
I
is
think
exactly
we
what you
probably
need.
want extra attacks here.
Mhm.
So let's go
Oh,
with that. We are in our
Wink,
last
wink.
round of rage before it wears off, and I'm fatigued.
who's the
Which
asshole
is a
that gave
little
that to you
scary.
guys? That was Cade. Cade 841. Fuck you, Cade.
Yeah.
Last round of rage, power attack, inspire courage. A lot of things go really downhill after this round.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they do. Yeah,
Yes, they do.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna make an extra attack. So let's do our first swing. I took off charge, so this should be correct.
A 15. Are you
That's
confident? With your,
13 damage for the record, because damage is still -1.
are you confident with your 15 attack roll?
I want to know. Yeah.
Are you want to take it? All right, Wade. I'm sorry to tell you, but you still haven't learned their AC because that hit.
Woohoo! That's 13 damage.
13 damage on top of what was done before, which was and got it.
However much Aldo did to it, and then
Yes.
I did 16, and Jake did 8 minus whatever piercing resistance it has. And it's still alive.
Unfortunately for you, it is still alive. I'll finish describing after I know how their full turn plays out.
All right. Attack 2.
Okay, 14's that moment where you're like, I mean, we don't know if a 14 hits or not. Are you
Freaking
cool with
19?
19 or do you want 38?
Do I luck a 14 on the confirm?
I mean, you know a 15 hits, a 14's a gamble.
All I'm gonna say is Scott's putting us at level 2 up against monsters with like 60 HP. Then I think we got a whole other problem.
Yeah,
A 14
also,
hit
yeah, there's-
outside. I'm going to keep the 14.
yeah.
Right. Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Both.
Which first?
Good.
The good news? I'm going to give you the bad news first. A 14 does not hit. The
Okay.
good news is you do kill it with your 19 damage. Wade, I'll let you describe this this swelling of Vroga, because I mean, you literally had Yara herself, who is a devout and lifetime worshiper of Vroga in ways that even Koa didn't know was a thing where he came from, has said that you have the spark of Vroga in you. You feel that spark in this moment. You know what I mean? You feel it. Go ahead and describe how you just go absolutely ham on this thing.
So I imagine Koa charges in, swings, sees the ground, goes to swing at that, and just takes the biggest fucking hit to the back, which almost crumbles him. But he takes like a breath and just, I don't know, the rage in him just goes, it's like going Super Saiyan. He just goes to another level of anger. and he just stands up and swings and swings, and he just starts hacking away just all of the anger. He's like, I've been fucking beaten by doors today. I've been hit by fucking plants today. My ankles are cut. And all of this rage, in simpler terms, because he's raging and is stupid right now, is just coming out and just he's swinging, and he probably is still swinging after it's dead. And one of you might have to yell to him to stop because he's just swinging.
Mikhail, go ahead and roll me a nature check. He's too raged to be able to do this. Wade, what I'm going to say is, with your near crit there, as
Actually, he immediately falls out of rage because I'm fucking tired out of rage.
yeah, but you're in that moment of just continuing swinging is what I'm referencing. What you notice, Wade, is that as you're swinging and swinging, hacking this thing apart, you absolutely destroy the thing. It comes apart, it dies, so on and so forth. It doesn't collapse on you and like immediately drop on you or anything like that, because of course the anchor points up above aren't severed, right? So as you're hacking this thing apart, it eventually does kind of like break away from the wall where it was like clinging to the wall and the ceiling. But now it's like free floating anywhere that's outside of your reach, or even some of the little pieces here that are in your reach that you just haven't had a chance to get to and hack apart yet, are still dangling there overhead like a chandelier, right? But the rest of it having hacked apart in chunks at the ground around you or stuck to the wall next to you, whatever it might be, that are there. Keegan, Mikhail's 23 on his knowledge nature check comes to the realization that these creatures, they seem to have a weakness. Those anchor points are a weakness of theirs. If you were up there attacking those, it probably would have taken less to drop the thing than it did just straight up attacking its mass. You don't know whether or not the mass is just more resistance to damage, or if, just to put it in meta terms, is less of a health pool when you're straight up attacking the tendrils. But it definitely took more to drop this thing, both because it's bigger and also because you didn't go for its weakest point. On the flip side, by doing that, those anchors were never released. This thing is not going to immediately drop. It's going to take some time for it to like wither and die or whatever for it to drop. If it withers and dies, if this is a plant and those are its roots, what happens if you kill a weed without derooting it or pulling the root? It could actually even the one in the other room, there are still some roots that are there. It could theoretically grow back. It just would take longer for the other one. Either way, that's clearly a weak point. You come to this realization watching him, so on and so forth, and Aldo, I imagine, is also just like enjoying the show of Koa going ham. I'll let you kind of break his attention if that's what you want to do.
Koa, you got it. You got it.
Oh yeah.
Don't bring the thing down on top of yourself.
One. He like falls to his knees.
He kind of jogs in there and sort of puts a hand on Koa's shoulder. It's like, yeah, you got it. It's done.
Ow.
Oh, but take the hand off the shoulder. Sorry. Hey,
Yeah.
I noticed something. Those anchor points. He like kind of walks over. He's like, he like smacks one a little bit with his rapier, like on his tiptoes. Says, "Yeah, it's not quite as solid. Like it's more supple, like a bit more flexible than the rest of it. I think these are probably its weak points. I don't think I can take as much damage as the rest of its body. I didn't figure that out until you were, wailing on it. That's how I figured it out.
That's a very convenient time, Mikhail.
If we run into another one, now we have a better way to get rid of them. For sure.
If we run into another one of you can go chop at it.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll have to take a break before then. The other thing, though...
My spine's still there. It doesn't feel like it is.
Yeah, I see it. I mean...
Good.
No, you're
it?
fine.
Good.
No, it's fine.
It's dead, right?
It is dead. For now. we do need to get those roots out of
Koa like stops panting and turns when you say for now.
there. Yeah, he points up at it and says, "Roots. These things are like weeds, right? We don't pull the roots; they will eventually come back, probably."
Then put on your gardening gloves, Mikhail, because I am not letting this thing come back.
Out of all the
Definitely
chemical
not.
supplies that you guys got, did you get any defoliant? I didn't think so, but it is possible you have alchemical defoliant. Then there's more natural ways of making something not be able to grow back more easily. But I'm sorry, Keegan, I interrupted you. Please continue.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything that kind of subs in for that. He says, "Yeah, me neither. We're gonna have to get rid of it. Now, it's not going to be fast. Make no mistake. We have time. Just if we leave, go about doing other things, recruiting help, come back, and they've been rooted that whole time. That'd be an issue.
Or the one outside? That one
Same
too?
thing. I'm gonna make sure its roots aren't still in. It's the thing we just have to make note of and make sure we do on our way out at the very least."
If this thing has horrible vine babies under the ground and they start attacking me when I start digging, I swear, I'll probably die.
Well, I mean, we got pretty good evidence it doesn't. Okay, I'm still gonna hope you don't die, but we got pretty good evidence that it doesn't have vine babies, because when it tried to do its everything grows and attacks us maneuver there, it didn't work. It wasn't even scary at all. Barely even anything happened.
That thing punches like someone threw a horse off of Alcimia's nest perch and it fell and landed on you at the bottom. Now, that's never happened to me, believe it or not, but that's how I imagine it would feel.
And only you are going to survive that, I think. But at least this one's done. You know if there's anything... These grow like fruit or anything? I mean, they grow flowers, so you would think.
I imagine any fruit from this would pack quite the punch.
No, but really. Have you heard anything about it?
It has like a berry that will come from it. And the berries will be carried off by like birds and stuff like that to allow it to grow elsewhere. But yeah, it does. The birds.
Imagine we shit a berry in Leshev and we come back and the vines have taken over.
What happens is the birds have some of the seeds in the
bank.
nest, and then it just like uses the nest as like where it starts to grow, and then it has like baby birds like chirp chirp chirp, and the vines like chirp chirp chirp.
I'm assuming
One
none
these
of the berries
in
have formed
Alcimia's
yet.
nest.
No. But speaking of berries, has it actually formed any yet, or are they all just flowers and buds?
The buds of the flowers. It's too early in the season.
Okay. They all grow pretty consistently. Huh. You think we should take some of these buds back? Maybe. I mean, not trying to like cultivate it or anything, but you think Gwen might be interested in them? It's not the kind of thing you find everywhere. It could have interesting properties.
Yes, but what if the vine itself has interesting properties and Ashanti or someone else convinces her to try to grow one? They did play around with the other chemical without, I guess with a warning, maybe she wouldn't.
I think she would have with the warning. I mean, obviously we explained the dangers to her. I'm just thinking, while we're out here in strange places, encountering things most people don't encounter, we are still looking for an answer for her with her condition. No idea where we're going to find it.
Well, let's hold off on harvesting or eating this fruit until the elder tells us that this also consumed 1,000 souls and is made from 10 million dead babies or something terrible as such.
Fair point. Yeah, I mean, it should keep for now. It's still rooted. They're still going to get nutrients. Um, I
I'll Moonstalker.
starting to
take my
think
joke.
maybe we should rest. You know what?
I was gonna say, we could take it back a seed or two for Curve Rock. Tell him it's a mole plant. Moonstalker beat me to it. Credit to you.
I think they would grow before he dies. Probably not.
That hit. That was a solid hit I took. I do not think that if we encounter another one of these, I wish to engage it right now.
No. And I'm becoming more useless against them by the moment. I think I've got one more of those kinds of songs. But you have to infuse them with some amount of magic for them to have the invigorating effects other than just a mood boost. I'm almost out of that too.
I just find myself wondering, I guess we'll find out more as we go deeper, but why do the plants here suck so fucking much? All of them.
I think it has to be because of the curse. You know? I mean, we've been speculating that this whole time. We just don't have anything concrete to base it on other than the fact that it's like it's consistent. You know, everything that's hostile here is a plant. Something is causing it. Something we just haven't reached yet. I don't know if it'll be underground or in one of these other buildings, but
If it has something
I
to
think
do with
that
that really wet area that was up north or south or wherever it was, I'll be very upset. It made delicious water, but if it's some kind of evil plant making water and it's crept its way over here.
I mean, if it was, though, you would think the evidence would be in that space too, right? Where it's
Yeah.
most concentrated. We don't even have that effect out here.
Unless that
Be
wet
nice
area
if we
can
did.
move around or something, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think we need to rest for now. You're hurt. I really don't even know what the hell I would do if we got into another one of those encounters. I mean, stabbing, it's not going well.
He has a potion on him that has an expiration date. He's drinking it.
Wait, he already drank the one with the expiration date.
No, they both. You drink one. You have 24 hours to drink them both. Is how it works.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think
that
any of
other
us
one.
understood that.
I did not. Okay, yeah, definitely drink
That's
that
why
other one.
You drink one, and the other one is a duplicate that lasts 24 hours.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I thought it was that the one you duplicate has a limited scope. The other one is just you can't replicate.
No,
it
no,
again.
no, no, no.
That's why I
The
kept
way it
saying
works
that.
is you have 24 hours to use the second one.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I have to use the other one
yeah.
now too? I mean, I could use it, but
You have to use it within 24 hours, but if you're already that hurt, you know, which kind of makes sense.
Should probably use it.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Whoa! You maxed it.
Is that
Holy
legit max?
shit.
Well,
You
that is
fucking
max.
maxed
That's
it.
2/8.
It's more than you can heal.
It is. Koa doesn't know that.
More than your body.
Dude, I feel like this is my. I'm fucking Popeye, and this is my spinach.
That is so old.
Yeah.
I mean, Bro Eye or whoever the 2025 version of Popeye is. Breh.
Bro, I was that
Breh
what you
tongue. I don't know.
said?
You know, Breh tongue. I'm not fatigued anymore, but I'm out of rate. We're pretty donezo. We fought 1,000 little fucking tree fuckers and 2 giant vines.
Yeah, I have no blood spells. I have a single round of bardic performance remaining.
I'm gonna miss that moderate wound healing. That was so nice. I hate the light wounds. Can we mix the two to make one moderate? Because fuck light wounds.
Or both the same chug. We just make gallon chug potion. Like 7 of them at once.
All right.
Oh.
So, what's the plan?
I don't know if you were listening, but Mikhail said that we're going to have to get rid of the roots of these plants or else they'll come back.
Yeah, I suppose we can do that before we leave, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We don't have to deal with it right this second, but on the way out.
Yeah. What time is it, Scott?
I mean, so as a reminder, like how long it took for you guys to get here, you've got probably got a solid 4 hours before sundown. So you've got like lots of daylight. Like you haven't even lit a torch or anything yet because you have a hole in the ceiling over your head. So all sorts of natural light inside this room.
Okay, so while we got sunlight, we should keep going.
So do you want to go down first or explore the stone door first?
Let's check out the stone door because it's not supposed to be noticed, so.
All right.
Yeah.
You make your way over to that door and obviously you roll a perception check.
Yeah.
All of us or just one?
Yeah, he rolled. Looking at the door, you can see that at one point in time, the door very well probably had a lock on it, but it's free swinging now. Unlike the others, it doesn't get swollen because it's not wood or anything like that, so it still swings open. There's a creak to it, like a if you can hear that. There's like a creaking noise to it as the door opens up. And what goes inside is a wall to wall, ceiling to floor, all stone, very small room. It's a very small room. Mikhail, go ahead and roll me an architecture engineering check. Happy with the roll?
Yeah, we'll keep 16, I think.
Looking at the design of this and comparing it to some of the other like rooms that you've seen before, including at the keep in Hodgwen, as well as the kind of the hole that you found in the cave in up in the mountainous region. This looks as though this room here was meant to be more of a cache. Actually, probably was a vault of sorts. Like, this was likely where a treasure room could have been, or where valuable belongings would have been stored. It wouldn't surprise you if the walls in here at one point in time had shelves or furniture, like some sort of armoires or whatever.
Furniture
that would have stored all sorts of different supplies and whatnot, and had locks on them or whatever. And there's certainly little metal tidbits here and there that suggest maybe that existed at one point in time before that would long since disintegrated. However, not only is that gone, but anything of value that would have been in here was likely snatched by people doing their own expeditions over the past 700 years, making their way in and grabbing one or two tokens before they got killed or left or whatever. And so you don't see immediately anything in here of value, but something tells you like this room, like looking at the design of it and everything, was likely one of those kind of like caches that would have existed inside this building.
Okay.
Can we look around it at all to see if there's anything?
Of course, yeah. Keegan, feel free to describe, and then you guys can roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would explain it to him if we don't have to really RP it unless.
Sure. Yeah, unfortunately, Moonstock, if you remember when they were purchasing furniture, the lowest grade that they could find was literal trash. However, when they're in the keeps, there's a whole new lower grade they could find that's actually no longer existing. In which case, that's what they found here. It's one step below literal trash.
You guys want me to luck in 18?
So you can kind of assume that there was a bit of an assistance going on here. So I think it's fair to say that you got a 20 on this, and when that you'd want to luck that 20.
I feel like it's
He has to find furniture.
Luck the 20.
I'd say lucky though, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Previously a vault, dude. Yeah.
So a 23 total. You guys looking around inside here are able to like search and see if you can find anything of significance, see if there's anything that may have been of value inside here. And unfortunately, like I said, all of the furniture is completely like rotted. Anything that would have been here, whether it be paper gone, if it was coin stolen, there's unfortunately nothing left inside the room. except one of the bricks in the room, like one of the stone bits inside the room, the angle of it seems slightly off. Like Koa just barely notices it, not because he was directly looking for it, but his back really fucking hurts, and he took like a moment to kind of like fold himself, like, you know, when you do like those toe touch kind of stretches, just like stretch out the pain, because even though it hurts immensely to do, he needs to stay limber if he's going to keep going. Yes, that potion did heal the bigger injury, but the ache is still somewhat there, and so he's trying to stretch that out to make sure that he's going to stay limbered up to keep pushing on. His muscles are still sore from the poison earlier. Anyways, in folding himself like that, from that lower angle, he was able to see one of the stones was slightly off to the side. So while still kind of like bent in half, he reaches out and touches the stone, and it depresses in further, and he moves it to the side, and he hears a click. And then, so he hears a click and sees behind it that there is one of those keyholes, like you guys had seen beforehand, outside the mountain keep.
You still have that key on you? Or
Yeah, I got it.
I think you might be up, Aldo. I'll gesture.
Aldo, go and take a look. Just take out the key and.
Aldo kneels down, looks at the keyhole. Oh man, this is in way better condition than the ones you found in the mountains. Jesus Christ. Like, this might have a little bit of dust in it, but like this was sealed behind a brick for hundreds of years, yes. So maybe like bugs coming through here or whatever, but like way better condition. If you wanted, you could spend a moment, like put your water skin up to it, like squirt at it or something like that, just to flush anything out, but way better condition than the other one was. And the shape matches the key that you have in hand. I mean, it'd be a pretty big surprise if this key actually worked, right? So you take your key and you slide it in. Unfortunately, while it's the same style of key, the key that you used for one of those two before was not the right key. Is this... No, that was 5e campaigns where people had that 5% chance key. That I was like, you guys don't have one of those in this campaign, do you? But no, you don't. However, you only had one key with 2 locks last time.
This is the wrong key. No doubt they use a similar design and probably different keys for each keep. I can try and pick it.
You might want to put the ring on or whatever you did last time, just in case.
Yeah, did we get the tarnish and stuff off of that? Is it ready to use?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. You guys removed the tarnish before through
I think that's what we used the asset for, isn't it?
I think so. But either way,
Or just
yeah,
some of
you've
it.
had
We might
literally
use some.
months. You spent an entire downtime in Hod Glen. I imagine somebody would have removed the tarnish. Like it's a non-cost thing that you had countless hours to have done it. I'm fine with you saying that was taken care of.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll put the ring on, I guess, and I'll try and pick it.
Are you going to use your hero point to get a +8?
Yeah. If you're giving me a hero point to use, yeah.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you not
I
have
definitely
one?
have one. I have a hero point. I'm using it.
That's perfect. Yeah, +8. Awesome.
No.
For once, Scott's been very generous, guys. Let's give
That is
Rapaz
very
Scott's
kind of him.
generosities.
For forgetting everyone
it's
else's
+8.
birthday, that was really nice
amazing.
of him to finally do something nice for somebody.
No, Jake already got his birthday gift.
That's
I have it. It's Jake's hero point. Let's just
Wait, do you actually
my
have a
gift
hero
to
point,
you.
Keegan?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I
He did have a birthday that's
list.
been ignored for like 6 months.
Yeah.
Alchemic, there is I can't remember what it's called, but there's a hero
Right
point
past it.
option. It's like heroic fortune or something like that. There's
It's
a hero point
expensive.
option under the spend command. But the way that they earn hero points, the way that the mechanic works, is when they level up, they gain a hero point. There's that spell that you guys as chat can cast on them to give them a temporary hero point that lasts a minute. But then beyond that, there's also when they do something immensely heroic that is self-sacrificing for the benefit of others, they can gain a hero point. when they come to a conclusion of an important story for that in particular character, that can give a hero point. Or, you know, maybe if the DM's just flirting, you know, they can get a hero point. So I've seen that at tables before. It's immensely frustrating. But yeah, there's all sorts of different ways for them to have earned it. But
That's okay. It is a very expensive redeem.
yeah, that is
Yeah.
that is not something that's meant to be thrown around.
Should I have got a hero point for getting Koa and Gwen to just be engaged? Because I feel like that was pretty
That
heroic
was not
and
a big
self-sacrificing
character
of me.
development for you. I think that was you just being like, fucking Christ, just get it over with.
It
What about
was
the
a
lamb?
big character development, though.
The lamb,
for
the
you.
lamb too.
Huh?
The lamb was the lamb.
Oh, the lamb.
That's a big
Yeah.
character moment.
I would say the lamb is like starting the engine on
I
the
love-
road on the long
Got my
ass
buddy
fucking drive
engaged,
to
bought a
recovery.
lamb. The lamb, we all agree the lamb was the bigger moment, and I don't know what that says about us as people.
I do agree the lamb was the bigger moment. You are correct.
All right, I'm gonna try and pick this lock.
All right, good luck.
Koa, do you have any hero points, one that you can give to him?
We've all been spent.
None of us have a
Oh,
hero
okay.
point.
Okay, I
right?
didn't know if one of you guys were like
for
lingering
about
on
a
to
year and a
one.
half. I don't think we've ever gotten
No.
another hero point.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
close
we've
these
gone
stories.
2 sessions without having none of us have hero points. Like,
That's a
so that'd be a
17.
17.
okay,
You guys use up
luck
your
it, or you
plus
think it's
fours.
good?
We use both the plus fours,
Um,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, we have
did.
luck left, but that's up to you. I don't remember what the last DC
I would
was.
say
I feel like
definitely luck it.
Yeah, I need to get a 3 or a 4. Oh my
There it
god, I
is.
guess a 20.
That's something.
Yeah.
So that gets you to a 20, which is nice. So when you're
Or sorry,
sitting
a
there
20.
fiddling for a while, trying to get this thing to open, unfortunately, a 20 is not enough to pick the lock. The good news is it doesn't break the lock or jam it or anything like that. But with your 20 total, you felt the pulse. Remember the electrical pulse that happens from being inside there. But your ring protects you, same as it did last time. So good call, Koa. The ring protects you, same as last time. But it does not pick the lock for you. You were not able to trip it the right way. You're welcome to try again. It's just, you know, every time you do so, there's the danger of you know, picking or whatever. Last time you did
Yeah.
have a bit of an easier job because you spent so much extra time properly lubricating the lock. I think you used some acid, then you washed it out, then you used a bit of oil, or did you use regular oil like lamp oil or?
That's all we had.
Yeah,
I
lamp
think we had,
oil.
like, one
You like
thing of it.
lubricated it to try to make your life a little bit easier. I have no problem if you're saying that your character wants to spend a solid 10 minutes to prep that way before trying again. Jake?
I can prestidigitation to like clean it out. That doesn't do like the
Yeah, that's a good
lubricating
idea.
stuff
One
that
thing
it
I'm
used
going to turn to Mikhail and say...
Finish SirKiken first. Prestidigitation would get rid of the debris so that all he would have to do afterwards is lubricate. So he wouldn't have to same. Yeah, that's actually a good call to half his task. I'm sorry, Jake, you were saying.
I'm just wondering, Mikhail, if I break this lock, are you able to fix it?
It's affixed to the door.
Maybe. Yeah, it's the whole thing probably weighs too much. Like if you broke the key, yes. The lock, doubtful. Be worth a try, but doubtful still.
I could try again, but it could go either way.
Want to spend time prepping it like we did the other one? I mean, I can get cleared out. There's any debris in there.
I'll stretch for a moment. Then. Oh God. God's play.
All right, I can give it one more try. I got a decent idea of how this works, I think. All right, so we're
You
gonna
want me to-
clean it out, lube
Yeah.
it up.
Yep. Spend the 10 minutes.
Well,
He casts
that's
prestidigitation 2 or 3 times, whatever it is. You guys, get the lube out, prep it up, squirt it in there, whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
And then after 10 minutes or so pass, finally you're ready to kneel down, and each one of these lockpicking attempts takes about a minute. Like, it's not like it's a super quick thing. It takes time for you to actively try to pick the lock. This isn't like a master lock where you just have to hit it with a hammer and it opens, and you can do it more than once to prove that it's not a fluke. That's for you, Sal. Anyways, whenever you're ready, Aldo, you're welcome to try again.
All right.
Did that actually use up an oil flask or no?
I'm sorry. It does not use up a whole oil flask. No, that would be an insane amount of. That'd be. They say no. You can't use too much lube. That is too much lube.
Oof. It's a 14.
Yeah, the DC is lowered for you. A 14 is considerably lower than what you rolled last time. 4 lower than what you rolled last time.
Yeah.
That unfortunately is so low a roll. It could theoretically be in the realm of, oh no, let's try not to break it. It's unlikely, but
One luck left, at least since the last one.
I mean, we break the lock. What are we going to do? We don't have a key for it anyway. Although I know probably where the key is, but...
We definitely don't want to break
14.
it. So,
What do you want me to do? You want me to try to lock it, or you want me to just leave it?
I would say go ahead and luck it, just so we don't.
Doesn't that feel
hopefully
like a
don't
high
break the
roll for a
lock.
break? I don't know how you normally break a lock.
It'd be
Feels
like
a high
10
roll.
lower than the DC or something.
it'd be 10
I would
lower than
assume.
the DC. So that would mean that the DC, after being lubricated, is a 24 or higher.
That feels like if we couldn't have had much of a chance of even opening this if it started off much higher than like a 24, and if it's lower now after lubing, I feel like it's probably not broken.
Fair.
But you trust your gut.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know for sure because there's too many factors.
Yeah.
You have any idea what
so where we land on
year
this?
of lock it is? Since he's already tried it once.
Hey, Raiders!
Simple. Oh, hello. Is it like? Does he know if it's like a simple or average or whatever? Like
No,
tier
because
it is
he can't even
since
see
he's already
it well
attempted
enough
it.
to make that decision. But he knows it's a harder lock. He just doesn't know in that rating. It's not a modern lock. It's from the ancient times.
Yeah, I trust you. I
Factors.
trust your judgment. If you want to use it to be safe, I'm fine with that. It just means you won't have a luck for your next roll if you try again. But if you want to go ahead and luck it to be safe, go for it.
Then if we break it, it is what it is. We'll figure it out.
Jake, you were leaning away from it originally, so you don't want to do it, or you do?
I'm fine with you not doing it if that helps.
I know if I don't do it, it'll break. It shouldn't.
What would the
but
DC have
It just
been?
will. 25.
But it was
We'll be
lowered with the
informed
lube.
one way or the
So
other.
what do you think it was? It would have had to been. It would have only gone down by 1 if it hits a 14, right? If it was,
It
25.
should have gone down by a few, but I don't know.
Well,
what
yeah,
it
a
would've-
20 didn't break it last time, which is good. So,
If it was a DC 30 lock, man, we weren't getting in there no matter what we did.
I mean, he can roll very high and potentially get in. His modifier is a +7.
Yeah,
so
but
it
that's
is
still
feasible.
insane.
But I'm not
Is this a
disagreeing.
lock
that'd
that
be a
get
Let's
in
roll
like-
the dice. Let's roll the dice. Is it broken or are we good?
So you're saying that you're sitting with the
14.
the 14?
Yeah.
After
Yeah.
lubing.
It's not fucking broken. That'd be insane if the DC was still 24 or
That's
higher.
what I
done insane shit to us before, all right?
That's what
So,
I thought that would be too much. I was like, there's no way.
All right, I'm gonna give it one more
logically-
go.
Ooh, he's
Yeah.
like, I don't think it's broken. Fuck it. Let's all or nothing.
All right, come on,
This is where you roll a natty 1 so we can break it.
stop.
Yo, that's okay.
You're at
21.
21 currently. You believe? Okay.
Oh, fuck off. Just tell me it's open.
What do you want me to tell you?
It's open.
What do you want me to tell you?
It's open.
I'm
Make
sorry,
it
Jake.
big.
What is that
It's-
lock?
Unbecoming of a
It's
DM.
unlocked.
Oh, is it? Is it unlocked?
Yep.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Jake.
He's like, DC is a 16 now.
No, but yes, a 22 does open the lock.
Okay. Thanks for the luck as well, guys.
Thank you
Appreciate
all,
it.
for real.
That
Thank
was
you.
that was more stressful than the fucking fight.
Right?
Our loot might be broken.
Awesome. So when you go inside this and when you finally pick the lock, you're like, you feel it's like not like you hear a lock click open. The way that you know that these locks click open is because you stop feeling the current of electricity passing through you. So the current stops passing through you, and so therefore, like almost like the magnetic field or whatever it is that's holding it shut ends. So the thing can now just be pulled open, which is like so fucking exciting that happens. And so as you pull the thing open and you look inside, you can see that there is a wrapped up bit of, it must be some sort of like a cloth or something inside there. I mean, again, it's so fucking old that whatever it was, it has lost its color. It's disintegrated to the point that you don't know what material it originally was or what design originally was, so on and so forth. But there's something in there, some type of material. As you gingerly pull it out, you can feel that it is containing inside of it something hardened. Has like some rough edges to it. It feels not small, as a decent circumference to it. So you pull that out, and as you slowly open it up and pull the thing out from inside there, you end up finding a small, the only way to describe it is like a crown sitting in there. It's not so ostentatious as like, a king of Europe kind of crown. It is way more low key, more along the lines of like a tiara, but it is definitely, it has this kind of like regal nature to it. And of course, it is electrum that it's made out of. It even has a couple of gems on it, but again, it's not ostentatious. It's much more simple or what have you, but still very obviously a crown. You were going to say, Aldo, what?
Oh, I was going to say, Aldo kind of just like gingerly takes it out and he just like looks at it and then looks at the other two. He's like,
Don't we have
you
a
don't
circlet?
think. No, this is a crown.
It is. Don't we have a circlet or something?
We do. Does it look the same as the other one? Similar?
Yeah.
So the other one is a simple circlet, right? Made
Yes,
out of
okay.
electrum, but a simple circlet. This is made out of electrum, but it's not a circlet. I mean, you can call it a circlet if you want, but it's definitely leans more towards the, like to your sediments. None of your characters have ever seen a crown before, but this looks to you what you would imagine a crown would look like. But again, a simpler, almost like a lesser crown, like a layman's crown, if but it's still it has the rigidity to it. It has like a bit of like kind of like sharper points at the end. It has design. It has a nice the filigree running. Sorry, the design to it is not dissimilar from the filigree that you see running through the walls. Like it is electrum. The stones that are sitting inside there are what you call it. Try to get the words out. There are 3 stones inside of it, as I said beforehand. Of those stones, 2 of them are white stones, and then one of them, like the more central one, is like a pink stone. You're not sure what those stones are. None of you guys are gemsmiths or anything like that. You'd have to have somebody who's more familiar look at it and tell you.
Do they look like any of the ones we found in Hodgwyn Keep?
They do not.
Can I not the quality, but can I try to identify what type of stone they are with was it dungeoneering?
Again, that's gemsmithing, craft gemsmith or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any kind of like curse or magic associated with these items? Crowns we found, a crown and headrest.
I think it might be time. He looks at Mikhail.
This looks valuable, but
Hmm?
hidden
Oh.
behind a pillar and inside of a locked vault and everything. Someone really didn't want this to be found.
You want to use the magic detecting thing on it?
But we have a few things now that we're curious
Yeah, we
about.
do.
I mean,
A couple. We're gonna do that. We should check other things too. What else are we curious about?
There's a circlet and there's those potions, the ones you couldn't get before.
we could see the ring as well. The ring and the key,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, start laying some stuff out here. It's kind of an emanation. We'll need to be able to see it. So yeah, let's figure out what stuff I'm going to be trying to detect magic on. I'm going to be using the scroll, by the way, Scott, not the
Sure.
dust.
And is it on your list so you don't have to worry about making any checks? You're good to go.
Yeah, it's my list. I just didn't
Cool.
take it.
And because it was a wizard that wrote it, it's based off of intelligence, but your intelligence score is at least an 11.
Yeah.
Okay, so you should be fine then. There's no concerns there.
We've got the from circlet, the electrum ring. We've only had one ring, right? The other one we thought was in that bowl in Buckhead's house.
Yeah, we've only got one ring, one key. I think we only have a ring, a key, a circlet, and a crown. I think those are the 4 items. We've got potions. Maybe surprise one of our shoes or weapons or something glow. Meta, we know Aldo has a coin. In game, I don't think he's ever told our characters that.
Right, yeah, because it's a coin. I don't have that sapphire anymore. Let me get rid of that. Blowing my Discord up. Jesus. Checking all my items and whatnot, seeing if there's anything else in here.
Does
don't
this help
think
you identify
we have
what
any of
magics
the-
they have, or is this just show you that
Yeah.
it's magical?
He can make
It'll-
a check to identify. The DC is going to be based off of how powerful the item is, but he's allowed to make a roll, whereas normally he is not.
Yeah. Like, essentially,
Can for no particular
can-
reason I give some init to Lance, or to someone else I think would give us something positive here?
No.
Okay. Had to try.
yeah. Basically, if I can see an aura, then I try to identify what type of aura it is, and then I'll know it's magic, and I can try to identify the effect. But
Correct. But the good news is you know the strength of the auras. I actually have something that tells you the strength. So like faint, mild, moderate, strong, overbearing, stuff like that. So like he knows what he's dealing with before he makes his roll.
much else on my list other than I got the 3 unknown potions.
Yeah, it's just the
than what we've
circlet,
named.
the crown, and which I'll get an image of the crown for you, so you have a more of a visual. So a circlet, a crown, and a couple of potions. Did you still have scrolls that you had never identified?
No, they're all ID'd.
Even the ones that Jaaek found forever ago?
Yeah,
Okay.
we ended up doing all those.
Yeah,
if
I
they,
thought so. 'Cause
they
that's how you
aren't
get the detect
ID'd, they're
magic
not
one.
on my sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And there's no other items left over. That's right. Because there was one other item
I don't
that you guys
think
never
so.
found.
Do we have any of the old mole weapons and stuff that?
Penta has all of them, and
Just
the
all
only
the
one
rest
that's
of them.
still ours is the dagger.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Then I have
I'm
nothing
gonna use the
else.
restroom real quick while you're going through, so I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah, you're good. Let him prep up, and then we'll be good to go. Let me actually look up the rules real quick
Next list.
of Pathfinder, Detect Magic. That way I can look up the rules for how it is that you identify with that.
Yeah.
Which is
I
third
have-
rounds, and then Aura Strength, and then it is... it's greater Detect Magic, so...
That's one of those spells that, like, no matter
So
how many
knowledge
freaking
arcana
times you use,
check,
I have to look it
determine
up.
the school of magic. make one per aura. If the aura emanates from a magic item, you can also attempt to identify, which is spellcraft. So you have to know the aura first, then you can spellcraft it. So you have to you have to cast a spell and pass 2 checks to identify the item. To identify the item, it is DC 15 plus caster level. That could be high. Because like if the caster level is, let's say, 8, that's a 23. And 8's not an insane number for a permanent magic item.
Yeah. That should be referring to the caster level of the effect. So not necessarily the caster level of the caster who did it, because you don't always put it.
When you look at magic items on Pathfinder, unless you are modifying it in some way as the DM, the items tell you the CL.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you go.
I don't know if
he's
he's custom or not. So yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're customizing in any way, you go based off that. So because there's little to no value in increasing the base caster level, because that increases the cost with usually minimal result. So, which most people wouldn't do. Anyways, you, sir, are you ready for this? Do you want to wait for the other 2 to come back for it, or do you want to handle the potions while you're waiting for them to come back?
Yeah, we can handle the potions real quick. Because I think this is all the items that I put in the Roll20 chat. I just don't know if Jake has any others on his sheet or anything that I'm forgetting.
Okay. So first of all, you cast detect magic. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just say, because your character has only ever used magic like this a handful of times before, and we're just like being overly cautious because of in-game fun, right? So your character's only used magic like this a handful of times before, and never by your own casting, always through like some guidance or maybe a potion, whatever it was that was done. This is something that you're not super comfortable with. So you're like, I don't want to make a fuck up. So what we're going to do is everybody take all of your potions, everything we already know what they are, and take all the scrolls and just leave them in your bag or whatever, or your pouches or whatever they are, and just put them over here. Just literally put them all in a pile next to us, like 10 feet away from me. So I'm not even focused on that. I just want to see everything else that's over here, so we're good. So you literally remove all of your potions and scrolls and put them to the side to make sure that you're able to focus on what you're trying to do. Okay? And then you have these, 5 items in front of you? 1, 2, 3. I think you pasted something twice. So you have 6 items in front of you.
Oh yeah, the ring is in there twice. Whoops.
Yeah, but that's okay. So you have 6 items in front of you. Cool. So ignoring those items over there and just focusing on, you guys, these items, whatever it is.
The ring. Sorry, the second ring was supposed to be key. The key was the other one.
Oh, electrum key. Understood. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I
So
was
7
distracted.
items,
I was
and then
typing.
cool. Understood.
Yeah.
The key's probably our least, what's it gonna be? But it's still might as well look since it's Electrum or whatever.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay, are you ready for this?
Yep.
All right. Actually, let me look one thing up real quick, because I know what that
We'll wait
does. But let
longer.
me just. Huh?
Wait longer.
Sorry.
We've only been wondering about that circlet for how many sessions, and we're like, we don't want to use our one identify.
Which is a fair.
Me-
That's a fair. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just said right. That's it.
Where is? I couldn't find. No. Okay. No. Just trying to see where. No, none of those. Oh well. I thought there was a ring that did that to make things easy, but that's fine. Because I already know what it does anyways. Just thought there was something that was comparable for me to use it off of, but that's fine. Okay, cool. So you cast Detect Magic. Are you ready for this? So you finally go, Vita Mortis. Round 1. You detect the presence of magic, which is exciting. It's genuinely exciting, but at the same time, concentrate, focus. You already knew there's magic here. There's potions in front of you. And even if the potions are created alchemically, the way that those alchemical reactions happen is they have like vague magical effect based off of that. You have 7 items in front of you, right? And with those 7 items in front of you, you detect, so round 2, you detect 8 magical auras.
Okay.
And you know that the most powerful magical aura around you is strong.
Oh boy.
So you sense a strong magical aura around you, which is like, whoa. It's like so strong, it's hard to see the other auras that are there. And so you know that you have to really focus and probably focus on that one last. Just try to work through the little ones, try to like, finagle them in your mind and work your way up to that one to figure it out last. Okay. And then can you see the aura of each individual one here? It says that round 2 is the number of different auras and the power of the most potent one. So you feel a strong aura. So you're going to try to pick up the different items and see what they are. So round 3, you feel the strength and location of each aura. So 18 seconds or so into this, all of a sudden you're able to figure your way through the auras. The 3 potions, obviously, those are faint auras. That is exactly what you would expect to happen, right?
Yeah.
The circlet that you found beforehand, that one's also a faint aura. No surprise there. The ring you find is a above faint, I think is what, weak aura, or however it goes. It's either faint or weak, whatever it is, for the ring that's there. The key that's with you, you find no aura on the key. For the crown that you found, it's a strong aura. However, you also find a faint aura on Koa. His sword has a faint aura. It's actually so faint that it's flickering. Like sometimes you detect it, sometimes you don't. It's a very faint aura on his sword. And something on Aldo is faint aura as well. You're not sure what it is, but there's a faint aura on Aldo in his pocket. You don't know what it is.
Really hope he keeps it in a front pocket and we're like, oh my god.
This is how it happens. This is why.
Oh, that's awesome. Which one would you like to do first?
Aldo's dick.
It lasts for 1 minute per level. You spent 3 rounds getting here, which means you can detect. Are you ready for this? You could only make 7 rolls.
Oh man, I
have to
misread what
triage
you were
one.
saying
Wait,
there.
it lasts how long?
1 minute per level. Scrolls are base cast level, which is 1. It took 3 rounds to get here, and each item thing after that is an additional round. I think it's 1 round and not 3.
Jake, your dick lasts 1 minute per level, and you can go for 3 rounds or something. You have a magical dick, we discovered.
3 rounds per item to detect.
Aldo does too, but we were talking about you.
Oh, jeez. So I can only make 2 rolls.
Unless you just drink the potion right afterwards, which would effectively extend it and not make you have to fucking go through the 3 rounds again. It should be annoying. So you have
the potion
7
like
rounds.
A weird dust thing.
Yep.
Okay.
So you did the scroll. You have 7 rounds. You can use 6 rounds to identify 2 things. So there's a faint aura in Aldo's pocket. There's a flickering faint aura on Koa's sword. You kind of already know what that is. Aldo, he's a man of mystery. 3 potions. There are many ways to identify those. We can triage that almost immediately. There's a circlet in the strong crown and the faint to weak ring.
How hard do you think it will be to identify the crown? Because that's obviously the strongest.
A strong
That's
aura.
That's probably the hardest.
Yeah, a strong aura can be upwards of DC 30. Like it is a hard. He doesn't know until he tries or finds out. But
well, you said 23 earlier. I was like, that's pretty tough. So I didn't know if that was hard or what that one would have been. That's so.
I mean, if
Okay.
just assume caster level 10, that's already a 25. And if it's anything above that, it's only going up. So
Can
I don't know
there
what his
be
modifier
caster level
is.
10 in this world?
Huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this world different? Because like, who's casting
no.
that
Cast
stuff?
level of items can be achieved through other ways. There's things like circle casting and whatnot that allows you to pull off things that are above the maximum a person can do. And also you have to understand, like, just like in like Tolkien lore, there are ways to build it beyond just I am caster level, cast spell. It's, situation, divine gift, that kind of shit, and it allows something more powerful to
Yeah,
exist.
makes sense.
I got a +6 spellcraft.
+6, did you say?
So,
You have to roll a
that's-
nat
that's-
20 to confidently approach a strong aura.
Yeah, but before luck or any of that stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I
really
can get.
wish we had a hero point right now.
I know.
I know.
Of all the times to give Keegan a hero point, now
What
would
did we
be the
use
time.
them for? I used them to like get married or something. Like we could have been using it to identify our loot.
Well,
I can use them on the most ungrateful man who ever existed.
What happens if you fail to identify something, Scott? Do you?
he would have to. I think, is that the one that you would
I'd
have
have to level
to?
up.
Hold on, wait. Retry when using Zik magic. You can only attempt or ascertain the properties of an individual item once a day. You would have to cast the spell again and try a different day.
It's a tough spell for us to get, but it's still better than once a level.
For
Mm.
okay. So yeah, right now we basically have 2 castings of it. I've used 1. That'll get me 2 rolls.
I mean, I know my sword's got like some properties to it, so I don't know that that's unless there's something we don't know about. I don't know how important that is.
Oh shit, Kajitar.
Oh geez, thank you, Catatar.
The Kajitar just give to Keegan. You have a +8
Oh,
on
man.
one of these rolls.
Okay, I got a
Imagine if,
minute to do that.
Wade got it
That
or
means
something.
right. Throw it to him.
I
Hold on,
choose
before
to
we get that door.
assist.
Hold on.
So
That stone door's looking at you funny.
the thing is, it's 2.
Keegan,
That's
hear me
2
out.
rolls
Keegan, hear
this
me out.
session, by the
Keegan,
way.
hear me out.
Yeah.
If you
Uh-huh.
take the +8 to start, that's great because it greatly increases your chance to succeed. However, if you wait to roll first, that gives you the chance of a +4 or a reroll. So you're gambling the +8 and hope that you roll high enough that it matters, or you hold on to it for a +4 or reroll. I know. I'm not trying to taunt you. I'm not trying to lead you astray. I'm just talking about odds here. So if you have a +6,
I know.
you have a +6
Yeah.
normally. That's either right off the bat a +14, and so even if you roll a natural 1, which isn't an auto failure, you pass a 15.
Better not count toward my minute while you're talking.
No.
Better not count toward my
In-game
use
minute.
this.
In-game minute. Yeah.
Okay, sweet,
Um,
sweet. All right.
So I mean, like,
The spell
It
wears
is-
off.
it is. Or you could have a reroll because you just rolled shitty, which could be more valuable than any plus. I don't want to tell you what to
could-
do. Just think of what you think is best.
Because it's a skill check, I feel like it being a plus is way more valuable. You know what I mean? Because rolling a 1 doesn't. It's not like, oh, I roll a 1, I've spoiled the whole thing, depending on what I save it for.
Do you still have your
Uh,
Vroga? Can you get a +4 to a skill check?
I do still have the Vroga.
Oh my god, he technically does. You know what?
Someone punched me in the face.
You have to let him use it. You have to.
I honestly, I'm fine with it. I screwed you over last combat. Yeah, you have to roll a 2 or
But you
higher.
used it. I thought that was just a joke.
It's a 5 on 6 chance that you get to do
Yeah.
that. Fuck it. Go ahead.
Don't tell me I want a 2. Okay.
Yeah,
it's like a
thank you.
2.
Whew.
So-
Okay.
so
You
you
gotta
stand
go
up-
sacred round now.
You stand up as a swift action. Great job.
I'm gonna take the 2 because I must
You took the
Lance?
2!
You hear that?
I
Lance?
must take the 2 on a d6.
Hey, took the 2.
We should have a command that is exclamation point Keegan 2. I must take the 2.
So he goes for the crown with like a +18,
Roger.
rolls a 1 and fails.
So well, here's the thing. It's 2 rolls. I have to make the Arcana to identify its aura. in order to even identify its properties.
Yeah, identifying the aura is a DC what? It's actually not that hard. It's 15
That's a
plus-
lower one.
Yeah. It's
I don't
technically
remember what
it's,
the base is.
it's about 15 or whatever. So 15 or higher. What is your modifier for aura?
For Arcana, I have a +8. So
Okay,
much
cool.
higher. bar.
Honestly, what you do is we can start with a strong one, and if you fuck up the aura roll, then you just say, okay, I'm not going to waste it on this. Like it's not meant to be. Let's move on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of yeah. So that means
Hey, what up, Eric?
Hello. Yeah, we're just gonna start with the strong one.
Cool.
'Cause
So
I
I
know
assume
stuff.
you're going to roll the aura raw. You're going to not take the
Correct.
+4. You're not going to get the pre +8. You're just going to roll it raw and see what happens.
Yeah, because if I fail this, we'll just move on.
Yeah.
And then
may-
use it
may
on
the
other
force be with
stuff.
you.
Ooh.
I can't see what the result is.
You can luck that because I think you did
14. I'm gonna
Can't
I'm gonna luck that to hit the 15.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. That's 15. Got
Cool.
one more luck. That's good.
All right, stack those bonuses.
Yeah,
The
we're gonna
aura-
throw all the rest of that shit on there.
The
ahead with
aura's
Sorry.
transmutation.
Transmutation. Oh, okay.
This is a
Now-
cursed object that turns its wearer into a toad.
Wrong transmutation aura. Okay.
Identify doesn't identify cursed items, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that doesn't do that in
It
this
doesn't.
version.
It doesn't automatically tell you they're
Yeah.
cursed. It doesn't give you a +10.
lion,
In 5e, it's so fucking stupid how like as soon as you identify something, you just instantly know it's cursed. So it's like and like casting detect magic is infinite and free or whatever. Like it's one of those like cursed items don't really exist unless you're the one guy that just puts shit on. You know?
Yeah.
But which I totally am that PC when I think it's fun. So just to be clear, I totally think that's fun sometimes. But go ahead.
We're gonna throw that the +8 and the +4.
I did that before
+12.
once, Fallon.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that into the spellcraft here. Fun.
So then you're taking the +4 and you're holding the plus. Oh, without is
No.
that without the modifier?
That's with the modifier. I can't
Wait.
hit that without it.
No.
I thought I was gonna put them both on there.
Oh, you did. You got the +8,
Yeah.
sir. You fucking did it.
We have a
That is
luck.
our MVP.
We still have a luck.
Deacon, you did okay.
You can
Yeah,
do it.
yeah. Credit to Kajitar. Thank you.
I saw that 12 and I was like, oh no.
Keegan, it is a headband of mental prowess. Headband of mental prowess gives it a +2 enhancement
That's
bonus
huge.
to
That is fucking
2
huge.
mental ability scores.
Holy shit. That's fucking massive.
It
That
is
is pretty cool.
ginormous. Now, one of
Holy
those
shit,
ability
which two?
scores is charisma. The other one is wisdom.
I'm stuck at that.
That is
so nice.
That is one of the ones where it's like it is so useful for everybody. It is a hard
Oh, good.
conversation for who gets it. Obviously, Keegan has spells that are based off of charisma. Everybody uses wisdom for a myriad of reasons, so on and so forth. Everybody uses charisma. You know, like it is, but obviously Keegan has charisma spells. So it is a very powerful one for everybody. It's actually an insanely powerful item.
It.
What does it give to those scores? A +1?
+2
+2.
to both.
One?
What was that?
+1 to both, like 2 and 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Which increases the overall result by 1 for each of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's still like insane.
Yeah, ups your mod on both. Fucking good.
I
It
wish
is-
I had a strong argument for Koa, but I feel like you two, it makes more sense. So I'll take myself out of the running.
So in game, I imagine you will make some sort of an argument, but out of game, in the meta, you're removing yourself from it. Okay, that is fair. That is
I would love it. Those are two things I'd love to be better at, but it makes sense to enhance the ones that are actually already using them.
it required seeing the secret door, which was relatively easy. then finding this, then looking for and finding the door inside there, which was relatively hard, then opening the lock, which was not easy, and then identifying it or just putting it on. But
That's worthy of a hero point. All right.
Keegan, sorry. Wade, I could have said, actually, Wade, it's charisma and intelligence. When you increase your intelligence score, you increase your skill points.
You could have.
But I didn't.
You didn't.
All right.
You could have said strength and con, and I would have been like,
Those don't come in headbands, but yeah.
Built.
let's
Okay,
anklets,
so
yeah.
Mikhail's, because he's only got limited time, Mikhail's like in character response as he's like staring at it. He says, "Oh God, that's amazing." But I'll tell you in a second. And he's gonna keep moving on.
Okay, so what do you want to identify next? You have time for one more, or are you going to use the
Actually,
potion
I don't know,
too?
Keegan.
Yeah, I get one
You're
more.
so geeky. You're so geeking out about it. I think I'm going to make you pass a DC 7 will save to keep focused, to keep going.
Can I put it on first?
Oh, God.
+1.
DC 7, though. So you should pass unless you roll a 1, more or less.
Okay.
Yeah, you will. Cool.
No, I needed more than a. Yeah.
All right. So,
Okay.
so, what is the next item you want to identify? I assume the circlet.
Yeah, circle's next.
Are you going to use the potion too to get more things identified, or are you just going to use this and let the other things not be?
I assume.
Yeah, I totally meant to discuss that, but we kind of got distracted.
I don't know if you'd have
um,
time to discuss it. I think you would just kind of.
I don't think it would have.
Yeah, make the decision.
Yeah.
Which we'll make the decision after this. Circlet is a faint
Probably
aura. You are welcome to roll.
Record. I'm thinking he probably would do it just because that's so many things. So first is Arcana.
Okay.
17.
The faint aura is sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. The faint aura is evocation. Hold up. There is a second aura on there. Go ahead and roll again.
Okay. 14.
Got a lucky that thing, right?
Yeah, this is the split. That's
Yep.
like the other thing we really want to know about, right?
Yep.
Let me check the list.
I would
Like
argue the
after
ring as
that
well, since Aldo keeps
after
putting
that
it
bigger
on. It'd be
ring.
nice to know what it's doing.
Yeah.
Unless it's just like the ring of electric absorption, which would be like, well, kind of figured that out.
I assume you're gonna bloop the luck die.
Yeah. There it is.
The other faint aura is transmutation. Now go ahead and roll your one spellcraft to identify it.
Okay.
You have no modifiers
luck.
to this.
So
So
that
may
doesn't look
the
like a good roll.
There it
That's
is.
a bad
There's
roll.
the natty one.
ah.
Total of 7.
Oh, I was so excited to tell you what this one is too. It's fun. Well, at least I think it's fun. So
You just
Okay.
wait till
all
for a
right.
different day to do this one now.
Yeah. If I don't use the other one.
Correct. But you have other
yeah, that
items
is-
to try to identify, so it's up to you.
Yeah, I have like a round of it left. If I don't want to have to restart.
So if he drinks the potion, he has 11 more rounds, which realistically means 3 more identifies. So it could be the ring plus 2 potions, or your sword, or his whatever's in his pocket.
Aldo's penis.
Just the tip. Just the tip. Oh my god, he has a fucking Prince Edward. Is that what it is? No, Prince Philip? No. Which prince goes in your penis?
Eric?
The DM? Is that who you're talking about? The one that raided us?
Oh yeah.
Game Master
Yeah.
Eric? Is that what goes in your penis?
I definitely wasn't thinking of Little Mermaid, but
Albert! Prince Albert.
Ah,
Not Fat Albert. That'd be
glad you
uncomfortable.
knew that. Glad y'all knew that. So
Do you do it now? Or would you save it so we can?
I'm
do the
debating.
circle again?
So if I save it, we can try the circlet again, and I already know the auras on it, so I wouldn't have
Yeah.
to do that part again. Yeah, he'd probably save it because we didn't discuss using it before. So he would.
You wouldn't have to waste the
use
rounds if you
potion
do it
yet.
later. I thought Scott said you still.
I
do.
You
will.
would have to waste the 3 rounds to get up to the point.
Yeah.
Yes. So he would only. Be
But
able to
thinking
do
for
2.
Mikhail, since there's not like time to sit there and like question about it, and we didn't discuss it before, he wouldn't want to just make that decision.
Fun fact.
Well, he wants to, but he won't.
Fun fact: if you wait till next time, and you take the enhancing potion with that, increases the cast level by 5. You have 6 minutes or 60 rounds, which means you have 57 rounds afterwards. You can identify a bunch more next time.
I can also use the volumizer and get 2 more. Get 2 instead of 1.
Well, by doing that, then you can have for the ones that you matter more to you. You can give somebody else the potion so they can assist you if they have training in this. Right?
I don't think anyone does.
Arcana?
No.
And
Spellcraft. There are different reasons to have spellcraft. Alchemists probably have spellcraft. Or,
but either
somebody
way,
who spent her entire life being tortured by her father in mastering magic.
I don't know if I know anyone.
either way, he's not gonna use it right now, even though
That's fair.
you see him probably take the potion out, and it's like I can. Damn it! It's too much. I'll explain. Give me a moment. He just like closes his eyes for a few seconds. When he opens them and is like looking at the items still, he looks very disappointed that he can't see the auras anymore. That's a neat spell.
So you figured them all out?
Not all of them. Takes a while for each, but yeah. One of the big one. This one, he motions at the crown. That one I figured out.
You looked at me
This
and you
is
looked
called-
at Aldo as well.
Yeah, it's called a headband of
You can come up with whatever name you want.
yeah. It's an item that increases your mental prowess. It can make you more charming, more convincing, but also more intuitive, more cunning.
Can I wear it to the
can-
wedding?
You had to bring the wedding in, so didn't you? Like
It'd be
it's
a good day to be more charming, yes?
okay, but you could do things like that with perfumes and nice clothes that you already have.
So couldn't you?
Yes, but this is more about the internal force of your personality, and how fast you like, quick thinking, that kind of stuff. It changes, it enhances what comes from within. It's not just an outfit. It doesn't do that because it looks nice. It does it because it's enchanted to do so.
I think we could all use being smarter.
Really, what do you call it? Smarter, more wise. I'd say it would make you more wise.
Clearly, I need to be smarter because that sounds like smarter just in a different way.
It is smarter in a different way. Either way, it could be really useful for all of us. I mean, for me, so that I cast my spells, I know it can enhance them.
So what? You could repair a bigger window?
Nothing so much as that. Things would be much less likely to resist being put to sleep, for example. When it's my skill against their willpower, that kind of thing.
Do you think you can put a vine to sleep?
I don't think plants quite work that way. I tried to daze one earlier and it didn't do anything. I don't think their minds work like ours do.
Right.
I mean, I know they don't, but even magically.
If it makes you better at what you do, then I suppose I'll relent until my wedding day.
We might
too
focus
small
on
for
getting
my
you a
head
different
anyway.
kind of crown for your wedding day.
Does Aldo say anything? I'm sure.
Aldo is
My inner
tight lipped,
internet
but
hiccups.
like if you look at him, like it's almost like he's having a battle with himself.
My internet all
Mikhail?
fucking sorry. Yes, Aldo.
How much is it worth?
He looks up at you like, no.
Not because I want to sell it, but an item like this, what is it worth?
A lot.
Like 30 gold?
Much more, I would say. I don't know that I've
40
ever held
gold?
anything worth this much.
Can I hold it for a second then?
He actually looks reluctant, but he's like, yeah, of course.
Doesn't feel like it's that heavy. Aldo?
Worth far more than its weight in gold.
He holds
Look,
it for
this
Aldo.
could be easily in the hundreds, maybe the thousands,
Thousands of gold.
for a reason, right? Think if you could have the kind of wisdom that it would take another 20, 30 years to achieve, just by wearing that for a day or two.
I much like that idea, but I also feel like I could buy people who are that wise to talk to me for thousands of gold.
Trust them
Not
if they
like
were only
own them,
dependent on the
like-
coin?
Hire them, I suppose is what I mean.
Yeah, but would you trust them if they were only there for the coin? More than you trust yourself?
You ask complicated questions. I don't want to sell the crown.
Just saying, the value of this is incredible. I want to wear it. I assume either of you probably do either. I mean, as well.
Oh, I'm
Flustered.
curious, yes, but also that kind of it'd be hard to relinquish such thing if you could think in a. I'm afraid I would not want to take it off, so I think I shouldn't be the one to wear it. I'm already so powerful as it is. If I had a more powerful mind, it'd be too much for the world.
I accept. Okay, so Koa doesn't want it.
Unless you guys don't, then in which case I accept.
That won't be a problem.
All right.
While we think about it, let me see if there's any markings on it or anything I can decipher without magic.
Although I can't help but notice that you're looking at this thing in more drooly fashion than you looked at the lamb. Are you all right?
You heard what it does, right?
Makes you
Yes.
wise.
And more convincing.
Charming. Such.
Yeah.
But like,
I would argue, Aldo, you really don't need magic.
Oh,
Truly.
I bet you would argue that.
With your capabilities, he is grinning. With your capabilities, you've already proved to be quite effective.
And imagine if I had more, the things we could get into.
I'd rather not. Honestly, you scare me as it is.
Keegan, how many ranks do you have in Knowledge Arcana?
I have 2 full ranks.
I have something I need to tell you. But first, I'm trying to make sure I get the right.
Aldo was glowing with an evil demonic energy.
So, as you're thinking about this, and you think about how strong that ore is, and knowing that it's the different schools of magic, with 2 ranks in Knowledge Arcana, you intrinsically know like all the different schools of magic, and you can describe them and so on and so forth. Like, you understand what they are. You can describe them. You can speak of them intelligently to others who are educated, or try to dumb them down to people that don't. But anyways, you also know that the opposing schools of magic, what they are. For instance, you know that this is transmutation. The opposing school to that is abjuration. And this is so powerful in and of itself that just wearing this could be problematic if you are in an aura or affected by abjuration magics. So as powerful and as great as it is in a way a curse. There's a reason why items like this aren't out there. Like, not only is it very rare to find somebody or a group of people that have the ability to create these kinds of things, but like also the Arcane Congress, when they are found, tend to ferret them away because of the dangers. Now, fortunately for you, you are also so educated, you have a baseline understanding of what the negative effects of abjuration mixed with transmutation does, which unlike other effects which can disrupt the laws of reality, so on and so forth, specifically abjuration with transmutation tends to leave those that are impacted by the auras, which since it's singularly the person that wearing it, that tends to leave them more vulnerable to threats, or can distort things physically, so on and so forth. So the person that wears it is the person that's most at harm. So you're not worried about disrupting or affecting other people around you. Almost definitely that wouldn't happen. You were the one that's in harm's way. Now, if this is against like lower level abjuration, like let's say 0 level, nothing really that bad. But if it's like first or maybe a second level abjuration spell, it could do things like literally rack your pain with non-lethal, but still like actual physical pain, which could be distracting, so on and so forth. I do mean DX of damage, XDX damage, I should say, but like non-lethal damage. Things like that can happen. God forbid you're around an extremely powerful caster. That's a different situation. So, very powerful item, but with great power comes great responsibility. So, and Uncle Ben died because he had a crown like that. So you have to
Spider-Man canon in Aurora?
No, but Uncle Ben Man is. So so as you're looking this over, taking it in and starting to like look it over, these other like thoughts pass by your mind, and you even have to run through your own spell list of spells that you yourself like typically use. And then you think like, oh my god, potions. Like for instance, that whole what is it? Shield of Faith. Like Shield of Faith could be a dangerous spell to take if you're not focused on it, so on and so forth. Like there are concerns that are there, so luckily it's an item. So when you're dealing with an item as opposed to 2 actual raw spells, items magic is safer. So the concentration check that you have to beat, you have a big bonus to, I think it's a +5 bonus I've written down against it. So for a first or second level spell while wearing it, it's a DC 18 concentration. What's your concentration modifier right now?
It is +5.
So you'd have theoretically a +10.
I'd have a 6 if I was wearing it.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Then you would have theoretically a +11 against a DC 18. So 7 or higher, you pass, no concerns whatsoever. But this is like just to remind you about the opposing magics and powerful magics. Something like this is very powerful. And fortunately for you, you rarely come across other magics. Unless, God forbid, you fight a mage. Or something like that. But you have to be mindful.
So the
of your
mage would
own
have
magic.
to cast something on him like Shield of Faith? Or the mage would just have to have Shield of Faith?
No, it can't be something that affects only them personally. It has to be like an aura that also affects Keegan.
Yeah.
So it could be things like there are many different abjuration magics out there that are auras as well that he could go walking into, and then all of a sudden there's disruptions. Now, luckily, if he's just like walking into an aura, he might start feeling it. He'd probably start feeling it well enough to like pull back quickly as he's starting to feel like disruptions happening around him. But like if you're in the middle of a fight and he's just like, But again, how many spellcasters have you ever seen that you guys fought against? We're 200-ish hours in, 0. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they don't exist, but and how many spellcasters in the world have you come across? I mean, there are potion makers, but spellcasters. You know what I mean?
2 that we know of.
Yeah.
3, I think, actually.
And even Orsugo,
Night, there was the fire. There was the dude at the hotel. And then there was what's-his-fuck that went off with Edric.
Hotel is illusions. And you believe Orsugo is fire, which would be evocations. So things that you have to, specifically abjuration. But anyways, so as your character's picking up the crown and looking this over, you have this like sinking pit in your stomach as you like remember those lessons that were taught to you all those years ago. And you're like, well, the good news is of all the people here that knows what signs to look for and what to be careful about, I am the one that knows the best. And it should theoretically make me more perceptive to notice those things and wiser to handle them. Yes, this is a good idea. Yes, because your wisdom's an 8. And so, of course, you think it's a good idea.
Yep. So here's the other piece of it, Aldo.
Another one? The person that was traveling with the guy who got caught in Forvin. There was a mage that had the fingers broken, right?
Yeah, which we never met him, but yeah, we know of him.
Sorry, go ahead.
He would have been an enemy. But let's say the other thing with something this powerful, you have to start worrying about adverse effects from other schools of magic. So this is transmutation. What opposes it is abjuration. Usually protection, but it ranges into other things. If it were just low-tier spells or a low-tier effect, it wouldn't really be of too much concern. The clashing auras, you probably won't notice them. But with something this strong, if you encounter something abjuration-based while wearing it, the effects would be much more intense. Of the three of us, we know what signs to look for. Oh. I mean, he hasn't lied yet. You would definitely know he is obviously trying to convince you to let him have it. That is clear. Yeah. But he's not lying. I know what signs to look for, right? And you have a chance of resisting the effects. You know, a much better one than someone who's not trained in magic. The effects, if you're curious, would be things like pretty significant pain, to potentially real wounds, and other things like that. Imagine the opposite of protection being harm, but that would be the type of thing you'd have to work out were you to wear this object.
I know that there's a point of contention, as this is a very powerful sounding thing that we all are salivating a bit at. And having removed myself, I think that you both could use this valuably. Is it not possible for you all just to trade off?
Good. The effects are not as potent. You have to wear it for at least a full day before the effects are no longer what's the word? Peripheral. They're still kind of coming from the crown outside of you before you really internalize them, and they become a more permanent part of yourself. You have to keep it on pretty much all the time.
Then perhaps, Mikhail, since we're out here and we need your magics, it's best that... He's looking at Aldo as he says this. Perhaps it's best that you use it for now, and we can have this debate again whenever we have other uses for it. But right now, we're surrounded by a bunch of murderous things that I'm not sure talking our way out of it or being charming is going to help, but magic might.
Well, true, Koa. Mikhail has said his magic doesn't seem to be effective here. Against these things in particular.
Not the sleep. Your piercing's Dreamwood.
I'll leave it to you two to fight it out, but I don't want this to drive us apart and become a point of contention. I can see you two eyeing each other right now like a snake and a hawk.
Well, we're really just having a friendly debate over it, but
yes, on the outside,
I'm open to revisit it.
A bit more than that, because you two are just continuing to look at each other more intently than I've ever seen you look at each other, while also glancing down frequently at this crown. We didn't have it before.
Well, you said it
fine.
Takes a while to take effect anyway.
Yeah, it'll be a day before it. There will be effects before then, but they'll be more internalized after wearing it for a full day. So I'll get some benefit out of it right now.
Would it help you?
Look, I'm fine with revisiting it once we're done with the keep. Okay?
Would it help you in figuring out what the rest of this shit is at some point if you had it on?
Go ahead.
You already know.
I got my sense motive.
Just wait for me to fucking lie. Okay. Wait. I can use I can just, will it help us in figuring out the other shit?
This is how the party falls apart.
If I wear the crown.
It's
Spellcraft-
intelligence.
Is spellcraft intelligence or
It is. They're both intelligence. It would not help me. I'm about to lie.
in the old days?
So-
In the old days, spellcraft was charisma based. I think in 3.5 or 3.0, spellcraft was charisma based. I'm almost positive. That's why I was curious.
I love the thought of
Use
Mikhail
magic
putting this
devices.
on and then lying as he puts it on.
Oh yeah, UMD is. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You're correct. I'm
I
confused.
take out my loot and I lie. Say yes, it would.
Damn.
Just what? What? What?
Holy
Okay.
shit!
What? I mean, you might pass that, Jake, but good luck.
He
I've already rolled sense motive before.
He did a 19.
Oh, you beat him by like 10.
He- He was waiting for me to fucking lie because
All right,
he knew I
chat.
was gonna ask.
Chat, who's gonna give Jake the hero?
Oh jeez.
I can't get to that at all.
Well, you roll
That's
plus
crazy.
6 versus his plus 9.
Why the fuck you roll 2s when we need you and you roll 19s to lie to Aldo?
Because this
I don't
is
know,
so
man.
math.
Take it up with
You
the
need
twin.
I don't
Aldo
know which
says,
one of you like fucking fucks I was rooting for to get this damn thing because you both make me nervous for different reasons with it.
Aldo looks at you and gives you a smile and he says, "Click for it."
I mean, it is fair. It's 50-50.
After the keep. He holds out his hand.
Aldo will shake your hand.
So, who
Yeah.
holds on to it for now?
Oh, a
Me.
sleight of hand grabs it.
Chloe's,
Pitch it out the window.
Chloe-
Tearing us apart.
I know he's way more graceful than that, but the idea of Koa sleight of handing is like the idea of Andre the Giant sleight of hand. It's like big sausage hand.
It's like in your pocket and very obvious, but because it's Koa, you're like, yeah, he's getting away with it. I'm not going to confront
Yeah.
that.
Where did it go? Wow. It was right here a moment ago.
You'll never see it here. I'll hide it under my tuft of hair.
I believe I am putting on the crown for now.
Is nobody going to address what Wade just said?
No.
Damn right. Koa's got hair.
Oh, seriously, chat. Oh.
All right, so what's the curse on it that I missed?
Well, I'm sorry. You have to roll higher.
No, but I put it on.
So Aldo's dick was glowing. You put this on, and your dick is the opposite of glowing. There's a void.
It just starts going.
Big brains, small balls.
It becomes a black hole. Then it's like its mass is infinite. Bragging rights, but what cost? But yeah,
what
he
Aldo's
does.
like.
He does put it
Koa's-
on for now.
Koa is staring at you intently to see if you like change.
So you legitimately put it on?
Yes,
Oh boy.
that's I'm putting it on for now, and then we will flip forward after the keep. To my agreement.
over
Even
the
though it's a
course-
bad deal.
Over the course of the next minute, the magic settles in and you slowly start to feel your mind expanding. You slowly start to feel like you can hear things a bit more keenly. You can smell things a bit more keenly. You're realizing certain aspects of your friends that you hadn't realized beforehand. Like there are a couple of details in there that kind of make sense to you now that you that you didn't notice originally. That you didn't notice originally. If you're listening to this on Spotify, I'm sorry, but you're missing out.
If you're listening, I scratched my armpit and then sniffed my fingers to show how much of a difference there now is between Mikhail and Koa.
no, I want to get a what is it, ASR, whatever the fuck those letters are, of a British woman that gives like narrator, like it pauses, and then Wade reached up above towards the ceiling and with his opposing hand scratched his armpit while making a ghastly face like a growling gorilla. Sorry. Either way, so back to the game. So you start to notice these details as your mind literally expands. And there's even a moment as you go to open your mouth to say something, but you both realize how unwise of a decision that would be, and you can't quite put together the right words to describe it, and so you decide to purse your lips and wait until you find the right words. Because charisma isn't just saying the right thing, it's also knowing when not to speak. And so your character is, kind of like settling into this. Now, it is important to note, if you take this crown off, then literally like all that power leaves you instantly. Like within a second, it pops off your mind. Unless you wear it for 24 uninterrupted hours, in which case the magic is properly saturated its way into you in a way that even if you remove the crown, the power remains. I thought it fell something on my head. The power remains on you for 24 hours afterwards before finally it falls off.
What was the noise?
Sorry.
So after he feels that kind of settle in and is like, wow, this is what it's like to have average wisdom. My God. Just because, so that he doesn't get surprised by the backlash if this does get knocked off his head or something crazy, he then takes it off and feels the immediate, oh, yeah, I see. This is how I am. That's unpleasant.
Aldo holds his hand out after you take it off.
We're still in the keep.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't settled who owned it. I just want to look at it for a second.
We'll try it on. It feels, oh God, this is weird. He like doesn't hand it over yet. He's just like, is this how everything was before I put it on?
Mikhail? Aldo's hand is outstretched.
I'm trying to figure. Obviously, not even noticing. I'm trying to figure out if it's worse or. Oh, yes, fine. But after we're still in the keep, okay. I'm gonna need it for magic.
This
You
is
have
the
to wear it
best
for a minute for it to kick
gift
in.
we've found, and it's going to be the biggest curse that will tear us apart.
Aldo puts it on.
As he puts it on, something happens over the course of the next, minute or so. Minute that started after you took it off. So about 30 seconds into him wearing it, it finishes settling into your mind, Mikhail. Two things. One, you kind of forget the differences between before and after. You know there's differences because you've remarked on them. You don't forget your words, right? Mm-hmm. But you kind of forget the differences. Like you know that there was a difference, but you can't quite put your thumb on what those differences are. This is like, I'm going to speak from my own experience here. Like when you're taking like medication for ADHD, after a long time of using that kind of medication, you can put to words and properly describe how it is that you feel off and on. But it's literally like a skill that you build up or an understanding that you build up through experience that 1 minute or 2 minutes, however long you were wearing it, is not enough time for you to properly have it settled into you that you can articulate or even truly understand that difference when you're not actively on it, right? So you just know the words that you've said. You remember those, but not truly the feeling. That's one. And then two, honestly, that was really fucking jarring. You just enhanced your attributes by 8% or greater. Actually, and one of them by 20. Sorry, that's 25. It's half that 12.5%, right? Like a pretty big jump for each of them. Like something that kind of a massive jump, and then ripping it away, you actually feel a headache starting to settle in. Like you feel an uncomfortable, feeling. You're unfortunately going to take a -1 penalty circumstance for all mental rolls until your character takes a proper rest, as you have like a mental fatigue settle in.
Okay.
Aldo, as
we're just gonna mental math that. That's too many.
Aldo, as you're starting to have your own settling in and you're starting to feel these enhancements happening, once again, your mind is expanding. I think you already had a 12 wisdom, whereas he had an 8. So you jumped to a 14. Yeah. So to be clear, an average character is between a 9 and 11. Like those are the average numbers for a person. If somebody's between a 9 and 11 in an attribute, those are what's considered slightly below or slightly above average, but all in the wide realm of average. Going a 12 is somebody who's above average, but not so insane. When somebody goes from a 12 to a 14, you are so much a cut above other people that they can't comprehend the level of things that you can. You've truly expanded your wisdom beyond the realm of what the vast majority of all people who have ever lived have been able to do. You're in that top 10%, above 10% of all people who have ever lived, right? Like that is a higher echelon. And so once again, you're hearing those things your ears were already trained for, the smells, everything. But most importantly, the way that you're watching them, the body language, especially the body language of Mikhail, I don't know, something seems off. You don't punch through the lie he did beforehand. That's not that kind of a thing happens. But there's just something about Mikhail that you're able to pick up now that you weren't able to beforehand. He seems off. Ooh. And now he seems especially off. He seems a bit distraught. Maybe because it's your crown. No, it's something else. Oh, you can feel almost like a warning coming on. You can sense this because, again, you're that higher echelon of wisdom than you were beforehand. You get the general idea. But again, your charisma, you're thinking of the lies that you can tell as this feeling just makes you feel powerful. So much more than what you were beforehand. And you're starting to compile the lies that you can tell. And you're just like, oh boy, I know what words to say. Oh, I thought I did, but now I know. And you can feel them on the tip of your tongue. You're just waiting for that right opportune moment to say them so you don't have to give up what's rightfully yours. This isn't a cursed item. It's not telling you that it's yours. I'm just speaking to the innate aspect of the greed of Aldo, not something magically compelling. Anyways, Keegan, your character, Mikhail, has this headache settling in, and by the time you're just at peace with this borderline migraine, Aldo, you're properly settled into your intelligence. And Koa, you take a large sip of your big gulp to wash down the saltiness of the
There's a 7-Eleven in this peep?
That's right. For you, Wade, there's also
like when you're watching a movie and they turn it around so you see the guy rolling the camera. He's like, what the fuck?
Anyways, go ahead. Leave it to you guys.
It'll be about enough time for it to be settled in. Yeah.
Aldo, like Lucy, with this little smile and like creeps on his face. He's like, interesting.
You know, right? He's just like strumming the lute. I know, you don't want to give it back, but you will.
Yeah, I will. Although, we do have a problem.
You don't want to?
No, that's not that. It's got me thinking, though. Curve Rock. Can't know about this.
No.
I'm not going to lie, I'm not wearing the crown, but I would also have agreed with that.
Yeah, definitely not about that.
I don't think we can risk wearing it in the keep at all. I think it'll have to be kept hidden for a little while.
I'm fine wearing it in the keep. Once we go back to Dwayne, we'll have to hide it away.
Who knows if Dwayne tries to make a run over here, if something scares him enough over there and Looks like he is the only clear way he could come over himself.
Does that, then we let him know that this was ours to begin with. He doesn't have ledger of our things.
Mm.
I'm either too stupid to understand that some other manipulation's happening right now, or you guys are having a brain off and I'm just here to witness it.
Aldo will take the crown off his head and he hands it to Koa.
You want to try it on?
Fuck it.
Okay, you put it on again. All of a sudden, like it just pops off of Aldo. And similarly, after the minute or so passes, which is around the same exact time, because there was a much quicker transference that happens there.
I do warn him. I warn him about the headache. Like as soon as Koa puts it on, he goes, "Sorry, you're gonna get a bad headache in a minute." I've been hiding it.
You couldn't have said that before I put it on.
No. Dude, like my eye hurts migraine shit. I'm sorry, Scott, go ahead.
You're good. So Aldo, same idea. It wears off. Eventually, you can't remember the differences between the two, so on and so forth. You even try to remember that lie that you wanted to tell, and like you just can't quite get the words right. There's like words that are missing at the tip of your tongue. No, you think you remember the words? No, you've got it. No, I got the lie. I don't know why I thought I forgot it. You got the lie, right? You got it. Anyways, once the headache settles in, -1 to all mental attributes until you get a proper rest. Koa. Over the course of the next minute, it settles in. Koa, I think, is a 10 wisdom and charisma, if I remember correctly. So he goes from being average to above average. His mind expands in the way that his body always has. He feels awakened. Like this is innate curiosity that, you know, what's it? Is he intelligence 12? Yeah. So his mind kind of like has this equilibrium, you know, where it's like properly, opens up. He's always kind of like been a keen person to like learn things relatively quickly, but now he understands things, you know, more quickly. He also just knows his way around. Like you can actually feel a little silly about the way that you've always kind of spoken before, almost like a mouth breather. Oh my God, do you leave your mouth open in intro? No. I think you might have. Honestly, never mind. You're looking at your friends. You can see they both feel uncomfortable, and you're a little annoyed you weren't told about the headache beforehand. You'll be fine. But more importantly, with this expanded wisdom and them kind of suffering, it's been a while since you spent time focusing on more than just what's going on in this tiny room with this crown. When was the last time you looked through that door? Are there dangers coming around you guys right now? Probably without even saying anything to them, or at least quickly moving past them. You might want to take a moment to like take in your surroundings, because you've been distracted for a while.
Is that survival or perception?
Perception.
I'm not factoring in perception's wisdom based, right?
Yes, sir. Which is a +1.
Okay, so we'll just add that in after. 21.
21. Hey. I assume you're happy with it? With the 21 total, you realize two things. One, you do hear noises out there. You can hear them very keenly, but you specifically know that that is the chirping of a swallow. And you can hear the moving of the branches, but your eyes dart to it quickly enough to see that's just a red squirrel that's running by over there. And that's just the wind howling. You can pick those up relatively quickly, so you're good to go there. You do feel safe. But you also realize that this conversation, all the conversations before, the time spent here, it's getting late in the day. You're getting close to maybe only about 2 hours or so till sunset. You don't know how long you want to stay inside this keep before you choose to pull out. The keep seems, as long as you search through to make sure there's no more vines anywhere, you noticed when that vine stabbed into the ground before, none of the other stuff popped up. There's not much Razorleaf in here. This actually might be a safe place to pull Dwayne and the donkeys and horses into and have everybody spend the night here. This actually might be better, because out there, is a long travel to safety. Either way, you're kind of coming to these realizations. And, then your focus is going to drift away from whatever you were like thinking about and probably hear the two of them being like, what's going on? Everything good? As they're like seeing your reactions here. Go ahead.
We've been wasting a lot of time in this room. We should unbar the door, make sure that the ground is safe. I think this would be a good place to set up camp for the night. We could even put the door bar back on, assuming that it's not too damaged. Getting Dwayne and the horses and donkey over here, probably a good idea. We're losing daylight, and I do believe that it is time for us to make some better decisions rather than just sitting here debating things. I've heard the things around. I don't think there's any imminent danger, at least not danger that's making moves or sounds. So perhaps we take a moment, finish looking around everywhere, make sure that we've cleared the place out, move everyone over, and then we can choose the light torches and continue looking, or we can rest up for the night. You two look a little bit worse for wear. Perhaps the combat exhausted you more than you thought, or these headache from wearing the crown.
Mostly the headache.
Also, I never realized
Pick it
my
up.
accent was so pronounced. We'll have to work on speaking a bit more clearly, I believe, moving forward.
Well, we'll take you the way you are. Holds his hand out for the crown.
Maybe we should get everyone safely over here and clear out the area before we risk me having a headache as well. I do need to keep a sharp mind for combat and such, yes?
Suppose, but whoever's gonna wear it for this place needs it for 24 uninterrupted hours.
I still don't think we should be wearing it in front of Dwayne. If you really think that it's best to bring him over here, which I'm still not 100% on, just keep it hidden. Don't wear it for now.
I think Aldo makes a good point.
So put it away.
I see the benefits of wearing it, and I think it could be very beneficial. But the negative side effects of Dwayne losing trust in us or believing that we're hiding or keeping things from him will only make him more curious and more in our way moving forward. As much as I would like to exercise the benefits of this, I think that the potential consequences could be catastrophic, especially with our relationship with him, Curve Rock, etc., and we have to depend on him to get out of here as well.
You're the one. Hide it for now.
I have never felt more intelligent in my life. Do I really have to take this off?
Yes. Well, you guys voted, okay?
That was when I was
So-
stupid.
No, you just voted now while you're wearing the thing.
Well,
Oh, I
definitely
agree with
think
what
I should
Aldo's
keep it.
thing.
With my brains and bronze right now combined, I'd be an unstoppable force. But
you know the
are
education that
naturally-
makes you feel like you have, I actually have.
Oh, shit.
I know you're saying that out of a place of jealousy and headache right now, so I'm going to overlook that transgression. But just know that
Completely
wounded-
correct. Oh, sorry. But you do have to take it off.
Now my head's gonna feel like my back does. Great.
Yeah, you'll want to brace yourself.
Take it off.
You've heard the description enough times to understand what's happening next. The one thing I would say that you definitely remember is work on making sure your mouth is less open. You remember that.
So,
He'll put it away in his bag.
we go through that other door, see if we can make it to the map room, and then work out where to go from there, or what do you want to
I
do?
probably had the worst first kiss with Gwen if my mouth was that open.
Well, she seemed to
Feels
like
good,
it.
yes.
So.
You see that, like, he hasn't put it in the bag yet. There's like a like another long lingering look. That's what we voted. What you voted. All right.
The temptation of this item is immense.
Be the last one.
Let's all agree not
Right.
to let that hunger ruin us. Because my god, I think we all want that again. I can't even remember what all I was thinking about other than my mouth holding open, but just everything was so clear. He like sucks his mouth back up, realizing he left it open.
Oh, that. Yeah.
So,
Okay. Right.
through the door?
Finish searching. Correct.
Oh.
Door. Dwayne. Camp.
Shouldn't one of us
Hopefully
have left
sleep
the
off these
damn
headaches.
thing on to look around? Now we're not going to notice anything because we're in fucking pain.
Yeah, if only one of us had. You know what? Let's just look through the door.
Everybody has a nasty headache right now. It really sucks. Is it -1 to mental ability checks? So like skill checks or just like flat ability checks. This isn't saving throws. This isn't anything related to your spells, concentrate, so and so. It's just anything that's considered an ability check, which initiative wouldn't matter for your characters because you're all just used to
You talk a
dexterity.
little bit quieter. Our fucking heads hurt, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't care. So you
Initiative's also physical because it's dex.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Because there's a million ways to jump them around. You're all dex in yours. All right, cool. So you make your way out there and start going over to the only other door in the room, because it was the door that came from the balcony, the door that was this like semi-secret one that had this like shit inside of it where you found the crown, which by the way, I assume somebody tucked inside of their bag.
I handed it back
Yeah,
to
it's in
Mikhail.
mine. Yeah.
Cool. And Mikhail tucked
He
it
puts
inside
it in
of
his bag.
And
Reluctantly, yes.
you go over to the only other door, which is the third door, and you walk up to it, and I assume perception check. We can mental math all these rolls.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aldo.
Just Aldo?
So 16. So you go over to the door. Doesn't seem like it's trapped. Honestly,
Oh, that's fine.
it doesn't seem like it's locked either, because the door, it looks like it was kicked in at some point in time. Now, when I say it looks like it was kicked in, that's because you can see the door jamb has a bit of damage, and you can see the door has a bit of damage. But there's so much fucking rot to the door that probably happened a couple hundred years ago. You know what I mean? That this was kicked in. So again, people rob these places over the course of centuries. That's why they've all been empty. So this looks like it was probably kicked in at some point. So it's not locked. You can probably just swing it open.
I do so.
You probably couldn't hear that, but the door is very squeaky. It's one of those doors where if you try to do it slower, it's just more squeaky and somehow louder. When you try to do it faster, it just makes like a funny little, like a obnoxious squeaky.
Weird smile and snap of the head. That's what it does. This sassy little jaunt.
I'm sorry that
Yeah,
Zoom
chat
hates you.
heard. That's
We're
what
loving
matters.
you.
We're just the ones playing. What do we need to know?
I can't control Zoom. So, anyways,
Violent pterodactyl over here.
are you ready? I'll give you a
Sounds
good
like a
one. You
Metal
ready?
Gear boss.
He looks like when someone stubs their toe in a quiet place or something, and they're like, fucking.
Right. They're doing that completely silence because they're trying not to wake people up. But pterodactyls like we have Metal Gear boss at home. No, nobody plays that. All right.
Scott, you're tiny, you're stinky, and you tore our family apart with this magical item. How dare you give us a reward?
Listen, I just gave you a very valuable magic item.
We earned it. It was a lot of hard rolls, and I cannot believe I'm like, oh man, I can't wait for the fight where Scott's gonna completely fuck us by like, oh, you have found a magical wizard. It turns out he uses Shield of Faith. Mikhail, your head explodes.
No. I mean, for somebody to so Shield of Faith, I believe, has a technically allows a saving throw. Like Mikhail could resist that if somebody tried to cast it on him, but as like an aggressive thing, which would be hilarious. But somebody have to cast detect magic.
That's an arcane congress move. Let's be real.
Somebody have to cast detect magic and then study him for at least 6 rounds, and then successfully pass a bunch of checks to even know what's on him, or at least pass one check.
This is
'cause
one
he's
of
just in a
those like,
strong-
can you guys roll
defense.
perception? You guys roll perception again? Oh, you didn't beat the DC 40, so you didn't notice the guy who's been staring at you with a microscope for the last 6 hours. Mikhail, you feel a shield envelop you. Now your head
All right.
explodes.
I rolled a 2 on my save. Is that enough? No, you pop. You're dead.
Smells cigars, hookers, and depression. A congressman approaches.
Aldo, there's a man in in two colored robes sitting next to you at the bar, rubbing your front pocket aggressively.
Your head explodes.
Yeah.
All right. What are we
Which-
doing? We
yes.
opened a door.
Okay.
Is that what we did?
All right,
We
so
opened a
Oh, yeah, I think that is where we stopped. Yeah.
door opens up, and as soon as it opens up, what you see is a railing, and beyond that is a drop to the ground beneath you, and a railing on the other side. As a matter of fact, what happens is that when you step out of this door, like when you take that one step out, it steps out onto a I don't want to use the word balcony. It steps out onto like a walkway where you're more or less standing on the upstairs, the narrow upstairs part of what otherwise would be a 2-floor opening. You're able to look down below and see that there is like a large room that's down below beneath you. So up here is like a walking path that has the door that you walked out of, and walking along the path, you can see there's another door that's kind of like halfway along the path that's here, and another door at the far end over there. Coming up to this walking path that you're in, that has the railing along the way, is a large, wide stairwell that comes up to meet this this area from down below. The area that's down below is a large room, again, that for most of it has a huge ceiling that rises up very high, because most of the floor down there doesn't have a second floor to it, aside from this narrow walking path that you are now standing on. Also kind of noticeable inside this room is the giant fucking rotted tree that is here, that's in the middle of the room, growing up out of the center of it, parts of it bursting through the ceiling overhead and growing up and beyond. So that's here, I guess. And also on the other side, it's not easy to notice, but I know at least one of you has a decent percent. Oh, it was like Koa, because there's not a lot of light coming in here, because it's only whatever's the ceiling behind you, then coming through the doorway you came through. So Koa can see across the way, though he has to squint a bit to see it, that across the way, there's the large double door that we mentioned beforehand. And squinting a bit, he can confirm there is a giant wooden beam across it. The idea is always correct. There's the door you've been trying to get into. This is the large room you've been trying to get into the whole time. You just, had the wood inside the way, so you weren't able to do so. And
How much light comes into this room naturally without I don't know if there's a hole in the ceiling now from the tree or whatever where it burst out, but let's assume there wasn't a tree and the ceiling was intact. How much natural light would come into this room?
if those double doors down there are shut, if those double doors down there are shut, you believe zero natural light. This would only be lit artificially, which feels strange until you remember the mole can see well in dim, or depending on the mole, darkness. So that matters less to them than it would to human sensibilities.
It matters a lot to a tree.
What was that? Sorry, Keegan?
Yeah,
It would matter a lot to a tree, though. Wouldn't it?
I was
Most
literally
of
about
this
to start
somewhere.
RP about that because
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No, you're good.
Go ahead.
You're good.
The double doors are down there and they are barricaded. It's hard to see in here, even for me. How did a tree grow in here with no light?
There might be one of those. I wonder if one of those crystals was in here. Remember that other tree that had the crystal that was giving off the sunlight? In Hog
Yeah.
1? Might be that. But
Would have had to be.
I
but
can't
why,
hardly see.
Why would they grow a tree in here that would get so large it would eventually break through the ceiling? Oh, dear God, why didn't you warn me before you did that? And Aldo, I noticed you squeaked that door as much as you could when you opened it. Oh,
Yeah, I did.
I know it hurts all of you as much as it hurts me. That just makes it worse.
Yep. I figure you know what sounds like when I'm incanting this spell by now, but it probably just sounds like gibberish to you.
Everything sounds like
At least I can
gibberish right
see.
now. Oh, there's a tree and there's the
one of those
door.
in here. I bet there's
So
one of
through
those
the next
crystals in
door?
here. Did we look around first, though?
I think we should probably be safe. Yes, there could be vines or thorns or who knows what the hell this cursed tree will do. Maybe it eats people.
Yeah,
Don't say that.
that would make the headache stop.
Perhaps it's not a rotted tree. Perhaps it's a perfectly healthy tree, but the outside is the corpses of its victims, sagging in the years it's consumed them. Ugh.
Yeah, but I'm gonna make the lights go like kind of swirl around the tree a bunch. Just make sure nothing pops out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and read your perception checks. Nobody has penalties beyond the regular -1s.
That was a 19 3 times. Oh, okay.
18.
Hey. So you look at that to see if there's anything inside the tree, and looking to see what's there. Two of you, unfortunately, don't see anything inside the tree, but Aldo swears he sees a bit of movement over by that tree. He swears he sees some movement. Focusing in on it, just trying to be like, no, guys, hold up. Or whatever he does, like maybe a hand gesture, whatever it is, to get you guys not draw too much attention, more than you already fucking did with the swinging lights. But whatever it is that's in that tree is looking at the lights moving around, and so he's able to see. It looks, we'll say, similar to the creatures that you fought outside before. Similar, but larger. Those other ones were small, maybe about 3 feet
It's always
tall.
gotta be bigger with you.
This is
Tall man
maybe,
syndrome?
I don't know, closer to 2 meters. And it doesn't seem to be a mess of sticks and wrapped vines. It seems to be like proper branches with vines on it, like a more matured body to it. It probably is stronger, maybe not any more intelligent, but it probably is stronger. And it's climbing around the tree slowly and carefully, looking at the lights as it goes, trying to see what they are.
Aldo immediately like snaps his finger like to his mouth and gets the other two attention without taking his eyes off, and just whispers, "Keep the lights there, Mikhail. Keep doing what you're doing." And he'll pull out his crossbow, and he looks and he loads, and he's just gonna observe the creature, and he'll say, "It's one of those things, but bigger, much bigger."
Oh, Keegan, you muted.
Why didn't it be fucking bigger? Of course. I was whispering, sorry.
Oh, like rubs his back and his neck. Here we go again.
I can't see it, Aldo. Is it distracted? The lights are working on it?
Yeah, it's trying to check him out. Scott, can I, if this is a creature of wood, what would happen if I fired the, one of the grappling hooks into it?
Into the creature?
Yeah.
So you
Can I
can.
potentially grapple it?
Yeah. I'm fine with that. That's actually a really cool idea. I would say there's less damage than a typical weapon would do.
Yeah.
I would say D4 instead of D8. And it's not like it fucking like recoils back. It's somebody who have to grab the rope and start pulling, right? But yeah, I'm fine with that. That's kind of a fun idea.
Are we above it, or are we on level?
Yeah. You're about on level with it because it's up where one of the branches start to come out of the trunk that then later on pierces up into the ceiling above. So about on level with it.
When he points it out, can we see it?
Mikhail now can, but unfortunately Koa is fucking. Oh wait, no, Koa is. Yeah, I would say Koa. He's unfortunately his headache is splitting too much. It's too distracted. He's not gonna be able to make it out right now.
Okay.
Could also be angle, you know.
Yeah, let me see it.
I can try and fire the grappling hook into it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You think your life would kill it?
No, but if we can make it easier for Cole to kill, I think it's just it's like our size, isn't it, Scott? You saying?
Probably slightly taller than Koa.
Yeah.
And you.
It's yeah. He'll say it's bigger than us.
3 Daelrics.
You
Just
poor
about.
big bastard compared to the other ones. Holy shit. Okay.
Do we do this or not?
I'm going to have to
Look,
if you're staying here.
I guess there's not much I can do to the damn thing right now.
You grapple it, will it pull it down?
Well, you pull it this way, which gravity would then do its job.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? Do you want to grapple it and I jump down and swing it? How far is it down below?
From where you are, it's about a 15-foot drop to lower, because this is like a proper grand staircase coming up to this walkway.
Well, that would
here.
hurt a little bit, but it could potentially hurt it too.
Well, yeah. Well, if you just pulled it and it gets pulled out of the tree, gravity would do its job. It would just go, and it would hit the ground.
But if then I jumped and slashed at it afterward, I would also have gravity on my side.
Oh yeah, there's actually rules for doing that. If you jump on top, first of all, if you miss them, you just take damage and you're prone. But if you hit them, you take damage, and they take damage from you falling on top of them, and they take damage from your attack roll.
And for a penny, in for a pounding, I say.
Okay. Maybe those headaches are doing a little bit more than I thought. You're gonna jump all the way down there?
Perhaps the wood will cushion my fall.
It won't.
I know, Mikhail. But gravity might help me kill it faster.
It's now looking at the lights for long enough. It's starting to look up at the three of you, and then it's still most of it's. Imagine an animal, like a cat inside of a room that's watching something it finds interesting, but it's also aware of the presence of something else in the room. So occasionally it'll look up at you to make sure you're not disturbing it, and then goes back to what's entertaining it. So the lights are continuing to distract it, but it's starting to lose interest because the lights have only been doing the same thing, if you will, which is like spinning in a circle, because they don't have...
I do kind of change the pattern, so to speak, but I know it's not. Yeah.
I vote we do it. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, losing it.
See if I can hit it. Ready?
So already is his
Let's pick
sword.
up.
Can I do anything else cool? I don't think so.
Unfortunately, I don't think you can.
Pick a loot.
And Aldo, it does not see you as a combatant in this because it's so distracted. I actually would say that this is a surprise round. Your single attack here, I would actually give as a surprise round. It has no reason to think that you're going to attack it. It's so distracted.
If he successfully grapples it and pulls it, I don't know if it's readying an action, but the moment it starts to go down to hit the ground, I want to jump at it.
I would say he's grappling with the attack roll. We can have Mikhail prepare an action to pull it.
If it takes a team effort, I want to jump down as this thing starts to go down.
Or you can pull. Mikhail's making a face because he's I think Koa should be pulling it, but you want to prepare to jump at it. So you are obviously not.
I can try. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, I get it.
The poison damage. So.
I get
so
it.
yeah,
But
already
if
an action
Koa's
pull.
getting ready to jump, then he's obviously
You
not
can't
doing
do
the pull.
both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll ready to try to pull the rope once it's shot.
I'm fine with you and Wade preparing an action to pull the rope together, but then Wade just has to wait for his first turn, which we don't know how the dice are going to fall.
I just don't want to lose the
we'll
chance
try
of
it this
being
way.
prone and still.
Understood. So up to you, Wade. Do you want to prepare to pull or prepare to jump?
How hard would it? Okay, mechanically, how hard would it be to pull this thing once it's grappled to pull it out of the tree? I'm trying to figure out what kind of roll we're looking at.
It's
You don't have to
CMB.
answer this.
It's literally a grapple check to move somebody who is grappled by you.
So it's going to be Mikhail's CMB versus its CMD?
Correct. And you have no idea what that is or what modifiers it has.
So I'd imagine a tree creature.
I will
in its natural
have-
element would be difficult.
I think a 1 or
I
a
will have
0.
whatever I roll.
Yeah, okay, a 0. Because you have a +1 BAB and a -1 strength, right? Right now? Yeah.
Yep, exactly. I'll have whatever I
Koa
roll on the
will
die,
help you pull
plus
it down.
maybe
I think it's
luck.
a better idea for Koa to help you pull it down. For whatever that does.
Okay, in which case, Mikhail, you're going to be rolling to aid his CMB. Cool. And then it's based off of initiative after that. So we'll just hope that you guys roll well enough that it works. All right, let's do our surprise round first. You guys ain't doing shit if Aldo misses. Aldo, you're actually attacking. It is a surprise round. It's not prepared to fight against you. It's not paying attention to you well enough. You're going against its flat-footed AC.
All right, well, let's go.
Oh, wow. A 1?
I think it's
And
showing
a
the wrong
20.
dice. That's all I'm thinking.
A 1 and a 20 is what rolled.
Yep.
And the 1 is what
So the
counted.
1 is the attack roll. The 20 would have been the confirmation on crit.
And a 1's an automatic fail.
I think we're taking that shot and just overshooting to the point that it hits like the railing on the other side is probably where we have them go, oh fuck. And maybe we fade to black here. Maybe this is where
we all die.
Where we take a moment to recuperate after this roller coaster of a session.
We made a rope bridge now.
And next turn we'll start with rolling initiative.
Next turn?
The next session we'll start with rolling initiative and exploring further.
God damn it.
I think a natty 1 is the campaign telling us it's time to take a break. So Root of the Curse, this will end up being Root of the Curse part 1. So next week will end up being part 2 of that as we continue to explore this keys. Cool. This was a very fun session for me for so many reasons. So many reasons.
It was a good session, yeah.
Thank you guys for just being awesome, for being you. It was great. Hey everybody, small little update. If you got this far, probably supposed to say this shit at the beginning, but I'm bad at this stuff. Over on YouTube, almost has increased since the last time we talked about, like 9 weeks or whatever it was. Almost has increased by like 10%. It's actually at 5426. It'd be pretty cool if we got to 5,500, for our subscribers. So if you already listened this far into the fucking session, I don't know why you haven't pressed subscribe yet. You're literally like 6 hours in. like I don't know how much more committed you could be than 200 hours.
All three of
into
you
a
that got to
campaign.
this point, would love for you to hit subscribe. The 600 of you that were here at the beginning, we should have told you then, but we really wanted to weed out the ones that weren't important enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really got to distill it down to the true
Watch
diehards.
time matters, so we only want the watch time warriors to subscribe.
Yeah. Or the person
And the
that's
one of you who left after being called a watch time warrior, you're the one. Yeah.
I know.
You're the
I just
chosen
want somebody to have their friend send them a link where it's like timestamped directly to those that have watched 200 hours. You watch Time Warrior. Now it's
No. Here's how we figured this out. If you did make it to become a watch time warrior, you type in the comments "watch time warrior," and then we know.
Yeah. But you have
we
to
know.
have not already been subscribed. So I don't want to see like Ray or any of you other motherfuckers that are already
Yeah.
over there pressing it. It has to be a new person. I don't want you to be my watch time warrior. I think it's Rick
We waited
Racing.
6 years to become scummy YouTubers.
Right?
Make sure to hit that like button, punch that subscribe, smooch the comment section.
and fondle the
Other
Well.
videos.
fondle the other.
the other videos. Please fondle videos, please. It really,
This has
every
been
little bit
Lights,
helps.
Cameron, action. See you tomorrow.
Why haven't you done it already? It's free. It costs you nothing, and it really helps out the channel. Fondle our videos.
It's always fun for me to go, I was looking at the analytics. Can you believe that only 20% of you? It's like, yeah, I believe it because every fucking content creator says the same thing. So
Guys, the girls are crushing you in subscriptions right now. Don't you want to be a real man? Better subscribe.
Whoa. I hope that's not a message people are giving.
That sounds like a bro way of telling people to subscribe.
But like, also, good on you for having such a strong female base of viewers.
I'd
Now
like
aren't you
55,
alienating
45.
them?
Probably lost a minute, like
I'm like
immediately.
55,
when
45.
saying that.
What did you say? Wait.
I'm like 55-45.
That's actually a pretty good blend.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Because I usually just assume ladies have better things to do than to listen to a couple
They
of
come to
idiots
watch
be
me to
stupid.
be like, oh, thank God I chose a better partner.
It's like,
I'm the look at what I could have been stuck with channel.
like, and then they look at Bob for inspiration. Like, this is what they could aspire to be: a kind father, a caring husband, a
And
conscientious
then they look at
homeowner.
Mark, and like the 50 Shades of Grey fans are like, he is a masochist.
Speaking of masochism, tell us about unnatural ones and
Whoa.
whether or not we want to underscore them.
You do. It's over whatever the channel is. I'm just thinking about how bad next session's going to be. But yeah, over on twitch.tv/unnatural_1s on Tuesdays from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Time, because I'm in the Midwest. Yeah, we'll be over there, and the party just killed an 8-ank because someone decided that they wanted to roll 4 natural fucking 20s in a row and trivialize that fight. So they're going to try to fight the second one that's in that lake and rid a village of the scourge of 8-anks because they're fuckers.
Do you want to tell people what those are?
They're giant beaver alligator things that are evil-eyed and ruin ecosystems, but they got big scared teeth and big strong tails and a lot of claws. And in the land of Setsegia, where they are adventuring, there is a special armor that you can get out of them that one of the characters has been trying to complete since the beginning of the game. So they're finally doing
And
that.
yet you
at
still
the
can't walk
end.
up to him and say, nice beaver. What kind of world do they
Not
live in?
yet. Not yet. It's got to get the
Again,
armor first.
A beaver gator. Nothing sounds more bogan than a
I
beaver
hear
gator.
that. You know, I hear beaver and I always think of Leslie Nielsen in one of the Naked Guns where like what's her name? Something Presley. What's her fucking name?
Elvis?
Daughter. His daughter.
Yeah.
Parsley?
Elvis's daughter's name.
He's like
Patricia?
he hands down like the stuff
Penelope?
taxidermied beaver and he's like, nice beaver, because she's like wearing a dress and she's like in the attic and she hands down the taxidermied beaver. If you've never seen Naked Gun, it's Leslie
I
Nielsen,
have.
comedic
I know
genius.
the reference. I just don't know the actress.
Fucking
I know Leslie Nielsen. She's wonderful.
Isn't she like
Priscilla.
It's her daughter?
Priscilla.
Priscilla.
I knew
yeah,
it was a
she, like,
P
dated
word.
Michael
That's why I
Jackson.
said parsley and all those other
Right.
names.
Presley.
I said Penelope. Yes. It's Priscilla
Who do you know
Presley.
named Parsley?
Presley. Priscilla
Who-
Presley. It's not that
Who do
fucking
you
far off.
know? Who do you know named Parsley?
It doesn't
That's
matter.
very far off.
They named
That
their
is a
daughter
food.
Pee-Pee. Her name is Pee-Pee.
And you
No, it
look
isn't.
like one. We don't make fun
It's
of you
Priscilla.
for it.
No, it's Pee-Pee.
Those are initials, Scott. You don't know the difference between a name and a food. Not no difference between a name and initials.
But like Aurora and her best friends, are
Priscilla is
AWD and
wife for his
GEM,
daughter.
and together we call them the Odd Gem. Because, you know, abbreviations, initials. You have fun with
Priscilla's
them.
his wife, right? Not his daughter. It was his wife.
I almost gave Gwen a middle name
No,
that was
no.
an O, so she gave the initials of God.
Parsley.
I forget how old the Naked Gun movies are. I'm pretty sure Priscilla was his ex-wife.
I want to say early 70s.
Oh,
Could be
Elvis
later.
that would have
Parsley was
not
wild.
been his daughter. His kids would
No,
have been too young.
No, Naked Gun would have been early 80s, I think. Let's Google it.
Yeah.
Naked Gun. Oh, that's porn.
I'm pretty sure it was his ex-wife, Priscilla Presley.
Okay.
I don't know. Someone.
I'm
in the-
wrong. I said
No.
late eight. I corrected myself to late eight. To I think I said late 70s or early. It's 88. I was alive when it came out. Yeah, I was
Okay.
3 years old when that came out. You got none of you guys were born yet, but I was 3.
I'm still gonna say it was his ex-wife at that point.
At least
I don't know the
Tori
Presley lore that well, but I'm pretty sure Priscilla would have been his ex-wife.
I have no idea. I didn't even know they were married because I don't care. Pee-pee.
You care about the king?
He likes pee-pee. Or did like pee-pee.
God,
All
you
right.
were around when he was doing concerts. You should care.
He was doing concerts? Does Leslie Nielsen sing?
Elvis.
No,
Fucking
Elvis.
asshole.
Oh! Wait.
I don't know Elvis, so I don't care. You were when he's doing concerts. Leslie Nielsen?
Oh, I can't say Elvis's music. I don't think there's a single Elvis song I like. It's really boring. It's like the Beatles.
God, I
Like,
hate
it's
people
so
from
boring.
fucking Massachusetts. I know it's a sweeping generalization, but like you represent them and you just fucked it up for all of them.
Wait, but Elvis music is
But
boring.
not
as
liking
shit.
Elvis.
There's other reasons not like Elvis. Like he was a terrible person.
The music wasn't bad. I mean, granted, like we know who you got it from.
He was a terrible person.
Not me. But yeah,
Doc gets in the car.
Are we
Like, I
podcasting?
know what boys want. I know what guys like. He's like, this is my jam.
I don't even know what that song is.
I've had to go pee for like an hour and a half.
Unnatural ones. Leave Jake alone. He doesn't do stupid shit like we do on the internet. I have a podcast.
Good for him. Good for you, Jake. You made the right choice.
No, he
You
just
made the
comes
right
here and
choice.
makes all of our lives miserable.
He just gets to have fun and then be like, cool, I don't have to deal with your fucking platform. You're like weird viewers. Just goes back to what he was doing. Salute.
Or
That's not how you salute.
wait. Elon Musk showed me how to salute. You're supposed to.
All right, we're out. Goodbye, everyone.
Oh, nope, that one.
Scott,
I'm a bad friend.
a good creator
I was just
would have
gonna
had
let
us
you
fade
do
out
that.
as you started the
It's like,
salute.
look.
You should have timed it up to look like you were going to do the salute as the fade out happened. By doing it way before, we just look stupid.
You're assuming that I'm awake enough to put. I woke at 5 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm tired. I'm just having
There's a better
I'm in a
excuse than
great
Elon
mood,
had.
so I'm like awake.
There's
Great,
a
well,
better
thanks for ending
excuse
the
than
session
Elon had.
30 minutes early, then asshole.
So again, if you look at the imagery in this away screen, again, like all of it was based off of the crumbling nature of this particular keep here, which is like, yeah. I
What are
just
the
didn't know
odds that
vines
this
are put
tree
into
dude
this.
is like our Igor? He'll be like, "Why would you shoot me, friends? I'm here to assist you. I am but a humble servant."
I did have the fleeting thought that maybe it's not hostile, but like, bro, we're a little too fucked up to make the mistake of trying to talk to a hostile creature right now.
Mhm.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.